Volume 2. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 56. Lady Farah, you look very beautiful. Thank you, Asuna. Farah was wearing the dress based on the white color that Elshia had delivered to her yesterday. It was paired with the brown skin that is a characteristic of dark elves, which makes Farah's presence even stronger. And the design was a bit more mature, giving her a more grown-up appearance than her actual age. Would the candidate like this? Yes, I think so. I am sure they will like it. Asuna answered with a sincere smile. This was conveyed to her, and Farah's face was a little red. Then there was a knock at the door. As soon as she answered, the person who entered the room was Elshia, Farah's mother. Elshia is a dark elf with dark blue hair and vermilion red eyes just like Farah. Upon seeing her, they immediately bowed. Elshia, who had been watching them, looked at Farah and stared at her. It seems that she has put on the dress I sent her. Yes, mother. Thank you for giving me such a dress. Elshia's words were cold and dismissive. Farah replied without being moved by her words. This was their usual communication. Elshia always speaks to Farah in a cold and dismissive manner, and Farah would respond in a calm and unaffected manner. This communication was not flattering to a close parent and child. When Elshia looked at Farah, who responded, she coldly said, "The candidate this time is the son of a frontier count and not a member of the royal family. But he must not be a humiliation to Renault. It is not yet decided. If you show your ability, it may lead to an offer with the royal family. Do you understand?" "Yes, mother. The man you should marry is a member of the Magnolia royal family. You must never give your love to the son of a frontier count. Is that clear?" "I understand, mother." "Yes, that is all right. Then I will go ahead and join King Elias." Elshia told what she wanted to say and immediately left the room. Asuna called out to Farah, looking worried. "Lady Farah, are you all right?" "Yes, mother's appearance like that is usual, but I'd like to decide for myself if I'm going to let my feelings go." With sad eyes, Farah replied to Asuna. Farah rarely made any decisions on her own. What she should do, what clothes to wear, what to eat, and so on, were all decided by Elshia on her own. Farah would do what she was told to do without hesitation. At first, she hated it. But when she realized that no matter how hard she tried, her mother would never approve of her, she thought, then I should just do what she tells me to do. With that in mind, she began to do what her mother told her to do without hesitation. After that, Asuna said encouragingly in response to Farah's sadly uttered words, "I don't know what kind of person this candidate is, but even if he is a candidate for Farah's marriage, I am sure that someone with some potential will come. Whether or not you will be open to him is for you to decide." "Thank you, Asuna." She had heard that dark elves are targeted outside of the country, so she felt sorry for them. But she thought they were quite scared of her. As for the ears, she hid them so nobody would know she was a dark elf. There were some adults around the boy, so he was probably a child in the territory. I wondered if they were still in Bardia. Suddenly, Asuna asked Farah, who was lost in these thoughts, with a dubious look on her face. "Lady Farah, is something wrong?" "What?" "I was just remembering that I visited the Bardia territory before." Asuna's dubious expression turned into a smile when she heard that she remembered about the trip to the Bardia territory. "Oh, I was really worried about you at that time." "Please don't do anything like that again, okay?" "I know." The boy and his men saved the day, but then Asuna gave her a hard scolding. "I'm afraid of Asuna when she's angry." "Lady Farah, it's time for us to go." "Yes. The first thing to do is to get a good look at the newest version of the newest version." Farah replied to Asuna's words and left her room for the audience hall section. "Master Rid, it's time to go." "Yes." "Is there anything wrong?" "I am wondering if I am dressed properly while being hurried by Diana. Moreover, there are so many enemy forces in this situation that even the slightest mistake will surely cause them to fry. There is nothing bad about being extra cautious in preparation." But Diana let out a light sigh and said, "How many times have you done the same thing since this morning? You look like a young girl who is going to meet a prince to be admired by him, don't you?" "Here, lady, I see, so this is how the daughter feels." "No, this may just be her true self. I decided to think that she has forgiven me, Diana stared at my face and then said as if warning me. Master Rid has a lovely face, but you are a boy. If you are a boy, no matter who sees you or what you are told, you should keep up your chest and correct your posture. On the other hand, if you don't stand up straight and act timid, you will be underestimated. The clothes you wear on your will are just for decoration, and the great ones don't understand that. It is true that clothing is important, but at the end of the day, it depends on a person's will and mind. However, as a man, I felt that it was not right to be told that I had a lovely face. I understood. Thank you, Diana, but I don't have a pretty face, do I? No. If Master Rid were a girl, you would still have a face so pretty that you would receive offers of marriage. Diana answered with a big smile on her face to my words, but it's better than being told you're not lovely. After thinking this, I let out a sigh and replied, I'm not happy about it, but I'll take it as a compliment. I was a little miffed at her words, as if she was teasing me, but that's what made Diana look so cute, and she was smiling with a smile on her face. Then there is a knock at the door. Diana's expression quickly returned to a straight face and she straightened her posture. I answered and it was Zack who came in. Master Rid, it's time to go. Master Raina is waiting for you already. Yes, I'll be right there. Zack urged me to go to the entrance of the guest house. I stopped for a moment as Zack approached me on my way to the entrance. Master Rid, I have been told by some of my friends that the head of the opposing faction among the Hua family is an elderly dark elf named Norris. I also hear that Prince Lassis is also under his influence, so please be careful. I rolled my eyes at Zack's words. He had said he would support me if I fell in love at first sight with Princess Farah yesterday, but I didn't expect him to give me the information so soon. I changed my expression from surprise to a smile before thanking him and asking him a question. Thanks for the valuable information, Zack. By the way, what do you think of Lady Elshia? Zack didn't expect to be asked a question, so he looked a little thoughtful and then said, I think that Miss Elshia would like to see Lady Farah marry a member of the royal family. Just, I think that purpose is probably different from that of Master Norris. I don't know what his intentions are, but, I see, Miss Elshia is not an enemy either. I guess that means she is neutral. The problem is Lassis. I didn't think that he was under the influence of someone called Norris, who is an enemy of mine. This may be the most difficult thing. While I was having a bit of trouble there, Diana called out to me. Master Rid, Master Raina is waiting for you. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. But can I ask Zack one more question? Yes. What is it? I ask Zack a question in a hurry, or maybe I should say I throw it out. You said Prince Lassis was influenced by Norris, right? How can I get his support, me and Princess Farah? Since we might be relatives now, I was hoping you would support me if you could. It must have been an unexpected question for Zack. He was also troubled with a thoughtful look on his face, and it just so happens that the person to whom Rid asked the question was appropriate. Unbeknownst to Rid, he is the head of an intelligence agency. Zack was astonished by Rid's innate behavior, but inwardly, he was gloating. This kid really amuses me. Then he replied to Rid. Once then, I think it would be better to break Prince Lassis's heart. Break his heart? I don't know what to tell him. But the words that came out of Zack's mouth were terrifying. What kind of a thing to ask a child to break the heart of another child? I was disgusted by his words and turned a stern face to Zack. Zack bowed and continued his explanation. I apologize for my language. I don't mean to break his heart, but to make him a cripple. Prince Lassis is now infatuated by Norris. Drunkenness, or is that the extent to which Norris has influenced Lassis? But why was I so fascinated? I had my doubts, but I kept my mouth shut and listened to Zack's explanation. He was originally an intelligent and wise prince who cared about his country, but suddenly he became infatuated with him, and his words and actions became contradictory to that of a prince. I would like to ask you to destroy that infatuation. You may think of this as a request from a nobleman who cares for Renote. Please leave the rest to me. Oh my God. I thought I had thrown the problem to him, but the problem became bigger and came back as a favor from the Renote's noble family. But if I could solve this, it might be an opportunity to make my presence bigger in Renote. Besides, I heard that Zack would take care of the cleanup, Which would be the hardest part? I thought about it and asked the question again. I understood. So you want me to change his mind, right? But I can't make any promises. This time, the issue is about Princess Farah, and I don't think I'll have time to talk to Prince Lassis that much. Hearing my words, Zack smiled and said, "Thank you." But in addition to the fact that his eyes were not smiling, I think it was a bit of a nasty smile. I think it was just my imagination. As expected, we stood there talking for a long time, and I walked quickly to my father's place. As we walked, I asked Zack one more question. What was the cause of Prince Lassis' infatuation toward Norris? But on this subject, Zack said, "I am sorry, I am not in a position to tell you that," and he closed his mouth. "How can you say that you want the prince's heart to be broken, but you can't tell me what caused it?" But I didn't ask any more questions either. There was really no time left. When I arrived at the entrance of the guest house, I was told by my father that I was late. Diana was nearby, sighing in exasperation when she saw his anger at me. Unfortunately, Zack was not going to be there for the audience. What did Zack mean when he said to me as we were leaving the guest house, "I look forward to seeing you today"? Soon after that, we started moving toward the castle. The castle is a large place, so we took a horse-drawn carriage to get there. As expected, the roads inside the castle were well maintained, and since it was a short ride, I did not get sick. In the carriage, I briefly explained to my father about my conversation with Zack. Then my father's grim face turned even grimmer and he spat at me. "Zack, Rid, you two must learn to hide your fingernails." "But I don't have any fingernails." Father shook his head helplessly in dismay when he heard my response. "I've had enough, do what you want." I just nodded my head at him. Regardless of the exchange between us, the carriage was moving toward the castle, where various thoughts were swirling around. Chapter 57. Shortly after riding from the guest house in a carriage, the carriage stops. At the same time, Ruben's voice could be heard from outside the carriage. "We have arrived." At the same time, the carriage door was opened. I got off after my father. Rubens, dressed as a knight, Diana, dressed as a maid, and several other knights were waiting beside the carriage. But then a question came to my mind. It was not the castle I had thought was our destination, but it was probably the largest residence in the castle. I was curious, so I asked my father about it. "Father, aren't we going into the castle?" "Yes. You had never been to before. The castle of Reincarnated is a castle specialized as a strategic base. So negotiations take place here, in a place called the Honmaru Palace. Remember that?" "Yes." "I had no idea that there was a building called the Honmaru Goten in the castle." The dark elf soldier called out to us while my father and I were talking. "I've been waiting for you. Now I will show you to the audience hall, where you will have an audience with the king. Therefore, those who will have an audience with the king are requested to refrain from having a sword in their belt." "I understand." "The persons who will have an audience with His Majesty will be myself, Rid, Rubens, and Diana. The others will wait here." The soldier's words were answered by the father, and he left his saber to the knight waiting for him. Rubens and Diana did the same. "I'm a child, and I don't carry a sword to begin with. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, let me show you the way." The soldier bowed and entered the Honmaru Palace. We followed, with my father in the lead. "I beg your pardon, but please remove your shoes here." "Oh, so they have a no shoes on the ground rule here." I felt a little nostalgic. Father was taking off his shoes as if he was used to it. The other two seemed a little puzzled as they took off their shoes. I quickly took off my shoes and followed the soldier and my father. And when I saw the inside of the Honmaru Palace, I was unintentionally impressed, exclaiming. When I entered the front door, I found a nostalgic sliding door, but those sliding doors were made of gold leaf and a dragon and a bamboo. Perhaps a picture is drawn on it. It is very powerful and beautiful. As I was looking at it with sparkling eyes, my father whispered to me, "Don't scurry around so much." The two men watching behind me were giggling as I apologized, saying, "I'm sorry." I followed the soldier who led me down a wooden corridor. After a short distance, the soldier stopped and slowly opened the sliding doors, which were richly decorated with gold leaf and paintings. Beyond the doors was a deep tatami room. On the left and right side of the tatami mat room, Dark elves were lined up toward the back of the room, sitting on chairs by the wall. Their clothes were similar to those of the soldier, but they had medals and decorations on their shoulders, so they were probably members of the Reno nobility. "Please take a seat in the chair at the far end over there and wait," the soldier said, stepping back a little and closing the sliding door behind him. At that moment, the dark elves' eyes focused on us. I could see that they were paying attention to us with a range of emotions: suspicion, interest, dubiousness, and curiosity. In the midst of all this, Farah said, "Let's go," and we proceeded to the empty seats lined up in the back of the room. The chairs were arranged in a row with 2 in the front and 2 in the back. Naturally, my father and I sat in the front. Looking at the front of the room, we saw that the sliding door was closed. It seemed that there was another room in the front where we were sitting. The room was a step higher than where we were sitting. Then my father whispered to me, "Keep your head down a little until you are told to raise your head." I was in a period drama, and although the dark elves were paying attention to me, I was still enjoying the room. When he saw that we had bowed, a soldier nearby shouted, "Magnolia Empire's Bardia family, the head of Bardia, Magnolia Empire, Lord Arena Bardia has arrived at the castle." At the same time as that voice, there was silence, and then the sound of a sliding door opening came from in front of us. "Raise your face," a heavy voice echoed through the silence. The first time I saw him, I looked at him with a sideways glance, and slowly raised my head. "It's been a long time." "Good to see you again, Mr. Rayner." When the sliding door opened, the dark elf sitting in front of my father called out with a smile on his face, "It has been a long time, Your Majesty." Elias. Father answered Elias' words with a bow as he sat down. "So this is His Majesty Elias." He had black hair and sharp yellow eyes, and he has the air of a warrior who has fought in many battles. Father also has a moderately stern face, but he looks similar to that. On either side of Elias are 2 beautiful dark elf women. They are probably the queen and his side wife. There is another boy who is about the same height as me. I guess that's Prince Lassus. And on the other side of him, there is a girl in a beautiful white dress. She is probably Princess Farah. There is also a girl beside the princess, but she is probably a guard. She is wearing the same black military uniform as the soldiers, and she is standing next to the girl. While I was looking around, Elias and my father were still talking. "I'm sorry to be so formal today. The candidate for my daughter's marriage is coming, and everyone wants to see him. So here we are." "Forgive me." "By this kind of situation, I mean the state of this room." The Renati family members were all gathered in a spacious tatami room with chairs lined up on the floor. It is not every day that so many people gather for an audience with a guest of honor. When you are a candidate for the princess's hand in marriage, it is only natural that you would feel this way. "That's very kind of you to say." "So, are you there? You are the son of Mr. Rayner?" Elias turned his sharp eyes on me. "Yes, I am." "May I introduce myself, if you don't mind?" "Yes, you may." Father, who had heard Elias' words, looked at me. I slowly got up from my chair and spoke out to Elias after I saw him looking at me. "I am Rid Bardia, son of Rayner Bardia, head of Bardia, family from the Magnolia Empire. It is my honor and pleasure to address you at this time. I have heard from my father, Rayner, that I am to marry Princess Farah Reincarnated. I thought it would be a good idea for me to visit your country and greet you. I look forward to working with you from now on," I said clearly and loudly, looking Elias in the eye. Then, for some reason, the place was enveloped in silence. The silence was broken by Elias, who rolled his eyes a little. "Is a very impressive speech. I hear that your age is not much different from my son Lassus. How old are you now?" "I am 6 years old." "My father says I am the same age as the Princess Farah." I could feel Elias' eyes sharpen as he spoke with me. "I see." "By the way, what do you think of my daughter as a candidate for that marriage?" "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. You're playing with him too much, aren't you?" The first to react to Elias's words was the first dark elf in the front row of the royalty. "Norris, that's fine. I'm just asking about his thoughts." Elias lightly ignored Norris's advice and asked me the question again. I pretended to think about Elias' words and glanced at the elderly dark elf with a sideways glance. "Oh, so he's Norris. The one who would be the biggest obstacle to this marriage, as Zack had said. Here, the fact that he stopped Elias means that he doesn't want to have my impression. Then I knew what I had to do. Do what he, Norris, would hate the most. What's up? Say what's on your mind. I spoke slowly, with a thoughtful look on my face. Then, if I may be so bold as to say so, I will. Yes, you may. As I was trying to spin my words, I thought my father looked a little pale. Perhaps it was my imagination. The marriage between Reincarnated and Bardia must be fulfilled, I believe. The lawyers. My words caused a bit of a stir in the crowd around me. I responded to with a smile and a nod. Then, I felt that only her ears moved a little while keeping the same expression on face. Elias looked at me sharply and spread his hands out to the left and right and said, "Interesting." "Continue," he said with a smile. "Then, let me tell you something. Reincarnated and Bardia are neighboring countries with borders adjacent to each other. If we can strengthen that bond, it will serve as a good deterrent against neighboring countries. A good example would be Barstow. I dare to mention the name of Barstow, which is a close ally of Reincarnated." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" "My country is already in an alliance with yours. That alone is not enough to deter us." "Yes, it is not enough." "You make an interesting point." "Does that mean you don't trust Magnolia?" The sharpness in Elias's eyes loosened. Instead, he seems to be starting to think I'm interesting. "I didn't mean it that way. From the point of view of Barstow, an alliance is only a relationship between countries. There is a possibility that Magnolia will not move quickly. But what if there is a marriage bond between Bardia and Reincarnated?" Everyone listens to me in silence. I can't see them well, but it seems that the other nobles around are also listening without saying a word. "After the marriage, Barstow will think that the Bardia family will make a move as soon as he makes a move on your country. Besides, the Bardia family have its own army in an emergency case, and after the marriage, we will have the cause of defending my wife's country and her allies. That means that in the case of an emergency in Reincarnated, we Bardia can move on our own, without having to ask the imperial capital to tell us what to do." I could hear the nobles around me murmuring in small voices, "Indeed, and exactly. If we someone make a move on Reincarnated, the Bardia family will surely help." By making Barstow think so, I believe that the deterrent benefit of the alliance will be effective. What do you think? This is something that cannot be obtained by bond with the Magnolia royal family, can it? Then it was Norris who immediately responded to my words. "I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get yourselves out of this. Even if you and the Princess Farah do not marry, you will still have to make your move." "You are absolutely right, but what I wanted to convey to you is the question of how Barstow views the current alliance. I am not a fan of the Renaissance. I would also like to mention that if there is a problem with Reincarnated, the Bardia family may not be able to move their army on their own simply because we are allies." "What do you mean by that?" Norris is turning red in the face. The other royal families, including Elias, were watching in silence. I continued to explain. "If Barstow attacked from the border adjoining Reincarnated alone, we would not be able to make a move until we were instructed to do so by our country. However, if I and the Princess Farah are married, we will have a great reason to save my wife's country. Isn't that right, father?" Father, who had been suddenly asked by me, wrinkled his brow and his temples twitched, without losing his stern face. Watching this, Elias asked my father a question in a very pleasant tone. "What do you think, Mr. Rayner? Is what your son says correct?" He shook his head, stared at me, and then spun his words. "But I am sure he is correct in his view of deterrence due to the presence or absence of intermarriage between our Bardia and Reincarnated families." Elias continued his question with a look of satisfaction on his father's face. "I see. So how do you see it from the standpoint of a frontier count?" That is also a statement of a child, so that is the part I would like you to listen. "But the Bardia family will not be able to move alone. We will need the Emperor's direction. But if we are linked by marriage, even if we move on our own, they will have a little more freedom from the imperial capital." Norris snorted, his face still red. Knowing this, Elias smiled and asked me the question again. "So you're saying that your argument that we should marry is mainly because of Barstow?" "Yes, There are many other things, but it will be kept secret until after the marriage. What kind of secrets? Elias was astonished when he heard my words, and then he continued to laugh hysterically for a while. When he calmed down, Elias looked at me and said happily, "The son of Mr. Rayner is a terrifying young man. Such an extraordinary child is the heir to a foreign country. If he were the heir to an enemy kingdom, I wouldn't be able to sleep every night. It's a child's, Your Majesty, and it's rude to speak to Your Majesty about secrets." Norris turned bright red and blurted out a lot of words. Elias looked at him sharply in the eyes and said, "Norris, a child has a point. Even Mr. Rayner admits that. If you can't see it calmly, you are a failure as a government official. Am I right?" "GG," Elias warned Norris, and Norris fell silent with a grim look on his face, as if he had been biting a bitter bug. When Norris fell silent, Elias looked at me with interest and said, "I'll call you Mr., or rather Mr. Rid. It was a good and pragmatic idea. Thank you for letting me listen to it." "No, Your Majesty, it was a terrible idea." Then a woman, who had been standing beside Elias the whole time, said in disgust, "Your Majesty Elias, today is the meeting between Farah and Mr. Rid. Farah has not even introduced herself yet. It is time for you to get down to business." "I'm sure Elshia is right." "Farah, I am sorry for the delay, but you should introduce yourself to Master Rid." At Elias' request, Farah took a small, deep breath, a little flustered, and looked straight at Rid and said, "My name is Farah Reinut, daughter of Elias Reinut from Reinut country. Pleased to meet you." When she finished, Farah bowed. Rid thought she looked cute. When Rid looked at Farah's face, she turned her head slightly. Then, her long ears, characteristic of dark elves, twitched up and down a little. It seems that what I saw earlier was not my imagination. Her mother Elshia, who noticed the movement of her ears, warned Farah in a whisper, "Your ears are moving. It's not appropriate," she cautioned. Farah huffed, then took a deep breath and her ears stopped moving. Watching her, Lid became a little curious as to what the ears meant. As I looked at Farah, Elshia gave me a cold look before beginning to introduce herself. "Sorry for the delay in greeting you. My name is Elshia Riverton. I am Farah's mother. I look forward to working with you." When she finished, she bowed. "Elshia? She looks like the model for that picture." "She certainly looks like it, and she is beautiful. But Riverton? Is she related to Zack?" I pondered a bit. When Elias saw that they had finished greeting each other, he looked at the Queen and the Prince. The two of them, noticing my attention, stood up on the spot and introduced themselves. "I am Lassis Reinut, son of Elias Reinut, of the Reinut Kingdom." "I am Lisa Reinut, wife Elias." After the two finished introducing themselves, they bowed lightly and sat down. For some reason, Lassis seems to be looking at me with sharp eyes filled with hostility. At the very least, I wish he would stare at me with hostility but not make the other person feel it. When Elias saw that everyone else had finished introducing themselves, he stood up and introduced himself, giving me a strong glare. "I am the king of the Reinut. I am Elias Reinut. I hope to have a good and long relationship with you, Mr. Rid." Elias had a happy smile on his face after he said the words. After Elias finished his self-introduction, I slowly sat down in my chair. Then, Norris, who had been looking grim and bitter, approached Elias and gently whispered in his ear. When Elias finished listening to Norris, he looked a little tired, but quickly returned to his stern face. Then, he looked at me and said, "Now, I understand what you are thinking, Mr. Rid, but don't you think it's only fair to say that you are a man of principle? Is it Mon Bushido?" I could understand it, but it seemed a bit out of the ordinary, given our previous conversation, and I tilted my head a little. "I know that Mr. Rid has a great hide. Next time, I would like to see your martial arts skills demonstrated as a viable force." I looked away from Elias. I saw Norris and Lassis smiling at me with a wicked smile. I understood that's what they meant. They must be trying to stiff me with their martial arts. Then there was only one thing to say. "I am very honored that you want to know how good I am. I would like to ask you to do the same." Elias widened his eyes a little at my words. "In that case, we will move immediately to the training ground for that." Elias stood up quickly and led the way to the training grounds. We followed him and left the palace. Chapter 58. The spectators, including Elias, were sitting or standing on seats along the edge of the palace. It was a bit like a festival, wasn't it? I think this kind of event is called Isekai in historical dramas. The main purpose of the event was to have a meeting between the Princess Farah and me, but for some reason I ended up performing martial arts. Well, I guess it was the result of a mixture of various considerations, but it was the other side that first brought out the venom. As the saying, if you eat the poison, you eat the dish. I look over to the edge and see my father sitting next to Elias. He is sitting next to Elias, but his stern face seems to have been smoothed out. When his eyes meet mine, he turns his head slightly and lets out a loud sigh. I wonder if he could be a little more supportive of his own son performing in front of him. I think, but Rubens, who is waiting near my father, winks and sticks out his thumb with a goofy smile. Well, let's take this as a good opportunity to show the results of the training I usually do with Rubens. Then I heard Diana's voice from behind me, Master Rid, and I turned around. She smiled at me with a somewhat scary smile and held out a wooden sword to me, saying, "Please use this one." I wondered why Diana had brought me a wooden sword, but I took it and thanked her. Then she put her face close to my ear and murmured, "They seem to want you to be humiliated." They had prepared a crude wooden sword for Master Rid for such match, so I have sorted it out and brought it to you. I am sorry it is a wooden sword and not a metal sword, but rest assured, it is a very good one. I didn't realize they would go to such trouble. They must be very desperate. I thought, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm not a wooden sword, but a dagger. Something black was wavering around. Looking me straight in the face, she said coldly and forcefully, "Please give those who are rude a merciless hammer." Absolutely. I understand. Satisfied with my answer, she broke into a big smile. I decided to wait while doing some preparation exercises, since it seemed to take a little more time until the other party was ready. But who would be my opponent? After I was led to this place, Norris told me with a stern face mixed with disgust, "Please wait a little longer, the proper opponent will be ready soon. If you are a government official, at least don't let the ill will show on your face." Was he underestimating me because I was a child? I had to think. While I was doing my preparations, I looked at the edge and saw that Queen seemed to be angry with Elias and Norris about something. What is going on? On the other hand, Elsia is sitting with her eyes closed, as if she is not interested in the match. Farah and the escort girl were looking at me. I looked at Farah and smiled at her again. Then she turned her head and her ears moved up and down a little again. Elsia noticed this and was watching out for Farah. Yes, this is the same sight I saw a while ago. For some reason, the escort girl is looking at me with interest. Is something bothering her? Just as I was thinking that, Elias called out to me, "Mr. Rid, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready." I bowed to Elias before replying. Queen is next to him, but she doesn't seem to be in a good mood. As for your opponent, there was suddenly someone who wanted to know your abilities in person. It took me some time to prepare for that. Forgive me. I understand. I am honored that you want to know my abilities in person. While replying to Elias, there was also the matter of the wooden sword that Diana had told him about. The other party is probably Norris's minion. I can imagine. If that is the case, there is no need to hesitate. Diana said, "I am willing to give them the hammer. There will be no mercy." "Let me introduce you to your opponent." "My son, Lassist Reincarnated." "Is he?" I was taken aback by this unexpected opponent. I didn't expect the prince to appear as a minion of Norris. I see. It took him a long time to get ready because he was changing clothes. I was strangely convinced. He put on his tabi socks on the edge and began to walk slowly toward me. He already had a wooden sword in his hand, and he seemed to be full of enthusiasm. I looked over to the edge and saw that my father was lying on the ground with his shoulders slumped. Rubens winked at me with a smile as usual and turned his thumb 180 degrees as he turned his eyes toward the prince. I want to tell him not to boom the prince of another country so proudly. Then Diana made Rubens lower his hand and shake his head. Yes, you can't boom the prince of another country, can you? As I was thinking that, Diana also smiled and stuck out her right hand thumb in a goofy upward motion. Then, As she brings it to the left front of her own neck, she gives a little quick lift to her chin. She looked up and moved the thumb sticking out in front of her neck from left to right with a swoosh as she stared at the prince's back. As she does so, she also remembers to turn her face slightly to the left. Her face is smiling, but what she is doing is the least terrible thing I have ever seen her do. I would like to believe that no one saw it because the movement was only for a moment. I sighed as I saw their smiles. Lassis's temples twitched at the sight, and his face turned grim and full of disgust as he spat out, "You've got a lot of time on your hands, but I'm not going to be as reasonable as I was a moment ago." Cryptic? Is that what you and Elias were talking about earlier? It's no fishy part. I thought I had explained the advantages in marriage in a logical manner. Of course there is a bit of bluffing, but it would be acceptable. Otherwise, Elias would not be interested. Father would have stopped it. Or he would just dismiss it as a quibble. Then I remembered Zach's words. He was a brilliant man, but as a result of his infatuation of Norris, his words and actions were inconsistent as a prince. I am not sure of the precise wording, but I am sure this is what he meant. Furthermore, I realized at that time that I was not the only one. "Zach, you knew that, didn't you? So I need break the prince's heart. A request from the royal family." He said heavy words like that. In other words, I had intended to bring Zach in, but instead, he danced with me and used me to his advantage. I couldn't help but laugh. Who the hell is Zach? I would like to ask him next time. I'd like to ask him, though I'm sure I'd get a lot of flack for it. "Hey, what are you grinning about?" "No, I'm just having a little reminiscent laugh." "I don't like it." "Oh, he swears a lot. I'm the son of a nobleman, too." "What is it that has clouded his vision so much?" "Well, I'll give it all I can." Then, Elias, perhaps judging that I and the prince were ready, spoke up. "Now then, we will have a match between Mr. Ridd and Lassis. The rules are that either one of you must admit defeat, or one of you cannot continue the match." When I heard the rules, something flashed into my mind, and I raised my hand and shouted, "Your Majesty Elias, I would like to add one more thing to that rule." "What is?" The question drew suspicious looks and attention from those around me, but I continued without paying attention. "I would like to ask that only His Majesty Elias be the one to judge that the match is impossible to continue." "I don't mind that much, but do you think I'm being benevolent?" "No, it is a match. We don't want anyone but His Majesty Elias to get in way." I said that and then glanced at Norris. Elias seemed to notice my intention and replied with a smile. "Very well. Either one of you will admit defeat. I will not stop the match until I make a decision." "Is that all right?" "Yes." "Thank you very much." Watching the exchange between Elias and me, Lassis said to me with an expression filled with disgust as ever, "Father maybe favor nobles, but he is not a man of mercy. You have already lost when you stood here. At best, you'll go back to the Magnolia Lands with your tail between your legs. And your mother has been ill for a long time, hasn't she? Wouldn't you rather be sucking on your mother's tit than holding a sword?" Hearing Lassis' words, I feel something inside me begin to snap. Perhaps Norris sent him. I'm not sure if he was told to provoke me. I don't care about it. But I will never forgive him for insulting my mother, who is still fighting desperately with ill. I ignored Lassis and shouted out to Elias, "Please give me the signal to begin, Your Majesty Elias." "Very well. Then, let the match begin." Section. He gave the signal for the match to begin. Norris chuckled when he heard the signal to begin the match. The first meeting, Ridd's presence was a miscalculation. However, he did succeed in getting Lassis and Lid to fight in a public match. Lassis is no match for Reincarnated boys in his age group. On the contrary, he already possesses swordsmanship that rivals that of an adult. He imprinted on Lassis to make him hate the Ridd. He will surely traumatize Ridd so much that Ridd will never want to have anything to do with Reincarnated again. Then they can blow it up domestically and internationally that Ridd is not worthy of being a Farah's marriage partner. Even though they vassal state, they should not be able to completely ignore the opinions coming from Reincarnated. If this happens, the marriage between the princess and the royal family will be closer, even if only a little. The first thing to do is to turn 0 into 1. Norris thought his plan was going well, and with a smile, he looked at Lassis and muttered, "You'll get along just fine. won't you? Oh, you silly prince. Chapter 59. When Lassus heard the signal to begin, he sniffed. HMPH. Now, if you admit defeat, it won't hurt, will it? Such an unnecessary worry. Or is the prince's blade nothing more than a figure of speech? Rid held his wooden sword straight up to his eyes and looked at Lassus. Don't you understand that I am telling you this in good faith? That's what I call being all talk. Lassus rushed at Rid with his sword in the upstage position. Then, as soon as he got in between, he swung the wooden sword sharply straight down at his. At that moment, however, his back hit the ground as his world spun around. Lassus did not know what had happened to him, but when he came to, he found Rid standing next to him, slowly placing the tip of his wooden sword against his neck and muttering, "The prince is still all talk, isn't he?" The nobles watching on the edge were taken aback by Rid's move. When Lassus charged at Rid with his wooden sword in the upper position, the nobles of Rematch had no doubt that the prince would win. However, Rid saw through the prince's swordsmanship, entered his bosom, and used a throwing move to lay him down on the ground. He even went so far as to soften the impact of hitting the ground. Then, as if to finish him off, Rid put the tip of his wooden sword to his neck. "It can't beat him any time, right? I'm going easy on you, am I?" he reminded his mother, not with words, but with his strength. His mother, lesurely, clamped her hand over her mouth and looked like she wanted to take care of her son right away, but the king and his aides prevented her from doing so. Raina is sighing with a stern expression on his face. Rubens and Diana had big smiles on their faces. Rid moved the tip of his wooden sword slowly to the center of Lassus' face. "Are we done?" "Goo. Ha, don't be a fool." Lassus understood belatedly that she had been thrown off and stood up with the wooden sword and took a step away. Rid just watches the scene in silence. As if to calm himself down, Lassus muttered, "I just let my guard down. I won't let my guard down next time." With the wooden sword also held in his right eye, he approached Rid slowly this time. Rid is no longer prepared, but because of what just happened, Lassus can't even jump into the Rid in that state. Rid let out a sigh of disgust at this situation, and while holding the wooden sword in his right hand, he held out his left hand to Lassus and provoked him with a QE with his hand. "You're making a fool out of me." As one would expect, Lassus was also ticked off by the situation and attacked Rid. He raises his wooden sword and swings it straight down. The wooden swords collided with each other this time, and the sound of dry wood echoed around the area. "Okay, I can do the rest by force." Lassus thought that he could push Lido because of their age and size difference. However, Rid was able to counterattack and knock Lassus out of his stance. His body was broken by the force of the attack, and Rid's voice was overflowing with surprise. Rid then went on to lead into a throwing move and throw Lassus away. Thrown to the ground again, Lassus collapsed in a slump. The first time, he tried to get up quickly, but this time he was hit on the cheek with the tip of Rid's wooden sword. "See? I knew you were all talk, didn't I?" The voice of Rid is devoid of any emotion. The only thing he does is to tell the truth in a cold and simple way. The difference in the power of the two is huge. Their difference in ability makes him shudder, and he is about to say a word as soon as he can. Rid noticed this and put his face close to Lassus's ear and whispered to him, "You must be a proud prince of Rematch, but that is a countryman of Magnolia. Have you no pride as prince? Have you no pride as a prince? Are you not ashamed to make small tricks with wooden sword that I was supposed to receive, and to change into practice attire only for yourself? Are you going to disgrace your father, your mother, and your family? Stand up. I will never forgive you for your actions." Hearing Rid's words, Lassus realized, "What a foolish thing I have done. I want to be a king like my father. I wanted to be a great person as well. But what about the person I am now? I am disgrace person for our country." Lassus muttered many times in his heart. Then he ducked down from slump and glared at Lid. "I won't accept. I will definitely defeat you in." The stagnation disappeared a little from Lassus's eyes. Lid's emotion returned a little. "As usual, you're still all talk." Lassus brushes aside Rid's wooden sword with his hand and runs to a lying wooden sword, which he picks up and holds in his hand. This time, he doesn't shiver. He then confronted Rid. Section How many times have he been thrown off and had the tip of his sword pointed at a vital point? Lasses have not yet been able to land a single blow on Rid. In fact, his own strength was starting to fail him. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? The prince is all talk, isn't he? Rid is still unarmed. He's just lightly holding a wooden sword in his right hand. Damn. You monster! Lasses shouted and attacked Lido, but as soon as he swings the wooden sword at Rid, the world spins around, and then his back hit the ground again. Gah! Then, the tip of Lido's wooden sword hits him in the back of the neck. He was in the middle of a shit. Haha, you really are all talk. Rid had more guts than Lasses thought. I'm not sure what to expect. It's time for you to admit defeat. I don't accept it. I won't accept it. Rid felt sorry for himself. Perhaps he too had been too much in a fit of anger. As a result, he felt he had become stubborn. Then the next move was to make. Lasses, I have one last question for you, Rid asked, while holding the tip of his wooden sword against Lassis's neck. Was it your intention to call my mother sickly and weak? Or did someone put you up to it? He did not expect what I asked, and his face turned grim with a huff. Was it him, after all? He asked him again. Prince, please tell me. Then, Lasses muttered as if he had given up. I was the one who decided to have the last word. But I got the information that your mother is sickly from someone. Norris, is it? He didn't expect to hear his name from me. Lasses looked astonished. Children are easy to figure out. I understood. Norris, you are my enemy. Well, that's that. I want to end this match. So Rid made a proposal to the prince. Will you admit defeat, prince? If not, it will be the worst thing that could happen to you. I'll never admit defeat. I think your spirit is great, but let me tell you that sometimes when you are stubborn, it can choke you. I let out a small sigh and quickly raised my hand. Lasses was looking at me with a blank expression on his face. Then, I said in a high voice, everyone, I've defeated. What the heck is this? Lasses was staring at me with a look of anger and surprise on his face. Chapter 60. Now, why do you think Mr. Rid lost? I raised my hand and admitted defeat, which caused groans from the nobles who were watching the match. On the edge of the room, Lasses was angry, saying, I won't admit it. This is how this ends. But sometimes it is necessary to admit the difference in ability and back down. If he continued, it would only end in his self-complacency. Besides, there is also the issue of conversion, which Zack and I talked about. I feel like I've touched him a little, but it's still not enough. We are now in the palace, where we were first shown around. There are no other members of the royal family here. It is just me, Lasses, King Elias, Queen Liesel, and my father. The two of us are standing side by side in front of Elias, kneeling on one knee and hanging our heads. My father is standing beside me, but he looks more tired than strict today. I wonder what I should say to the king. I pondered, and then spoke slowly. I think His Majesty Elias will understand that best. I would love to hear what you thought of the match between Prince Lasses and me. Gook. Lasses sounded frustrated. It's a complete defeat for Lasses. At first it was good how he fought without giving up, but from the middle of the fight, he was just being stubborn and not wanting to lose. I am sure that Mr. Rid must have advised him to admit defeat several times. What do you think, Lasses? Didn't Rid himself tell you that? Elias's point of view pierced Lasses's heart sharply. It was certainly a challenge at first. But from the middle, he just didn't want to admit defeat. He knew that Rid was not going to attack him in a fatal way. Everyone here probably knew that. Lasses understood, and with a small tremor in his body, he looked up and replied to Elias. Further is right, Rid. I knew I couldn't beat you, and at first I was challenging you. But from the middle of the fight, I was fighting to protect my pride. Mr. Rid was holding back, and I think I was taking advantage of that. Without realizing it, when he finished, Lasses bowed his head without effort. You were a little more intelligent. Why did you become so stubborn? Yes, you used to listen to other people's opinions more. What is the problem with you suddenly saying before a match that you are going to challenge yourself, and then making Mr. Rid wait, only to challenge him yourself in your training gear? As if following Elias's words, Queen Liesel also seemed to be concerned about Lassus and spoke up unintentionally. I see. The reason why Queen Liesel was struggling before the match was because Lassus suddenly came forward to be my opponent. I was convinced, recalling the scene before the match. But then, the queen would not know that her son was under the influence of Norris. And I guess she didn't order Lassus either. He just remained downcast and silent at his parent words. I wondered if he intended to remain silent. Then Elias turned his sharp eyes on me and asked me a question. But why did you fight like that, Mr. Rid? With your ability, it should have been easy for you to knock Lassus out. But, depending on how you look at it, it was as if you were trying to teach him a lesson. What was your intention? Liesel rolled her eyes at Elias' words. Father just shook his head. Lassus looks as if he is biting a bitter bug. Perhaps he knows why, but he is not going to tell that. If that is the case, I will teach him that a child's misbehavior is a parent's misbehavior. I looked at Elias's face and said, I am presumptuous, but may I ask you to dismiss the people off? Please excuse my father as well. I, His Majesty Elias, Prince Lassus, and Queen Liesel have something to discuss alone. Further stood up quickly after hearing my words, approached me, and whispered quietly in my ear. If you are going to do something, do it thoroughly. He then opened the sliding door and walked out of the room. I wondered if my father knew something about this. While I was thinking about this, Elias called for the soldiers and ordered them to dispossess the people. This way, no one would disturb us. Is this all right with you? Now let's hear your reasons. Before I said anything myself, I dared to give Lassus one last chance to be silent. I looked at him with a sideways glance and saw that he was biting his lower lip and trembling. A few seconds of silence passed, but Lassus could not say a word. There was vibe that he was trying to say something, but in the end, he bit his lower lip and kept silent. You know that, don't you? At this time, I could see Lassus as a child of his age, and I felt disgust for Norris, who had played with his heart. However, for his future, I think I should be a devil for now. I will tell you. He said a certain thing to me before the match started. A thing? The atmosphere of Elias changed. He became more intimidating as a king, or should I say dignified, and the atmosphere of the room also became stern. I was not intimidated by this sense and spoke up. Yes, Prince Lassus said to me, you are going back to the land of Magnolia with your tail between your legs. As I said his words, Elias' brow wrinkled and Queen Liesel rolled her eyes. Prince Lassus just turned over and shivered. I continued. I understood that what he just told was still an argument between children, but what the prince said next could not be overlooked. What did Lassus say? Question mark. Surprisingly, it was Queen Liesel who wanted to hear my words. She has eyes that love her own children. It was same look that my mother. The atmosphere in Liesel makes me feel a sense of bitterness, but as my father said, it should be thoroughly rather than half-heartedly. I would not relent. I will tell you what Prince Lassus said to me. I heard that your mother has been ill for a long time. Can you even hold a sword if your mother is too sickly to cure even one of her illnesses? Wouldn't you rather be sucking on your mother's tit than holding a sword? He said to me this. After hearing my words, the queen looked astonished and began to sob and shed tears. Elias did not lose his composure after hearing my words. He looked at Lassus and asked gravely, Lassus, is it true what Mr. Rid just now said? At Elias's question, Lassus remained silent and turned his head down, but that only made the other party angry by putting him on the spot. When they saw that, Liesel and Elias understood that what I said was true. Then Elias spoke up. You are a prince of this country, and I have already taught you that you must be responsible for your words and actions. How dared you to insult nobles of neighborhood country that also being our ally? The shout was so loud that it probably echoed throughout the palace. I wondered what was the point of me calmly dismissing him. Even so, Lassus was silent. What is it about him that makes him so silent? But his attitude further angered Elias, just as he had done earlier. Well, if you can't even speak, then I see you don't want to have that head of yours. Elias said this and picked up what appeared to be a sword, or rather a blade, that was displayed behind where he was sitting. He then looked up and opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, but everything Rid said is true." "Then why did you say such a nasty thing to him?" The queen, Liesel, hid her face and sobbed. Lasses, with the edge of his sword in front of his face, looked Elias in the eye and began to speak. "Father, Farah is only 6 years old. You should not allow such a young child to marry. Even if you do, she should be married to a Magnolian prince. That is the way for Reinut's future and her happiness." The words that Lasses said were that of Norris. I think that prince was so enamored with Norris that he might have anticipated that this would happen. Perhaps, Elias also seemed to have realized this by what he just said. However, his position as king would not allow him to forgive Lasses. "You are royalty, not a conner, and you should be a cog in the wheel that turns the country around. The royal family is the highest rank in Magnolia. If you are a princess, you should take that position." However, when Elias heard her words, he shook his head and then spat. "The Magnolia Empire is larger and more powerful than our own country. You feel sorry for Farah, but for the sake of power, you want to send her to a world where she will have to become a cog in the machine of evil, even more than Reinut. Marrying into the royal family of the Magnolia Empire is the only way to make my sister happy. It's not for you to decide. Moreover, your words have no any proof for it. Anyway, your behavior is disgrace for the country." I guess that when Elias pointed this out to Lasses, he realized the contradiction, that he was saying he was doing it for his sister's sake, but the result was linked to his lust for power. At that moment, Lasses began to cry and truly realized her own foolishness. Then, turning his posture toward me while avoiding Elias's sword, he apologized to me while putting his head on the tatami mat. He was on his knees. "I am very sorry, Mr. Rid. I was shallow. I was led around by the words of others, and I spoke words to you that I should not have said to you. I am truly sorry for my actions." I was stunned by the scene, but Lasses' words of apology brought me back to reality for a moment. "No, you don't have to go that far." I tried to speak softly to Lasses, who was on knees in front of, was interrupted by the king. "You no need apologies anymore." "Yes, I am aware of that." I was again taken aback by the two, who proceeded to talk without listening to my words. "What are they going to do?" I looked at Lasses with doubtful eyes. He then gently said to me, "I am sure that you will make my sister happy. Please take good care of her." "Are? Sure," I replied, surprised at the sudden kindness of Lasses. Then he smiled and straightened his posture, sitting upright on the spot. Then he meditated, and there was an atmosphere of readiness in the air. "Father, I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you." "Fool, you!" Elias stands beside Lasses, holding his sword in the upper position. "Oh no. This is it. This is the kind of seppuku seen in historical dramas." I tried to speak out as quickly as I could, but Queen Liesel was the first to cling to Elias' leg. "Your Majesty Elias, Lasses is still a child, and it is natural for him to make mistakes, so please have mercy on him." Queen Liesel, as she lays out her words, gets down on her knees between them as if to protect Lasses, desperately trying to stop Elias. Lasses burst into tears and sobs at the sight of Mother. Then, in a trembling voice, he said to Liesel, "Mother, it is good. I have done that much, and I must be punished for it." Lasses, determined, Lasses embraces his mother, Liesel. The two then shed tears for each other, and the atmosphere was that of a parting for life. After that, Lasses looked at Elias and said, "Father, I have one last request." "Huh? Please take care of Mother. I sincerely ask that you cherish her as much as you do Lady Elshia." Hearing Liesel's words, Liesel could not hide her astonishment and began to sob and cry again. Elias understood everything. Then, abhorrently, he muttered, "That old cunning," in a small voice, and turned to Lasses and said, "Both Liesel and Elshia are my dear wives. I have never once inclined toward either of them." "Son, you have been made to dance on Plum of that nasty men." Lasses must have also sensed this from Elias' words, but his face was cool, perhaps because he was prepared for death, and he replied gently to Elias's words. "But even if that were the case, it would not make up for what I have done. That's the spirit. Now, accept your punishment." Elias raised his sword and began to concentrate. Lasses is ready and straightens her posture. Liesel is sobbing, crouching down and crying. Right now, the time of absolution was about to come for Lasses. At that moment, having been swept up in the atmosphere of the Shirahama, I had an epiphany. No, this is not what I thought the situation would be like. I shouted as loudly as I could. I don't want Prince Lasses to be punished in such a way. At my words, Elias, Lasses, and Liesel stopped moving. I hastily spun my words as I thought about what I should do to fix the situation. The reason I fought with Prince Lasses like that in the first place was to get him to repent, and I was never seeking this kind of punishment. In other words, he would be my brother-in-law if I were to be related to him. I don't want to lose such a person because of something like this. Hearing my words, the mood of all three of them changed a little. I continued. Besides, only I and everyone present here know about the exchange between me and Lasses. That is why I asked others to leave the room. I could see a little hesitation in Elias's expression when he heard my words. I continued to press the point. Yes, that's right. I would like to ask you for a few things on the condition that this matter be set aside. After hearing them, can we decide on the punishment for Lasses? For my part, I value our future connection more than the death of my future brother-in-law. Elias grins as he hears my words. Then, sheathing his sword, he returned to the place where he had first been and sat down on a chair. Very well, let me tell you my terms. Good. Perhaps Elias was also looking for a place to settle the matter. Or perhaps he was waiting for me to say something? No way. I pondered for a moment and then said my conditions. 1. I want you to allow me to marry the Princess Farah. 2. The support of the business establishment. 3. The guilt of Lasses be dropped. At any rate, these were the things I could think of at the moment. In fact, there is nothing I want from Renote at this point. However, it would be a good idea to solve the current problem. When Elias heard my conditions, he looked doubtful. The other two looked shocked. I was particularly impressed by the fact that Queen Liesel was crying when I told condition 3. Then Elias looked at me and said, "You mean the Christie Trading Company, which has become famous in the Bardia territory?" Yes, that's right. The business flow will surely lead to mutual development. However, I have heard that Renote has some difficulties with newcomer merchants, so I would like to ask His Majesty Elias to support them. Elias nodded and turned his sharp eyes on me. I understand. I will let you take care of the business. Next time, bring the representative of the trade company to me. Thank you, Your Majesty. I bowed and thanked him. The next question was posed by Elias. What is your intention in not accusing Lasses of any offense? I just don't want to lose someone who could be my brother-in-law. Besides, he was under bad influence. It is clear from your exchange earlier that Lasses is intelligent. I mean this. Lasses is the capture target of the game and I can't lose him in the first place. But I am sure he is brilliant himself. If he is not caught up in his own assumptions. What do you think, Lasses? After getting down on his knees to me in the previous exchange, Lasses has been sitting on his knees on the tatami mat. Then, turning his body toward Elias without changing his posture, Lasses said slowly, "Yes, I am deeply touched that you have granted me such a pardon for such a mistake. I am no match for you not only in swordsmanship, but also in thoughtfulness and human magnitude. If you give me the opportunity, I would like to start all over again." Elias looks at Lasses differently than he has before, in terms of what he said and how he said it. The possession seems to have finally dropped off. If you are the man you are now, you should be fine now. Father, I'm sure you'll be fine now. I will not ask any questions about this matter. But of course, you must not talk about it. Is that clear? Hearing these words, the three of us except for Elias, including myself, bowed and expressed our will. I am not going to tell anyone about this. Now then, regarding the marriage with my daughter, are these conditions acceptable to you, Mr. Id? Yes, I do. If His Majesty Elias, Queen Liesel, and Prince Lasses approve, I think this marriage is as good as sealed. I said a few words to His Majesty Elias, who seemed to be somewhat unsettled after hearing my words. Your Majesty Elias, may I ask you a question? Yes, it's all right, I won't mind. I approached His Majesty Elias and said certain words in his ear. Then, His Majesty Elias's eyes rolled back in his head and his stern expression fell away and he began to laugh hysterically. Lasses and Queen Liesel, who were watching the situation, were taken aback. Elias said as his laughter calmed down. "Kukuk, I see. I suppose so then. Well, I approve of your marriage to my daughter, but I can't announce it right now. This, too, shall be for those present only." I bowed to Elias's words to indicate my intention, but I told him that I only wanted to tell my father and received his approval. With this, the preliminaries were over. I thought so. However, when I went outside after our conversation, I found Princess Farah and the girl guarding us waiting for me. Then, facing the two of them, Princess Farah said to me and His Majesty Elias, "Master Id, could you please have a match with my escort, Asuna Lamarck?" "Huh? It seems that my fights in Renote was not over yet." Chapter 61. What a surprise! Is the son of the frontier count a monster? Norris was shocked as soon as he saw the match between Rid and Lassis. Lassis is not weak as a swordsman. He has the skills to beat even an adult, but the child Rid didn't even put up a fight. He handled the fight as if he were a grown man comforting a child, or even a baby. This was possible because of the overwhelming difference in their abilities. And Rid is younger than Lassis, and yet, he has that much ability. If the cracked wooden sword that had been prepared just in case had gone over Rid, no, it still wouldn't have changed the outcome. But regardless, it was an abominable maid. Just remembering it makes him angry. Norris himself went out of his way to take the wooden sword with the soldier, telling him to give it to the maid and gave it to her. The maid then traced the handle from the tip of the wooden sword she received with her hand with her palm and made a grim face. "What is this? Do you intend to be disrespectful to my master?" "What are you talking about? It is rude of you to speak to me like that out of the blue." The maid's words were blunt, but when she heard Norris' comment, she gripped both ends of the wooden sword with her left and right hands and began to exert pressure on them. Then, the center of the wooden sword gradually warped upward. Norris and the soldiers were stunned by what the maid had done. The cracked wooden sword could not bear the warping of the center and broke off in the middle. Norris couldn't help but yell at the broken wooden sword. The maid pushed the broken wooden sword to the soldier and said to Norris with sharp eyes and anger in her voice, "Do you intend to give my master a wooden sword with a crack that can be broken by the strength of the thin arms of a weak maid like me? What part of that deed is not disrespectful?" The maid's words caused Norris's face to grow stern, but he remained calm and returned the words. "I'm sorry about. It seems there has been a mistake. I'll get you another one right away." "No, that will not be necessary." "May I be so bold as to allow me to select a wooden sword for his use?" "What a cocky maid you are. In a frontier count's house, they can't even educate their maids." Norris was secretly angry, but as expected, he didn't show it on his face and replied bitterly, "I understand." Norris instructed the soldier to show the maid the way. Then the soldier accompanying the maid told her that among the many wooden swords the maid had the best one in her hand. Norris no longer believed that the outcome of the match would depend on whether the wooden sword was good or bad. However, in Norris' mind, this incident was enough to raise his disgust for the Bardia family. As he recalled the incident with the maid, he heard a voice from outside that would have thrown the prince off again. "Yes, I don't care about the maid. I have to do something about this situation." Norris pondered. Originally, Lassis had intended to cause Rid to feel hatred toward Reincarnated, thereby preventing the marriage negotiations. But that was no longer possible. When he thought about next move, he suddenly remembered the shadows. They might be able to do something. Norris suddenly disappeared from the group of the nobles who were presented during the match. Then, in a hidden place, Norris made a signal with his hand and muttered quietly, "Hey, I know you're there, come on out." As if responding to the signal and the voice, eyes and a mouth appeared in Norris's shadow, and an eerie physiognomy appeared. The shadow looked at Norris and muttered in a low voice, "What is it about, that makes you call me, in a place like this, a very crowded place? Forgive me, things are becoming more and more serious." Norris then explained the situation to the shadow and asked if he had any good ideas. Then the eyes of the shadow's physiognomy narrowed and an air of disgust came over them. "Huh. You can't solve a problem of this level, The shadowy figure said, "It appears that I have been buying into your position too much." "That's not true, the plan for that was going well. But that son of a frontier count is a monster." Norris defended himself desperately. Certainly, it would have been a miscalculation on Norris's part that the presence of Rid was non-standard. The shadow that was watching him slowly opened his mouth. "I see. Then you're going to spread the issue of what the son of the frontier count is currently doing to the prince within the nobility." "What do you mean?" The shadowy physiognomist's eyes grew stern and his tone a little harder at Norris's question. "Prince Lassus has a strong and rebellious character. Considering the influence you have had on him, he will not admit defeat." Norris looked thoughtful upon hearing the shadow's words and then huffed. "And King Elias doesn't seem to be stopping them, does he? If so, then Prince is going to be hurt for a long time by the son of the Count of the Frontier. Now all that's left is for you to use your good at blowing the whistle." When the shadow finished, he disappeared with a swoosh. The remaining Norris grinned and went back to where the nobles were gathered. "Yes, why didn't I notice? Rid's intentions are unknown, but he probably doesn't intend to stun Lassus. And the king won't stop him." This means that Rid could have one-sidedly hurt the Prince of Reincarnated. The son of a frontier count is a cruel and rapacious man. He could tell the whole country that the son of a frontier count was cruel and rapacious, and that he had a villainous disposition. Returning to the edge where he could watch the match, Norris immediately gathered the influential members of his faction in secret. "And the son of the frontier count enjoys hurting Prince Lassus with his overwhelming superiority. He is lecherous and cruel. He has a diabolical temperament." When he told them that the match now taking place in front of them was more proof than argument, he said to them, "Call on those who are neutral in the matter of this marriage, but do not let the king or queen know." Those in Norris's faction grinned and dispersed. Almost all of the country's leading royal families had gathered for this meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to find out if the son of a frontier count was suitable for the princess or not. The nobles are divided into 3 groups: those in favor of the marriage, those who are neutral, in favor, and those who are opposed. The neutral group is basically in favor of the marriage, but they want to make a decision after seeing the son of the Count of the Frontier. They, too, do not feel good about their country's prince being hurt for any reason. Everyone sees what they want to see and believes what they want to believe. It doesn't matter what the truth is about the content and outcome of their match. The prince of their own country and the son of a frontier count of another country. If it comes down to who they believe in, they all believe in the prince. Norris, who remained there, had a nasty smile on his face. Section. Princess Farah and her escort Asuna were transfixed by the match between Lassus and Rid. "I can't believe that my brother can't even make a move." "The two are not the only ones who have been in the same predicament," Farah asked Asuna, who was guarding her next to her. "Asuna, as a swordsman, how do you view the strength of Master Rid?" "If I had to sum it up in one word, it would be monster." "I'd love to hear what kind of training is needed to become that strong at that age." The girl who is guarding Farah, Asuna, was famous as a genius swordsman in Reincarnated from a younger age than she is now. Hearing these words, Farah felt pained at the sight of her brother being torn to pieces and muttered sadly, "Why did Master Rid force my brother to go through such a thing? With such a difference in ability, I think it would be possible to end the match quickly." The match between the two looked a little strange even to Farah, who is an amateur in the martial arts. The older brother stood his ground, and Rid lightly brushed him off. Rid then puts the tip of his wooden sword to the vital point. It was as if he was showing an overwhelming difference in ability to those who were watching. As if in answer to Farah's question, Asun replied in a haughty tone, "I think that Master Rid is not thinking of victory or defeat." "What do you mean?" "As you can see, the difference in ability between the two is more obvious than you can see. However, in order to show his own ability in the public match, Master Rid could not afford to lose poorly." Farah pondered after hearing Asuna's words. The reason for the start of the match was recalled. As she recalled, it was held to find out how good Rid was. Besides, in his position as the son of a frontier count, he would not be able to lose badly. Asuna continued her explanation after seeing Farah's thoughtful look. "But he cannot treat Prince Lassus with impunity and win. If that is the case, We have to show Prince Lucis and the people around him the overwhelming difference in strength and make him admit defeat, or we have no choice but to wait for the king's judgment. I don't know what Master Rid's true intentions are, but I don't think it's too far-fetched." Hearing her explanation, Farah looked a little relieved. "Thank goodness that Master Rid is not doing this with bad intentions toward my brother." "Yes, that is correct. There is nothing evil in Master Rid's movements. Rather, I have the impression that he is trying to teach or exhort him something. I don't know what his true intentions are." "Yes." Farah, who heard Asuna's explanation, seemed convinced, but watched their match with worried look. In contrast, Asuna observed Rid's movements and was inwardly astonished. "I can't believe that at that age he is already familiar with the use of physical enhancements." Asuna does not flaunt her abilities or talents. However, he was aware that she was superior to others. Even she couldn't move like that when she was Rid's age. That meant that he had met a swordsman who had more talent than she did. Prince Lucis certainly had talent, too, but it was nowhere near as good as his. Asuna never skipped swordsmanship training. She had never enhanced anyone with her superior talent. But with him, with Rid, she might be able to learn something. Absolutely. This was also the intuition of a swordsman who was said to be a genius. She also wanted to see if she could match Rid, the son of a frontier count, with whom Farah was originally going to marry. Would it be possible to somehow arrange a meeting with him? Just as she was thinking about this, Farah called out to her, "Hey, Asuna, why doesn't my brother admit defeat despite the difference in their abilities?" It was indeed strange. If there was such a big difference in abilities, he would normally admit defeat. But Lucis didn't do that. "I'm afraid I don't know that either. Perhaps Prince Lucis has an agenda, but even after some time passed since then, Lucis did not admit defeat. And Elias did not stop then too. As a result, Rid raised his hands in front of Lucis and said in a high voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have lost this fight." At that moment, Farah and Asun rolled their eyes in surprise at Rid's action. Chapter 62. The match ended unexpectedly. Elias, Liesel, Raina, and the two parties involved went into the back room to discuss the details of the match. Farah and Asuna were told to rest in another room until the discussion was over, so they moved from the spectators' seats to another room. At first, Elshia moved with them, but a soft-spoken, soft-feeling Hua family man stopped only Elshia. She told him to go ahead, so they went straight to the other room where they were now resting. In the middle of the room, Farah suddenly muttered worriedly, "I wonder if my brother and Master Rid are all right. There were no injuries or anything like that, so I think that's okay. It's just a matter of, what's the matter?" Asuna asked, looking a bit dismayed as she responded to Farah's question. Who was the princess rooting for, Prince or Master Rid? After all, Prince Lucis? Farah was surprised by her unexpected question and replied with a slightly red face, "It is both of them. They are both very important people." "I see. So you already know that Master Rid is also very important to the young lady?" "No, that's not what I meant." Asuna was laughing happily when she saw Farah's reddened face. In contrast, Farah is reddening and angrily denying it. But seeing Farah's ears moving up and down, Asuna was sure that she was right. Farah has more than a little fondness towards Rid. Dark elves' ears move sometimes, depending on their emotions. This varies from person to person, so not everyone can move. However, Farah was the type of dark elf whose emotions were more likely to show up on her ears. Of course, if she is aware, she can suppress the movement of her ears. But in other words, if she is not aware, they move. If the ears move up and down, it means joy, happiness, favor, love, and so on. If this were an ordinary dark elf, she would have a reputation for being cute. But she is royalty and will be living in the underground world from now on. The fact that her emotions are easily conveyed would be a weakness. Perhaps that is why Elsia is giving her an unusually strict education. Asuna was thinking about this while teasing Farah and laughing. On the other hand, Farah, who was teased, puffed out her cheeks and was in a bad mood. Then the sliding door was opened quickly and Elsia came into the room. The two in the room immediately turned to Elsia and bowed. Elsia, seeing them, said to them coldly as usual, Go ask His Majesty Elias how long they are going to discuss the matter. If he says anything, tell him you received instructions from me. Is that clear? Yes, Your Highness. Hearing Elshia's words, Farah and Asuna stood up and left the room. At that moment, Elshia called out to Farah's back. Farah, if you have something to say to His Majesty Elias, please say it clearly. Yes, what is it, Mother? This is the first time she was told to express her opinion. Farah tilted her head, not understanding Elshia's intention, but she was told to go quickly, so she bowed and left. The two of them then heard talking on their way to the room where Elias was. Then Asuna stepped forward to cover for Farah. What's going on? Lady Farah, I don't know what the real reason is, but there is a killing intent directed towards us. Understand? Asuna, while protecting Farah, looked in the direction of the voice. There, the dark elf man who had just stopped Elshia was looking at her. The two seemed to be talking about something. What's wrong? No, I must have imagined it. It seemed that the man who was sending the killing intent was the one who was looking at them. Asuna decided to listen in on the situation. She also gave Farah a look over to let her know what was going on. She shook her head at the appear. So, which side are you on? Master Norris or His Majesty Elias? Apparently, the two men were talking about the factional conflict in this marriage. One man looked a little older than the other, and the other was a slender man. Then, the thin man spoke up, seemingly uninterested. I can't say yet. In any case, there is no change that our princess will marry into the royal family. I honestly don't care whether it's the royal family or a frontier count. You are shallow. The narrow-eyed man looked exasperated at being called shallow. What do you mean? You've seen the match, the son of a frontier count. Did you say? Do you not think that, despite the tremendous difference in their abilities, Rid has hurt our princes, and has shamelessly displayed his power to us? The narrow-eyed man, who found the words of the man somewhat persuasive, thought about it and muttered. I suppose, if you look at it from a different perspective, that may be so. That's not all. The son of a frontier count is both arbitrary and cruel. It means he has a diabolical temperament. The narrow-eyed man became even more thoughtful. The son of a frontier count was certainly cruel in a way, showing the overwhelming difference in his abilities. Isn't too much to ask? When he heard the words of the man with the narrow eyes, the man explained in a strong and confident voice, No, that's not true. The proof is in the match we just had. What if he marries the Princess Farah and succeeds to the title of Frontier Count on the border with our country? We cannot deny the possibility that the princess would be taken hostage and we would be at his mercy. Wouldn't the royal family be better than the son of a frontier count with a strange temperament? The narrow-eyed man thought there was some part of what he was saying that he could agree with. You might have a point. Wouldn't you agree? The reason why Master Norris is trying to promote marriage with the royal family is because he is concerned about the future. It is not a desire for power. I would very much appreciate your help. I understand. Let's hear what Master Norris has to say. That would be a pleasure. Then, please follow me. With that, the two men left. I see you've already been though so much I am sorry, Princess. No, I'm fine. More than that, I'm very sorry that Master Rid said that. Farah lowered her ears, her body trembling, and sadly replied, she understands her position, but it was a little sad and heartbreaking to be suddenly told by a third party, albeit accidentally, that she could choose either way regarding her own marriage. She put her hand on her chest to suppress the pain and took a slow, deep breath to calm herself down. Then, as she felt calmer, she vividly recalled their conversation. Is Master Norris trying to use my brother and Master Rid to get me to marry into the royal family? Farah unintentionally uttered her thoughts. Asuna, who was looking at Farah with a worried expression, also huffed and thought back to the conversation the men had just had and replied. I see that, from the conversation, it seems that the princess should be married to the royal family. From the content of the conversation, it seems that they are blabbing about how Master Rid has hurt Prince Lassus. As a swordsman, Asuna was disgusted by what Norris was doing. It is true that Prince Lassus did not immediately admit defeat, but how much courage do they think it takes to continue to challenge an opponent who is superior to them? What they are doing is not only humiliating Rid, but also indirectly humiliating Lassus. The act Norris is committing is nothing but selfish ill will. As Asuna looked grim, Farah muttered quietly, "I wonder if we can do something for the honor of my brother and Master Rid." Yes, the two sorted out the situation as they recalled the men's conversation. The first thing is that Norris and his men claim that Master Rid hurt Prince Lassus. "We need to break this rumor," Asuna explained to Farah as she organized the conversation. She nodded at Asuna's words and asked a question. "Why don't you explain that to my brother? Wouldn't that solve the problem? What do you think?" Asuna thought about Farah's words and shook her head before answering. "I think it's probably not good enough. I think it would be fine if it was before the story came out, but now that the story has already spread, it leaves a bad impression on the martial arts of Master Rid. Besides, there is a possibility that Norris will say that Prince Lassus is just being told and that he is just looking out for other countries. In other words, in addition to your brother's attestation, we need to get rid of the bad impression of Master Rid." Asuna nodded at Farah's muttered words. At that moment, a flash of insight occurred to Farah. "Asuna, do you think you could have a serious public match with Rid-sama?" "What?" Asuna was taken aback by Farah's words, but when she heard the reason, she couldn't help but laugh. The strategy she came up with was a pleasant surprise. The first thing to do is to have her older brother, Lassus, explain the victory or defeat of the match to the entire Huan family. Then, in order to confirm Rid's true ability, she would have him compete with Asuna in a real match. If Asuna and Rid seriously clashed, they probably would not have hurt Lassus. It would be proven that the fight was caused by an overwhelming difference in ability, and if Rid and Asuna were to compete at full strength, Rid's true ability would be recognized and his reputation would be raised. Deep down inside, Asuna also wanted to have a serious match with Rid, so this was a good thing for her. "Haha, that's good. Let's go with that. It's decided." All that was left to do was to convince her father, her brother, and Rid to go with them. The girls put together a plan to counter Norris' plan and headed for the room where Elias was. At that time, Asuna suddenly remembered about the killing spirit of one of the men from earlier. The way his was, it was as if he wanted her to just sit there and listen to him. No way. Chapter 63. Master Rid, please can you play a match with my escort, Asuna Lamarck? After the discussion of the just-ended match was over, I went out of the room with His Majesty Elias and the rest of his family and found Princess Farah and the escort girl waiting for us. And she said something that shocked me. "You want me to hold a public match with the escort girl? What do you propose?" Then, I guessed that she thought the same thing as I did. His Majesty Elias made a suspicious face and asked Princess Farah. "Farah, do you know what you are asking? The match is not the kind of thing that is done just for the princess's amusement, is it?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Yes, it is as you say, but please listen to me. There is a lot of ill will and blowing around this match right now. We need to get rid of it." Farah spoke to her father in a firm and resolute manner. She looked so dignified and lovely. Everyone in the room who heard Farah's words looked at her with suspicion. Elias, the father, asked her a question. "What do you mean by bad faith rumor-mongering? Tell me more." "Yes, then, may I ask you to re-enter the room with all of us present?" "Very well." The discussion, which seemed to be over, was resumed by an unexpected visitor. Elias immediately called a soldier to inform the nobleman and the Bardia family that it would take a little more time. The soldier bowed and left immediately. After confirming that the soldier had left, Elias gave Farah a sharp look and spoke to her as king. "Shall we hear it, then?" "Let us hear wicked rumors." "Yes." Farah bowed and replied and began to explain. When she was on her way to see Elias under the order of her mother Elshia, she told about the secret talks that the men were having with the nobleman's dark elves. The opposing faction, led by Norris, maligned the view of the earlier match. By doing so, they are disgracing Rid and Lassus. She informed us that it would be what they want if the match were to end as it is. Hearing his daughter's story, Elias looks thoughtful but somewhat happy. In contrast, the Queen and Lassus looked grim, as if they were chewing on a bitter bug. The Queen is related to Norris by blood, so Norris is a disgrace to her family. Moreover, It is not difficult to imagine the hatred she feels for Norris in that he is even using the Queen's children. Lassis was also saved by the words and actions of Norris, with whom Lassis had been deeply involved, so there must have been some hope for him somewhere. However, Lassis challenged Reed in his own way. That challenge may have been in the wrong way and without result, but that is no reason to be humiliated, even indirectly, by malicious rumors. Lassis once again realized that he was a pawn for Norris. Even as he watched, Farah continued to explain. I know that this is a difficult situation for Liesel and her brother, but if things continue as they are, we will be at Norris's mercy. If you insist so much, you must have a plan, right? How does that relate to the match between Asuna and Mr. Ridai? Farah smiled at her father's words and explained without fear. She denied the root of the plan by asking her older brother, Lassis, to explain the details of the first match and why it dragged on so long. He also let the nobles know that Reed's ability was genuine and that there was no lie or exaggeration in Lassis's words. In this way, the honor of Reed and Lassis is protected. Elias did not lose face after Farah's explanation, but he was inwardly astonished by the unexpected talent his daughter had shown. Elias also looked at Asuna. Asuna only bowed when she noticed his gaze. Perhaps the two of them had organized what they had heard from the royal family and thought of a plan to deal with the situation. Short and effective countermeasures. And then, without being afraid to speak up, she clearly tells her father, herself, and what Farah proposed was a plan that took into account the position and honor of both parties, not just one, which is a good thing considering what can be done now. Elias looks at Farah's face. Farah is not afraid to express her opinion to her father, who is the king. And Elias muttered a little as his face turned thoughtful. It's too good. Father? Farah, who did not catch what Elias said, looked doubtful. Elias noticed this and said to everyone present, including Farah, it's all right. Farah, I'll go along with your plan. Lassis, Asuna, and Mr. Reed, are you ready? And Mr. Reed, if I may? Lassis and Asuna both say to Elias, yes, sir. Reed also said, yes, and then bowed. When Elias heard the three of them reply, he said, I will return to the site. Then we will return to the hall and immediately explain the situation to the royal family. After that, when everyone moved to the place where the match was held, His Majesty Elias gathered the nobles and explained the contents of the match that had just taken place. And even though it was clear from Lassis himself that there was an overwhelming difference in ability, he was ashamed of himself for not being able to admit defeat immediately. He explained that it was his fault that the match took so long and that Reed was not to blame. However, few of the Hua family members seemed convinced by what he said. So far, Norris is probably drawing the same picture. After Lassis finished explaining, Elias, the king, said in a dignified voice to the nobles, I understand that everyone is not convinced. So, again, this was done on short notice, but we have decided to have a second match between Asuna Landmark, Farah's personal bodyguard, and Mr. Reed. This will allow us to see once again the true strength of Mr. Reed. At Elias's words, the nobles in the room were in a daze. The girl who was said to be the genius swordsman of renown was to fight against the son of a frontier count until she became the princess's personal bodyguard. The nobles all wondered if His Majesty Elias was insane. They all wondered if His Majesty Elias was insane. She had been famous as a genius swordsman for a while, and her personality of madness and eccentricity was well known among the nobles. Normally, she is an ordinary girl, but when it comes to swordsmanship, such as in a match, her eyes change color and she turns ruthless and dynamic, showing no mercy for others. She has been forcing men who have asked to marry her for her talent to fight with her, saying, I am not interested in weak men. The story of how she buried all the men who came to her with engagement proposals is well known in the royal family. It is rumored that she became the personal bodyguard of the princess who was to marry into the empire because of this case, which had angered her brothers. So, they want to put her in charge of the son of a frontier count? Wouldn't that be an international problem? The nobles were upset in a different way as well. Among them, there was an elderly dark elf with a nasty smile on his face. It was Norris. It was said to be the second match of their, and he wondered what would happen when he heard Lassis' statement. But if Asuna beat Reed, he would be able to traumatize him as he had originally planned. And when Asuna wins, he will be able to blow the whistle that he has avenged Lassus. I don't know how good Rid is, but this time, no matter what happens, Rid will lose, and the outcome is likely to be convenient for Norris. At that moment, Elias spoke out to the flower girls. As soon as you are ready, we will begin the match. Hearing these words, the two people bowed to Elias, and Rid went to his further to explain the situation. Hearing that the second match would be held, Count Rainer listened to Rid's explanation with a stern but drawn expression on his face. Asuna called out to the princess and went inside the mansion. Norris looked at Asuna and quietly disappeared from the scene. Chapter 64. Asuna had come to get a wooden sword in the palace. She had wanted to identify Rid, the son of a frontier count, as the princess's partner at marriage. She had not expected that to come true so soon. She sorted out the two wooden swords she needed. One was of normal length, the other was a little shorter, about the length of a Japanese sidekick. When she had both of them at her waist, Asuna felt the presence of someone behind her and turned around. There was an elderly dark elf standing quietly. It was Norris. Asuna already knew what kind of person Norris was. Naturally, she could not have good thoughts about him, and she looked a little grim. But, whether she knew it or not, Norris suddenly called out to her. Asuna landmark, I know who you are. You must be Norris. How may I help you? Asuna said as if she was trying to cover Norris's words. It was rude, but she still did not want to have a conversation with Norris. She wanted to end the conversation quickly. But Norris was not afraid and continued. I am honored that you already know how you view the princess's marriage. I am merely the princess's personal escort. I am not in a position to answer such questions. Asuna felt uncomfortable, as if Norris's words had put a dampener on her mood. His one word was all she needed to know. He came here because he wanted to put herself in the opposition. He is a man with a thick skin, even though it has not been long since Prince Lassus was involved. As Asuna was about to walk past him to leave quickly, Norris said, I'm quite close to your brother, and I've heard a lot about you! The unexpected words made Asuna look back at Norris with a sharp glare in his face. Norris, however, was not intimidated and continued speaking. I'll be the one to bring you and your brother together. I will also make arrangements for you to be released from your duties as the princess's personal bodyguard. Then you can return to the Lamarck family with a clean sheet. And you will not have to go with me to the Empire as the princess's personal guard. What do you think? Not a bad deal for you, is it? What do you want? Asuna continues to stare at Norris with a grim face. But Norris replied with feeling like he had plenty of time to spare. The princess must marry a member of the imperial family for the sake of Renault's future. The princess is too good a card to play for the son of a frontier count, don't you think? Norris walked slowly behind Asuna as he explained. He put his hand on her right shoulder and whispered in her ear. The future of the country is at the heart of the empire. To gain more power, she should be married to a member of the royal family, and if the princess and the royal family were to have a child someday, the power in her hands would be even stronger. Besides, we dark elves have a longer lifespan than humans. Even if the power is small at first, if we give it time, the power of the princess who marries into the royal family will become stronger. At that time, our nation will have the empire within its grasp. I see. So what do you want me to do? Asuna asked Norris, her stern face relaxing a little. With those words, he chuckled and said to Asuna with his hands outstretched, it's easy for you, you know. You hurt and traumatize the son of the frontier count. Then I want you to secretly make him promise to refuse to marry the princess of Renault. If you do that, the rest will work itself out. As long as you do that, I will take care of all the matters we first discussed. Will you cooperate with me? Asuna looked thoughtful and then muttered, I would like to ask you one question. Is Prince Lassus's behavior influenced by you? Yes, that's right. I think there may have been some influence, but in the end it was all the prince himself who made the decision. Hearing his words, Asuna gave a small nod. Seeing this, Norris stepped fell and continued his words. Thank you very much. Well then, I'll keep you in mind in the future. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. What about? Asuna interrupted him again. Then she said forcefully to him, who seemed to be taken aback. I asked you 3 things: what you want me to do, and your influence over Prince Lassus. Not a single word did I say I would cooperate with you. What? Hearing Asuna's words, Norris cursed in a heated tone. As Asuna pulled out the wooden sword she carried at her waist and thrust the tip of the sword at Norris's neck. My mistress is the Princess of Reincarnated. I demand that you retract what you just said. I consider it an insult to me, along with the princess. I am her personal bodyguard, and I her protector. Think carefully about the meaning of this with that head of yours that loves power. Norris was startled by Asuna's words. Depending on how you look at it, she is in a more powerful position than Norris. Understanding the meaning of what she had said, Norris made a grim face and spun the words. I'm sorry, too. I withdraw my earlier words. Asuna's eyes remained sharp even after hearing Norris' words. She then said as she held the tip of her wooden sword to his throat. In the first place, you are mistaken. I have no regret with the Landmark family. I would rather not getting along with my brother. I am proud to be the princess's personal bodyguard. If you know what that means, don't ever speak to me again. I understand. Upon hearing Asuna's words, Norris returned the side wooden sword she had been holding at his throat to her waist. The moment Norris did so, he slumped down on the spot as if he had lost his backbone. Asuna looked down at him and said as if to spit, I'm going to pretend I didn't know what happened here, and sooner or later you'll be punished. Asuna gave the slumped Norris a sharp look of contempt and left the scene. The remaining Norris was shaking with anger as he remembered how the girl had done this to him, even though she was just personal guard. But he laughed nonetheless. Either way, she would still be fighting Lid. Then the son of the frontier count would be traumatized. He grinned as he looked in the direction Asuna had left. Asuna felt drained, but as a result, it was good to hear this information directly from the man himself. However, Asuna regretted that she and Norris were the only 2 people in the room. If there had been a third party, they would have been able to condemn Norris on the spot. If there had been only the 2 of them, there would have been an argument over what he said or didn't say. Besides, he was able to come on strong in the end thanks to the insulting words he had thoughtlessly said to the princess and to himself. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to exert that much power over the princess. Asuna let out a sigh as she recalled the exchange just now. I'm a little tired, but her steps are light because she will be able to directly see the ability of Ridbardia, the son of the frontier count. Master Rid, I have not been this excited about a new opponent in a long time. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 65. I hope you have an answer for me. Rid, we were to have a second match, and I came to explain the situation to my father while Asuna was getting ready to begin the second match. But Father's face was very grim. His brow wrinkled, his temples jiggled, and his mouth was tightened. In other words, he was incredibly angry. I pretended not to notice his anger and explained. By the way, I did not mention the fact that Lassus had spoken badly about my mother and Bardia family. Father's anger seemed to have turned to disgust, and he sighed and said to me, that's why I always tell you to hide your fingernails. You fool, I don't think I have nails to hide. At these words, Diana and Rubens, who had been waiting, erupted and laughed, their shoulders rising and lowering. How rude, you guys. Then Father looked at me and said in a slightly angry voice, it's just a match. Let's see what you can do. Yes, Father. As I expected, my father seemed to be very angry at me for giving him a bad report. The 2 guys in the back also seemed to be angry about that and told me to show my true potential. While I was chatting with my father for a while, I was called from behind. Master Rid, may I come in? I turned round and saw Farah standing there. Asuna did not seem to have returned yet, and it was unusual for her to be alone. I replied softly, what's wrong? I looked at her. Farah was acting a little suspicious, but I wondered what was going on. Then she said to me with a determined look on her face, I'm sure it won't be a problem if it's you, Master Rid, but can you promise to forgive me for everything Asuna says and does during the match? Why is she suddenly saying this? What she says or does during the game, I'm not going to worry about that, but I can feel the desperate look on Farah's face. She is looking me up and down with a look of franticness on her face. and her ears were slightly down. "Well, you're cute." "Not," I said, nodding to Farah. "I understand. I don't care at all about what Asuna says or does. So please tell her to treat me the way she treats you." Hearing my words, Farah's face went from desperate to a full-blown smile and her ears went up and down. "Cute. But I think she is the only dark elf whose ears move." I asked her a question. "Princess Farah, if you don't mind." "Master Rid, it is bad manners to ask a dark elf woman about the movement of her ears." "Please refrain from doing so." Diana seemed to have guessed what I was about to ask and interrupted me with a covered cough. Under normal circumstances, this would be rude, but if she prevented me from breaking my manners in advance, it was a different story. Besides, upon hearing Diana's words, Farah was blushing and holding both her ears with her hands and wagging her head. I felt like I had done something really bad. I apologized as quickly as I could. "I'm very sorry, Princess Farah. I apologize for my lack of knowledge." I bowed my head after saying this to Farah. Then she said in a flustered voice, "No, it's all right, but more importantly, please raise your head." At her words, I raised my head. Farah was still a little timid, but she cleared her throat lightly, smiled, and said, "I am very happy to hear that. I am very happy to hear that. Asuna has a tendency to get a little rough when she is in a match, or rather when she is holding a sword, so she is easily misunderstood. That is why I wanted to ask for your permission in advance." "I see. But when I train, my tone is a little rough, so you don't have to worry about it." Hearing my words, Farah's smile suddenly became bright, and her ears were moving up and down. What should I do? I had a strong desire to touch them. Then she said to me with a smile, "Thank you for allowing me to do this, Master Rid. I think Asuna will be pleased. Now, if you'll excuse me." Farah bowed to me and returned to her seat on the spectators' podium. I was really curious, so I asked Diana a question. "Diana, what is the reason for the dark elf's ears to move? You must not try to reveal a woman's secret for any reason whatsoever. Isn't that right, Master Raina?" Rubens? I don't know if they knew or not that Diana had shaken them, but Rubens just shook his head as Diana's aura caught him off guard. Great. My father was also taken in by Diana, and I let out a sigh of resignation and muttered, "Huh, I get it. I'm not going to ask any more questions about this. Is that okay?" "Yes, it's wonderful, Master Rid." Diana had a big smile on her face at my words. After all, what was the significance of Farah's ear movement? Well, I would know if I had the chance, and I tried not to think too much about it. After that, I moved to the middle of the venue and then waited for Asuna to come while doing some preparation exercises. Soon after, she emerged from the palace and walked straight to me. Her steps seemed light. She stopped as she came in front of me, bowed to me, and smiled happily. "I am the personal bodyguard of Princess Farah. My name is Asuna Landmark. Please make your acquaintance from now on. I am a son of the frontier Cantrainer. Ridbardia, it is my pleasure to meet you." I bowed lightly as I greeted her. As far as I could see, she was the only dark elf wearing a black military uniform like those seen in the early Meiji period. On top, she wears a black frock coat and a tie around her neck. Below, she is wearing black shorts. On her head she wears a distinctive square military cap. Her long pink hair, with a hint of red, was braided back to almost her waist. She looked at me with her sharp green eyes and then muttered suspiciously, "What is it?" "No, I didn't see anyone else dressed like that among the women except for you, so I was just gawking a bit," she said as if checking her own attire. She then turned her attention to me and continued, "I heard from the princess that you will not mind anything I say or do during the match. Thank you for your understanding. No, you don't need to worry so much. Even I sometimes speak out of turn during training and matches." She heard my words and giggled a little, "But you have great talent, Mazer Rid. Your match with Prince Lassus was brilliant. To be able to use physical enhancement so well at your age is amazing." "Oh, did you figure it out? Isn't it a foul to have overwhelmed Prince Lassus with physical enhancements?" I realized that after declaring defeat. I wondered if it was okay. I looked a little worried. Seeing this, she laughed a little and said, "Don't be so worried. Only a few people noticed it. Besides, it is not against the rules. It is just that Prince Lassus is still inexperienced and did not notice your physical enhancement. You don't need to worry about it. Is that so? I'm glad that's the case. Her words brought me relief. I'm tired now of thinking that I'm going to be called foul or fried again. Then Asuna, who had been smiling earlier, turned serious and said to me, "Your ability. I want you to show me all you got, including physical enhancement." I felt that her atmosphere changed completely as she said this. I was so excited that I could not wait to see what she had in store for me. I understood that this was a killing spirit. Compared to my father, it was nothing, but even so, I did not think she would be willing to kill the son of a frontier count from another country. Could this be what Farah had meant when she said that she would become feisty when he held a sword? She seems to have a more bold personality than I could have imagined from her appearance earlier. With a slightly grim look on my face, I held the wooden sword in both hands and held it straight up to her with my eyes fixed squarely on her. Then she smiled happily. "It's wonderful. Master Rid has a wonderful stance." For some reason, she was impressed by the way I held up the wooden sword. The first is a pair of wooden swords at her waist, which she holds in each hand and quietly pulls out. She holds a wakizashi wooden sword in her left hand and an ordinary wooden sword in her right hand, and stands quietly without unnecessary effort. I didn't break my stance and said in dismay, "Isn't 2 swords too much?" "I am sorry, but I am sorry. The princess has also asked me to take you seriously." Even I could tell that Farah would never say such a thing to her. At that time, Elias, seeing our condition, said in a high voice, "I'm sure you're ready for this." We will now begin the second match. Asuna was holding 2 wooden swords and smiling fearlessly, while Rid had a stern expression on his face as he confronted her with a single wooden sword. The audience gasped at the atmosphere between the two, which did not seem like a preliminary match at all. Thus began the second match. Chapter 66. You both seem to be ready. Now, we will begin the second match. Elias's voice sounded high in the air. Asuna is holding a side wooden sword in her left hand and an ordinary wooden sword in her right hand, standing quietly without any unnecessary effort. There is a hint of a smile on her face. In contrast, Rid is holding the wooden sword in both hands and looking at Asuna with his right eye, as if he is watching her, and it was Asuna who made the first move. Asuna landmark is going to push. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and held the wooden sword as if she were carrying it on her back. The moment Rid readied himself, he heard a sound like a ground kick. At the same time as the sound, Asuna disappeared from Rid's sight in an instant. The moment he thought, "What?" he heard the sound of the ground scraping slightly to his left this time. Rid noticed the sound and looked to his left, where he saw Asuna, still in the same posture as before, with her body turned toward him. She flew into Rid's death spot in this instant. No good. Rid hurriedly concentrated on his evasive maneuver. Asuna rushed to Rid's side while still in that position. She then cut through with the sword she was carrying on her shoulder, crossing it in front of him. However, Rid managed to avoid it by concentrating on evasion, and she was forced to turn her back to Rid as she did so. Rid took this opportunity to attack. "I got it," but Asuna grinned and leapt high on the spot, flipping her body and landing behind Rid, on his backside. Rid was speechless at the sight of her, following her with his eyes, and was amazed at her rapid and furious movements. The movement made her military cap come off and fall silently to the ground. "I've never seen a moonsault before." HMPH, ahaha. Rid is the best. There are not many people who can handle this move. There was an obvious change in Asuna's speech. At that moment Rid remembered Farah's words and was surprised to see that. Asuna noticed this and muttered with a wry smile, "What? Are you surprised? You don't mind my wording at all, do you?" "Yes, I was surprised at the change. It doesn't bother me that much." "Thank you, Master." Rid and Asuna are now looking at each other with a little distance between them due to the current movement. In an instant, all the spectators who were watching the series of moves that the two had made had their mouths hanging open. They were shocked to see Rid hang in there with Asuna's moves. What Lassus said was true. The first match convinced him. Even if he didn't like it, that Lassis and Rid have a big gap in their abilities. The audience looked at them in awe. The reason why Rid and Asuna can move so fast is because they are both using magic power to strengthen their bodies. It sounds simple enough, but to do so is need a certain level of training in both magic and martial arts. In other words, the two are strong people with that a lot of training. They looked at each other as they held each other up. Rid was the first to make his move. He begins to walk in a clockwise direction, keeping his eyes on her. Asuna, watching his movement, grinned and began to walk clockwise as well. Then they began to walk in a circle, looking at each other. Then, step by step, their walking speed increased and they began to run. As they ran in a circle using body reinforcement, dust began to rise on the spot. As soon as the dust started to fly up, Rid started to strike at Asuna. Asuna, on the other hand, does the same. At that moment, the wooden swords clashed with and heavy sounds echoed around the area repeatedly. However, the audience is unable to see that due to the flying dust. Eventually, the sounds cease to be heard, and the dust that had been flying up disappears. When the view cleared, Asuna and Rid were in the center of the circle, engaging in a fierce battle. The crowd's roar spread around the area as they saw the scene. Asuna was catching Rid's wooden sword with her two wooden swords crossed. In the midst of the fight, Lid told her, "You could go a little easy on me, couldn't you? Because that would be going against the orders of the princess. HMPH, if she turns on the switch, Rod will never win." Rid thought, "She has more experience, more ability, and more flexibility than me, but there is a part of me that wants to win. Asuna is strong. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, but I don't want to lose easily either." "Excellent, Rid-sama is really interesting. Then, how about this?" As she finished her words, she loosened her grip on him and fell backwards. The Rid is off balance due to her actions and almost falls slightly forward. As soon as she falls back, something comes up from below towards Rid. Asuna's kick. The Lid quickly caught Asuna's kick with his wooden sword and jumped backward with the momentum of the kick, doing a somersault backward. On the other hand, Asuna is still standing in the same position as before and smiling wryly as she watches Rid jump away in a backward somersault. Asuna looked at Rid with sharp eyes, unusually sharp for, and said, holding a wooden sword in his right eye, "You're very nimble, aren't you? And isn't a kick to the face a bit much? I thought you would have ducked, didn't you? Asuna is strong. I'll do everything to win. What's more, she entertains me with her. Her body trembles at my words, but that should be called a warrior's tremor." Still, he didn't expect a kick. And while his tongue was wagging at her strength, Rid was becoming wrapped up in a sense of elation that he hadn't felt in training with Rubens and father. "Fun, she is stronger than I am, but I still don't feel as overwhelming as Rubens and my father. It seems to be within my reach, but it is not. It's the kind of match that makes you feel that way. That is why I will do what I can do." Measurement of magical power. Numerical values of magical power. Rid, 548. Asuna, 220. Rid chanted in mind and measured her and his magical power values. As was expected, his magic value itself was greater than her. This was thanks to his usual magic practice. In contrast, Asuna's magic power is less than Rid's. She probably trained up to this level of magical power by swordsmanship training and physical strengthening alone. Although there are some concerns, the only way to win for Rid from this figure is to wait for her magic value to run out in an endurance battle. But that would mean being exposed to her swordsmanship for an extended period of time. It felt as if what he had done to Sis was coming back to Rid. He raised his wooden sword up against her and pulled it to the right-hand side of his head, and held it in an 8-phase stance with his left leg out in front of him. Then, Rid muttered quietly, "Karma, huh?" Rid decided that it would be a bad idea to create distance considering the speed of the power she showed in her first move, so he turned to face her and kicked the ground and rushed forward. Asuna smiled and rejoiced at the sight of Rid jumping into the bosom herself. Next time, Rid have to get up close and personal. Rid move into the gap and start to attack with a sword, but she catches the attack with her left wooden sword and then attacks Rid with the right wooden sword. He ducked and took a short distance before striking again. The sound of wooden swords clashing violently rang out in the area in unceasing succession. The two were in a heated match, a performance that moved the audience. The spectators were caught up watching the match and could not take their eyes off the match for even a moment. In the midst of all this, Farah said in a whisper, "Please do your best, both of you." The surrounding nobles, noticing the tone of her voice, were embarrassed by the scene they were now witnessing, thinking back to how they had initially viewed her and Rid. They are both swordsmen, and they are competing with pure hearts, without the same feelings as themselves. Sometimes, a match with determination and the thoughts of others shakes the heart and moves people. This was happening right now at this match. Hearing Farah's voice, a member of the Hua family said with a tremor in his voice, "I want her to win, and show Magnolia the pride of Renut, Asuna." As a member of the Hua family, those words may not have been right on this occasion, but no one warned him of that. Rather, the words and emotions were contagious and became loud cheers that were delivered to the two players in the match. "Asuna, show the Empire your swordsmanship, Renut," they said. "Keep up the good work." "Excellent swordsmanship, Asuna, you are the best swordsman." The match was filled with great enthusiasm when they noticed it. There were no more Hua family members here who believed in the Rid bad reputation that had just been there. Raina's stern face relaxed a little as the atmosphere of the match changed. Then Rubens called out to him, "Master Raina, may I also cheer for Master Rid?" "No problem." "Yes, but you should support him too, Master Raina." "I have my own position." After hearing Raina's words, Diana and Rubens laughed, then turned to Rid and sent him words of support. "Master Rid, it is time for you to show the results of your daily training. Please show the power of the Bardia family to the fullest." As they cheered loudly, Raina muttered quietly so that no one could hear, "My son cannot lose." Watching match, Lassus was reminded of how pathetic and miserable he had been in his match, and he was so frustrated that he burst into tears. Liesel, who saw this and understood his feelings, said to Lassus gently, "I understand your frustration, but you should express your feelings in words and support Asuna. She will surely respond to your feelings." "Mother." Lassus wiped tears with the sleeve of dress and raised his voice in support of Asuna. "Asuna, win match, win for our country. The Empire and Renut are allies, though they have a secret agreement." However, even those who were unaware of the secret agreement were somewhat depressed that Renut was no match for the Empire. This was probably where Norris and the others could take advantage of the situation. Now, this feeling was making the nobles more emotionally involved with Asuna. Asuna herself probably didn't care about that. Elias was silently watching the match between the two with a passionate gaze. The royalty watching the match cheered for Asuna and Rid. Asuna smiled at the sound of their voices and muttered to herself, "It's getting noisy." In the midst of the exchange of blows, Asuna has time to smile and talk, but Rid does not. The reason is that Asuna's two swords are so vicious. The right and left wooden swords move in completely different ways and attack sharply. And Rid can't pay attention only to the two swords, because he also uses footwork. She is so transformative that it is impossible to attack her. Rid is always on the defensive, but Asuna, on the other hand, was also astonished by Rid's moves. What gall! Asuna's swordsmanship is relentless. Once they had met, no one would have attacked her, horrified by the harshness of her technique. But Rid was different. He is conscious of avoiding Asuna's swordsmanship at the very last moment, and he tries to reduce his unnecessary movements as much as possible. It is easy to put it into words, but Asuna's wooden sword was snatching at Rid's whole body. Asuna, who is wielding the wooden sword, even cringes inwardly. "Why are you so bold at your age, Master Rid? What kind of training do you usually do?" She has no way of knowing. Rid's gallantry is gained by pushing forward toward his father, who wields a serious saber in what he calls gallantry training. The swordsmanship and realistic movements she acquired through Rubens' Spartan education without holding back. However, Rid himself is unaware of this. Because Asuna is the first time Rid has truly fought an opponent. Rid was able to learn about his own abilities for the first time thanks to Asuna. In the midst of being defended against Asuna, Rid was painfully aware. "Earlier I couldn't win if she turned on me, but it was a problem before that. It is next to impossible for me to beat her in swordsmanship at this point because her two-sword style is probably as powerful as a two-handed sword. Generally speaking, it is said that two swords cannot beat a single sword because a single-handed sword cannot be suppressed against a two-handed sword. And the same can be said for a fence. However, even with a one-handed sword, she boasts the same power as a two-handed sword, probably due to her physical enhancements. And she even has footwork. In other words, the number of moves is overwhelmingly insufficient. When Rid attack once with wooden sword, Asuna attacks twice with her left and right hands, and in some cases once with her legs. In other words, Asuna would attack Rid 3 times at most. When Rid attack once, Asuna always attacks 2 or 3 times. This number of attacks reminds Rid of the last boss in the famous game Tale of the Dragon. Another worry came true. At that moment, the sound of wooden swords clashing violently echoed around the area, and then, Asuna and Rid were poised a short distance away from each other. Ha ha ha, damn, what's up, Mr. Rid? Are you done? The concern Rid had, that is the magical power used in physical enhancement, measurement of magical power. Rid, 164. Asuna, 190. Rid was ahead in the magic power figures at first, but it has already been reversed. Yes, the amount of magic power consumed for physical enhancement increases or decreases depending on the state of the person using it. Or should it be said, the degree of proficiency? This was something Rid had also felt during training with Further and the others. Asuna and Rid have been using the same physical enhancements for a different number of years. Asuna also had the advantage of experience. On the other hand, Rid had only just learned to use the physical enhancements. In addition, this was the first time for Rid to fight an opponent outside of training. As a result, he consumed more magic power than he thought he would during the physical strengthening process. Rid could no longer win even in an endurance battle. Then, Rid came up with his next move. Rid took a deep breath to catch my breath, and then, Rid said to Asuna, "I'm going to put everything I've got into the next blow." Asuna, "All right, let's see Master Rid's blow." The spectators who had been watching the match noticed a change in the atmosphere between the two of them. The cheering stopped and silence fell as the crowd gasped in intuition that the next blow would decide everything. "Here I came." After Rid said this, he kicked the ground with wooden sword in the upper stance and rushed toward her. Asuna, on the other hand, made a crossed slash with her left and right wooden swords held in both hands against the wooden sword swung down from Rid. The moment the wooden swords of Rid and Asuna collided with each other, a heavy, dull sound echoed around the area, and at the same time, Rid's wooden sword broke. Seeing this, Asuna muttered triumphantly, "The end is near, Rid." "Not yet. I've been waiting for this moment." The moment she is convinced of victory, she relaxes, and Rid did not miss this momentary opportunity. He threw away the broken wooden sword he was holding and leapt into Asuna's bosom to execute a move that would have sent her flying into the air. Master Rid is still wonderful. The moment Rid heard her words, his vision turned and he slammed his back gently into the ground. Exclamation mark. This time, it's over. Master Rid? I guess so. Unfortunately, that Rid throw technique was easily answered back by her. Rid looked around and saw 2 wooden swords lying around that she was holding. She must have let go of them as soon as he jumped into her bosom and was about to launch a strike. As soon as he muttered, "Asuna is too strong," he heard the king's high voice, "The winner of the match, Asuna Lama Mark." At these words, the nobles of Reno let out a joyful, trembling cheer. Chapter 67. The winner of the match, Asuna Landmark. Elias raised his voice in a high tone, and the flower girls all praised both of them at once. Asuna helped me, who was lying on the ground, to get up. Then, another loud cheer echoed around the area. I looked a little embarrassed at the sight of them and said, "That's amazing, isn't it?" "I'm embarrassed. It had been a long time since I had such a great match. Thank you so much, Master Rid." After finishing her words, Asuna bowed to me. It was as if her earlier behavior was a lie. I said to her, "I think we will have another chance to fight or train together, but I don't want you to worry about it again. Okay? Another time? By all means. Please let's do it." She looked a little surprised at my words, but her expression was very pleased, listening to her voice. I was surprised to hear so many voices praising me as well as Asuna's. Master Id, Asuna Dono, that was a very wonderful demonstration. This performance will be passed down in the history of Renoot. I could hear various other voices as well. I mean, I was desperate to do it, but it looked like a demonstration to those who were watching. Then a soldier came running to our place. Master Id, Mr. Asuna, His Majesty Elias wants to see you. I understand. I will come immediately. I understand. I will come immediately. We immediately went to Elias. By the way, I left the wooden sword I was using at that time at the venue section. I went to the edge bleachers, where Elias was sitting in a chair, and Farah came up to me on a small run. Asuna, Master Id, that was very impressive. Master Id, well, you lost, but it was very cool of you to make Asuna fight that hard. Farah looked a little excited and spoke with her ears raised and lowered. I knew I wanted to touch her ears. I suppressed this impulse and answered with a bow. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Lady Farah, but still, Asuna Dono is too strong, isn't she? But I can't keep on losing. I'll try to win next time. I first spoke while looking at Farah, and then I said my last words to Asuna. Asuna looked a little surprised, but smiled happily and then said, I am looking forward to your challenge, but I do not intend to lose easily either. As Asuna finished her sentence, I started to laugh. For some strange reason, I am not sure what kind of emotion I am feeling, but it was something fun and I naturally burst into laughter. Then Asuna started to laugh along with me. Farah looked at us and tilted her head. When we reached Elias, we kneeled down on one knee and bowed our heads. Elias looked at us and then said in a high voice so that everyone could hear, both of you, Master Id and Asuna, did a wonderful job in your performance. I don't think any of us here have ever seen such a touching performance before. If any of you are dissatisfied with this match or with Rid's abilities, come forward now and say now. No one came forward at his words. Elias, who seemed satisfied with performance, gave a nasty look to Norris, who was standing nearby with a grim expression on his face, and waved him off. Norris has no complaints, does you? You recognize the power of Mr. Id, don't you? Yes, Norris answered Elias's call with a heavy, low voice. The face was oozing with an indescribable sense of regret. It was a picture that seemed to show what Elias usually thought of him, but he did not finish it easily either. Your Majesty Elias, Mr. Rid seems to have a great talent. In this situation, we should also ask him to show us his talent in magic. Elias's facial expression turned grim at Norris's words and he glared at him with sharp eyes. Seeing this, I spoke up, raising my hand rudely and respectfully. May I speak, Your Majesty Elias? What's wrong, Mr. Rid? I looked up after hearing Elias' words. I don't mind showing you the spells, but may I take a short break? As expected, I am a little tired from the match with Asunadono. I am afraid that if I let him talk to me, he will ask me to show magic right now. As expected, I would not say that I have no magic, but I am really tired. Wanting to rest a little, I made the first move. I understand if you say so. That's good. Then, after a short break, I will ask you to show me your magic. Is that all right? Yes, sir. Norris, who was listening to the exchange between me and Elias, nodded with a slightly bitter look on his face. Okay, let's take a break. Elias stood up from the chair he was sitting in and went into the mansion. I'm going to report the results of the match to my father and the others. Once Elias and Rid were gone from the scene, Norris quickly started to head to a less crowded place. No one noticed that someone was following Norris' figure with their eye. Norris was in a hurry to call shadow in an area that is not crowded. Why is it that doing so much backfires? Was it wrong to use Lassus as a pawn? But what was fatal to Norris was the Asuna versus Rid. Before the start of the match, Norris had told a lot of bad rumors about Rid, but that image had been wiped out by the match. And the price for the publicity was turned on Norris. It was karma. How could such a person, who takes pleasure in hurting others, stand up to a strong man so bravely and squarely? If the opponent really had such a temperament, Asuna would have put him to death in the course of the match. Then, who was right, Norris or Lassus? Which one of them is looking at the situation in a malicious way? The nobles, who were told of the rumors, were disgusted by Norris's malicious viewpoint. It made Norris's centripetal force almost non-existent outside of his own faction. It's often said that if you curse a man, you curse two people. I did what you advised me to do in the first place. Norris was furious at what he was told by the shadow he had summoned, and while he kept his voice down, his tone was full of anger. The eyes in Norris's shadow narrowed at the sight of him, and he spat out the words as if in disgust. You seem to have misunderstood something. What do you mean? I said I would help you because of your influence and your ability to unite the opposition. You have lost it. I gave you advice in the first place, but your words and actions are to blame for the situation you are in now. Are you underestimating us? As soon as the shadow figure finished his words, he pulled his hand out of the shadow, grabbed Norris by the neck, and tightened it. Norris suffered as he rolled his eyes at the unexpected event. Ugh. What are you doing? I'll say it again. You are mistaken. You are not manipulating me. I'm using you. Do your best not to be a pawn in my game. The silhouette floating in Norris's shadow said in an emotionless voice with squinted eyes, and then it watches him suffer, as if observing him closely. Finally, just as he was about to pass out, the shadow let go of him. Norris collapsed on the spot, coughing and gulping air. He gulped down air as he coughed. Gah. The shadow, which had been looking down at Norris as he gulped down air, muttered in a voice that he could not hear. You may as well tide yourself over here. As the shadow's physiognomy finished, a hand began to reach out from the shadow and slowly moved toward him as he coughed. Norris, however, is too busy and gulping air to notice. Just then, the hand reaching for Norris stopped. The shadow senses the presence of a human. You're a lucky one. Remember, Norris, I'm using you. Don't forget that. GGGHH. Norris felt unspeakably humiliated as he realized that he had been used, but had only been taken advantage of. Damn. You're just a shadow. When the shadow confronted him with the truth, all he could do now was swear. At that moment, a voice called out to him. You seem to be in a lot of trouble, Norris. Can I help you? Norris was startled by the voice, and got up to his feet and giggled as he found the owner of the voice. I am not finished yet. Heaven says I still have work to do. The unexpected appearance of his collaborator convinced Norris that he had not lost yet. Chapter 68. They complimented me on a great match, and I smiled, happy to hear that. I was happy and smiled, but my father still kept his stern expression and said gently, it was wonderful that you were able to hold on to that swordsman so well. You are indeed my son. Thank you. He put his hand on my head and wriggled my hand. I was a little embarrassed, but I was very happy. After that, we took a short break, and I put some of the magic pills that Sandra had given me in my mouth and swallowed them. They were pills, so they were still good, but they still tasted bad. So I licked some of the candy Chris had given me to ease my mood. My father, who was watching me, called out to me. You said magic was next, but don't overdo it too much, okay? You've already shown me what you can do. Just shoot normally and get it over with. Yes, father. I don't like to show too much of magic, so that's what I intend to do. I agreed with my father. Sandro had told me that a stake that sticks out too far won't be driven in, and I was thinking that it wouldn't do any good to stand out anymore. While I was thinking this, I noticed a dark elf girl coming toward us. It was Farah and Asuna. I wondered what happened. As I was thinking that, they approached me and Farah said a little shyly, Rid-sama, would you like to have a cup of drink, if you don't mind? I was wondering if you would like to try this drink. What's this? It is a typical tea in Reincarnated, but I thought it might suit your taste. The tea was green and the aroma was familiar. I found myself muttering. Green tea? Master Rid, you also know green tea? What? I learnt it before I came here. Thank you for the tea. I replied and drank the green tea. The slight bitterness and the unique aroma of the tea soothed me. Then, my face broke into a smile, and I let out a huh sound, and everyone around me laughed at me, calling me cute. After that, while we were all talking a little, Elias called out to us. Mr. Rid, I think it's time to get started. Is that all right? Yes, I understand, I replied and moved to the center of the place where I had just had my match with Asuna. The first thing I noticed was that there was a target to hit with magic that wasn't there earlier. I was wondering if I could hit that target. As I was thinking, an unexpected person came up to me. It was Norris. He has really learned his lesson with the palace, Prince Lasses, the match with Asuna, and magic. I was almost impressed that he had come this far. However, I have not yet forgiven Prince Lasses for speaking ill of my mother. If I could return it with magic, that might be a good thing. Thinking this, I looked at him. Norris was trembling with anger because I, who had been boiled for a long time, was in front of him. If only this monster wasn't here, I wouldn't have to confront him directly. But, as expected, Norris kept his emotions to himself and said, feigning calmness, I asked His Majesty Elias to allow me to see Ridsama's magic up close and personal. May I? I understand. Then I should shoot the magic at the target? Yes, that's right. When I give you the signal, you can shoot a fireball at the target. He seems to be planning something, but he hasn't said anything yet. Had he given up already? Norris looked at me with eyes filled with disgust and let out a sigh. I don't understand how a child as small can be so powerful. It's pathetic to think that a child like you has disturbed me at every turn. What do you mean? He shakes his head in a disappointed manner. We're a little ways from the edge of the spectator area, where we are now. I guess he is saying this because he can't hear us, but I think it's a little too careless of him. When he saw my doubtful look, he did not answer my question but continued. Let me be frank. I would like to ask you to decline the marriage with the Princess Farah. The princess is the trump card for Renu to make a great advance. A son of a frontier count like you is not good enough. Well, you wouldn't understand. I certainly don't understand what you mean, so I can't decline. I was beginning to feel angry at what he was saying. Farah is your trump card. She is not a tool of your politics, I replied, suppressing the urge to say it out loud. But he seemed taken aback and explained. Let me explain it in a way that even a child like you can understand. Renut and the Empire have been allied since the Barstow crisis that occurred a few years ago. However, I cannot go into details, but this is by no means an alliance between equals. The only way to resolve this inequality is to allow the princess to marry into the royal family of the Empire. I don't see how marrying the princess to the royal family will make any difference. The nobles of the Empire are powerful. With all due respect, it would be difficult for Princess Farah's character to compete with them. Norris probably knows about the relationship between the Empire and Renut and the secret agreement. That is why he is trying to restore the country's position as much as possible by marrying the royal family and the princess. Something like that, I guess. Norris, who looked grim-faced in response to my reply, spat as if to throw up. I am aware of that. All we need is time and experience as the Empress of a royal family. With Princess Farah as Empress at the heart of the Empire, are you thinking of ruling from within with the longevity of the Dark Elves? I don't mind a kid with good instincts like yours, do you? He smiled a very nasty smile at my words. His eyes filled with malice. At that moment, I understood and a chill of hatred ran through my entire body. This guy, Norris, says he is for his country, but he is upset because his self-esteem was hurt by the fact that his country was made a vassal state. He is a man of ego and selfish ill will who is trying to get back at us by using Farah. I asked the question in disbelief. Do you really want to send the princess to the inescapable abyss just for the sake of such a purpose? I was not sure if she was a child with good instincts or not. The princess is royalty. She should serve her country. Besides, if all goes well, she will be able to rule at the center of the empire as the Empress consort. Even more so if she has a child. Such an opportunity, as a nation, cannot be missed. This guy doesn't get it. Everything is finished only in his head. If the Empire were to receive a Dark Elf as Empress, there is no way they would not think about that problem. If one thinks about it calmly, sending Farah to the Empire will not solve anything. It would only make her suffer a harsher fate by sending her to the abyss of hell. I was so angry that I threw up my hands in anger and said, "She is not a tool of your political struggle. The future is not made by an old man like you. but by our children. You are not the one who can make the future of the country. Renote, that's why I say you are a child. If you're not going to turn it down, we have some ideas of our own, you know? He sensed the mood of my anger and knew I had no intention of declining. No wonder who would listen to such a person. I had not expected to feel so much dislike and anger toward people in myself, but he spun words that made me realize that I could not imagine what he was thinking. I also have the dark side of this country behind me. Do you know what this means? Are you suggesting that you would try to assassinate me? That's possible, but you and Mr. Rayner are likely to have a difficult time with that. But what about your family? What does mean? I was absolutely stunned by what he said. It is not me and my father, but my family. Satisfied with my appearance, Norris continued. You seem to be getting along well with your sister, your ailing mother, and servants in the house. One word from me can disrupt that peace in an instant, you know? Do you understand? I understand. I get it. Norris, you are still my enemy. An unforgivable enemy. I must never forgive you. At this moment, I made up my mind that I would defeat Norris. Norris did not notice my attitude toward him. On the contrary, he smiled with satisfaction. After all, he is just a child, and he would be foolish to give in to a threat of this level. With that in mind, he spoke out in a high voice. Then, Master Rid, please fire a magic fireball at the target over there. Got it? Norris chuckled. After this is over, he hoped Rid can tell His Majesty Elias that the marriage has been declined. Then the wind would change again. However, he noticed something a little odd. After Norris told him to shoot magic, Rid started to act strangely. He does not hold out his hand toward the target. He folded his hands in front of his chest. And he is putting a lot of force into it, as if he is trying to hold something back. Norris couldn't possibly understand what he was doing, because what he is doing is a compression magic that is still unknown in this world. Norris, this one is unforgivable. I wish all of his malice would just come to me. I could handle it. But when I realized that he couldn't do anything about it, he will turn his malice against Mel, Mother, and everyone in the house, and he said it clearly. To satisfy his own ego and selfish malice, I put my hands together and put my strength and magic into them so that I can compress the magic more. It was even more magic than the fire spear I had done before. I then glared at Norris, who was looking at me suspiciously, and I said as if to hurl. Say it again. What? Tell me again. What you're going to do with my family? I shouted, and at the same time, I held out my folded hands toward the heavens and released the magic. The magic power begins to take in the surrounding air, and a storm blows around the area and is sucked in. Along with the storm, a tremendous roaring sound echoed around the area. The audience was surprised by the sudden windstorm and roar, but then shuddered at the sight they saw. A fireball of tremendous size was forming above Rid's head, and it was getting bigger and bigger without knowing where it was going to stop. It would be a terrible thing if that thing was released, but it was not a target at the end of Rid's line of sight. It was Norris. The moment the venue was filled with a shiver, Rayner, two of his guards, and Elias moved immediately. Meanwhile, Norris, staring at the furious Lid, slumped down on the spot. He asked Rid for forgiveness. I'm sorry. I was out of line. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I stared at Norris with furious eyes, waiting for the magic to be released from the compression and complete its gigantic size. Then I heard a voice behind me. What is that magic, Rid? Don't be rash. Father and Elias were coming toward me. The moment I was caught off guard by them, Norris tried to escape from the scene. But Norris was taken down by Diana and Rubens. The two looked excited and yelled at Norris. You're the one who did this to Master Rid. Yes. What have you done to Master Rid? I didn't do anything to him. This monster has taken the liberty. Hearing Norris's words, I became even angrier. As if in response to my anger, the great fireball overhead began to grow even larger with a storm and roar. At the exchange between Norris and Rid, Rayner and Elias guessed that something was wrong and stepped in between them. They then began to frantically try to convince Rid to calm down. Rid is very angry, so there must be a reason for it. First, you must talk to me about this. I don't know what Norris said to you. But you must have been very angry with him, and he must have been very disrespectful to you. Norris, what did you say to Mr. Ridd? Further said to me softly and clearly. Elias said gently at first to me, then angrily to Norris, who was being held nearby. Norris was not ready to give up, and with a frightened look on his face, he made his excuses. I don't know, I told that monster to shoot magic at the target, and so it's like that. You are a lame ass, and you're still going to cut the white hat in this situation. If you don't tell me, I'll tell them. You said that you will kill my family, so for that I would never forgive you. The moment I shouted in anger, the magic power inside me was released as if in response to my emotions. The shock wave of magic power that was suddenly released blew further and Elias away from the spot. The two of them were holding Norris back, and I shouted at them. Both of you, get away. Diana and Rubens both nodded and said to me with a look of determination. No matter what the reason, you must never let your anger get the better of you and kill someone. Master Ridd, please pull yourself together. At that time, a girl about my age hugged me from behind, Farah. After Farah, lasses came to me. Master Ridd, it won't do. You must not punish Norris in this way. Yes. You must not punish Norris in this way. Then a new figure came between me and Norris, Asuna. The moment Norris saw her, he said with a look of relief on his face, Asuna Dono, use that sword at your waist to cut that monster. Asuna had a sword strapped to her waist, just as Norris had said, but she spat at him with a look of disgust on her face at Norris's words. Shut up, you son of a bitch. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this so that Ridd won't kill a little rascal like you. As she finished speaking to Norris, Asuna gently said to Ridd, it's no need for Master Ridd to take action. I will take his lead. With that, Asuna turned back to Norris and gripped the sword at his waist without effort. Then she told the two people holding her back to move away from him. When they moved away, Norris and Asuna had no one between them. What are you going to do? I told you I would take his place, Master Ridd, and cut you down. At that moment, she drew her sword with blinding speed toward Norris. Norris's pitiful voice echoed, but he was unharmed. But the top of his hair falls down. Asuna had cut only Norris's hair. Norris's appearance became comical, like a so-called kappa. Asuna glared at him with sharp eyes and said, next, both arms, then both legs, and finally, the neck. Now, are you ready for this? Asuna's eyes had completely lost their light. In this bizarre situation, Renault soldiers surrounded them with Ridd in the center. Why is it that no help is coming from other? I have angered Ridd just as he told me to do. But no one comes to his rescue here. Norris was in his own way very confused, but time was running out. He had stroked the dragon's beard and stepped on the tiger's tail, an act he should never have done. As if as an ultimatum, Asuna gripped her sword again as she spat at him. You don't seem to need both arms. Wait, I'm sorry, everything that Mr. Ridd says is true. Norris became dejected as he said it. As if they had been waiting for those words, Raina and Elias appeared behind them. Norris, I will have plenty to say to you later. I am sorry, Mr. Ridd. I'm sorry that any of your family members could be in danger. The family of my daughter's betrothed, Elias said, and bowed his head to Ridd and apologized. Seeing Elias, Lasses also stepped in front of Ridd, bowed his head, and apologized. I am sorry, I am not in a position to say this, Mr. Ridd, but please put your anger, Ridd, the law is there to judge the guilty. I understand how you feel, but it's not just about your personal feelings. You must put your rage behind you. Father further spoke gently to me as if to warn me. And Farah, who was hugging me from behind, also said softly, Ridd-sama, my country's vassal has done something very rude, but please calm down. My anger cooled down at Farah's and everyone's words. I muttered, I'm not sure what to say, but I'm sure you'll understand. Thank you, sorry for making so much noise. Then, the huge fireball floating above my head was unleashed directly into the sky. At that moment, a tremendous roar rang out around the area. However, as the fireball flew higher into the sky, the sound eventually stopped. Everyone present was relieved to see that in the midst of it all, Raina said to me in dismay. I didn't hear that you have mastered such large-scale magic. There was an error in my father's words, and I pointed it out. Father, that's not large-scale magic. It was just a fireball. The people around were astonished and gasped at his words. I don't remember much about what happened after that, because after I pointed it out to my father, I ran out of magic power and fainted. Chapter 69. Why is this happening? Norris covered his despair-stained face with his hands and sat down on a chair, muttering to himself. Norris had offended Rid at the magic demonstration, but it was an act of stroking the beard of a dragon and stepping on the tail of a tiger, which should never be done. He never expected him to be such a good magician. In the first place, that one who had instructed him to anger Rid because he was going to help him did nothing for him after all. Then, by Elias' order, the soldiers captured him and put him under house arrest in what is now the castle. Unlike the prisons for commoners and the such, this room is for criminals of the nobility and higher. The room was of a certain size and had a sofa and a bed. However, this room had a nickname among the nobles. Once you enter this room, what awaits you is death by assassination or conspiracy. Either way, death is said to await him in the near future. And Norris knew that the alias was close to the truth. When he arrived here, he was rapt and despairing. Despite all that had happened, he knew he could still survive. He had thought the one would be there, too. But what he was brought to was the waiting room. I cannot die yet. I still have a task to do. That's when he muttered to himself. A soldier's voice came from outside the door. His Majesty Elias is entering. The door to the room opens without knocking, and Elias enters. Another hooded figure enters the room behind Elias. When Norris saw Elias, he immediately got down on his knees in front of him and apologized. Your Majesty Elias, I am very sorry but I did this for the sake of my country. Besides, I was only instructed to do this by a certain someone, so please spare my life. Norris is now on his knees, and the part of his hair that Asuna cut is in full view. The Kappa-style haircut seems to be more exaggerated thanks to this, which accentuates the ridiculousness of his appearance. The hooded man who entered the room quietly approached Norris, who was on his knees. Then, crouching down beside him, he tightened one hand around Norris's throat and lifted him up as he stood up. GGHH, you? A shiver ran through Norris as he saw the hooded man's face as he was being tightened up, and he muttered with a shudder. Zack. Just as Norris muttered, Zack launched him against the wall. GGHHHH. A heavy, low sound echoed through the room as the man slammed into the wall. Zack, don't be too rough with him. Sorry, sir. It was disturbing to have him on his knees in front of the doorway. Elias quieted him down and Zack took off his hood. The man's eyes are cold, though his manner is as soft as usual. It created an earrings that was different from his usual. Norris coughed and looked like he didn't know what was going on. He could see why Elias would come here. But Zack Riverton, known only to a very few, is the highest power of the dark side. He don't know why such a person would come here. Seeing Norris's confusion, Elias shook his head and said coldly, you are a vassal who has served this country for a long time. I will at least give you an explanation as a memento of your death. Explanation? Norris, still unable to get up from the impact of being smashed against the wall, was looking at Elias with a dubious expression on his face. Grinning at him, Elias turned to Zack and said, explain it to him. Zack. Elias, your Majesty is a terrible human being too. Zack, who let out a sigh and looked like he was about to give up, began to explain something to Norris. It went back to the time when the alliance was formed with the Empire after the Bastille crisis. At that time, they received a notice from the Empire that although it was ostensibly an alliance, it was a secret agreement with the details of a vassal state. At that time, some of the nobles, including Norris, were very much against it. Elias appeased them and agreed to become a vassal state in order to survive as a country. However, after the secret agreement with the Empire, domestic politics became unstable. This was caused by some of the nobles who could not accept the alliance with the Empire. So Elias devised a plan. He proposed that those who were dissatisfied with the alliance with the Empire should form a faction, and when the time came, they would be put together and dealt with. And Norris was chosen to serve as the main body of that faction. That is why he made it easy for Norris to make claims that could not be made by others. And Elias and Zack were working from behind the scenes to ensure that Norris would be able to reign at the top of the faction. That is why Elias was faced with the dilemma of not being able to ignore Norris's opinion, and that was the result. Norris's face turned pale when he heard what Zack had to say. Then he stood up and said to Elias, his voice trembling, "This is ridiculous. We are using you, Norris, and thanks to you we know the details of the troublesome people who nest in this country. We thank you, okay?" Norris huffed when Elias told him, then asked bitterly, "That shadow that approached me was yours doing, too?" Hearing his words, Zack signaled with his hand. Then, from Norris's shadow, a figure dressed in black appeared. Norris was taken aback by the sight. Zack approached the black-clad figure as if nothing had happened. "Capella, you have worked very hard over the years. Thanks to you and Norris, I was able to gather all the necessary information on the opposing factions. All that remains is to eliminate them." Exclamation mark? A cleanup, you say? There is no way you can do such a thing. That would mean the loss of important people in this country. Norris believes that the country would not be able to function without them. And he is probably trying to say that if a cleanup were to take place, the country would not be able to survive. But Elias was taken aback by his words. Because of the longevity of the Dark Elves, it is easy for the generation of the important people in the country to change slowly. Your faction is just such a group. You are no longer cunning. You are old men to this country. What the hell is this? Elias continued speaking to Norris, whose face was turning red with anger. "I am sure that Rid has already told you that it is not the old generation who creates the future. Don't you understand? Exclamation mark. How do you know that? Norris was surprised to know that Elias knew about his conversation with Rid. At that moment, his eyes fell on the shadow called Capella. At that moment, a question came to his mind. How long had Capella been lurking in my shadow? Then he remembered Zack's words, "I'm sorry for all your hard work over the years," and a chill ran through his body. To which Elias replied with satisfaction, "That's right. Your every move has been observed, you know." Norris! Exclamation mark. Norris bit his lower lip at Elias' words. Was he being played? No, it couldn't be. If that were the case, what would happen to Lassus? If everything was really being monitored, there was no way he could use the prince as a pawn. Thinking this, Norris said, "Falsehoods, and if you've been spying on me, how are you going to explain Prince Lassus's situation?" "Lassus? It is true that I did not expect you to be so fascinated with him, but he was a good distraction for you to take action. It was a good distraction, wasn't it?" "What? You even used the prince as a decoy?" "The king is a king. That is what it means to protect the country and the people. If I am to be led around by the likes of you, and if I am to be deluded, I will never be king." "Well, now that Rid has converted me, I think there is a little chance for Lassus. I want to ask you one last question. Is that person, Miss Ulshia, also on your side?" "If Ulshia is on her side, she can still do something about it." But Elias answered immediately, "Of course. You were the only one who didn't know anything about it." Norris. Hearing Elias' words, Norris fell to the ground in despair and muttered weakly, "I was really just being made to swim and dance on the palm of his hand." The three people present, except for Norris, seemed to have lost their cool. "What you have done is the crime of treason, and you will not be spared anyway. And you have two ways to die." Norris listened to Elias' words with a drooping head and no energy. "One is to be assassinated in this room tomorrow morning. The second is to kill yourself with this medicine. I recommend the second. I've heard that this potion can take you to the other side of the world as if you were asleep. Isn't that right?" Zack nodded quietly as he was told the story. Elias then placed the drug near Norris and spat out, "You have very little time left." "Curse your own stupidity at best." After he finished, Elias turned his back to Norris and started walking toward the door of the room. Norris was disoriented with despair and anger. "Don't be silly, Elias. You are not a king." "Yes. I should make Lassus the king and I should be the regent and lead the country." The only thing Norris had in his mind now was hatred for Elias. Just as Elias was about to leave the room, Norris shouted in a loud, angry voice. Elias. At those words, Elias turned around with a dubious look on his face. Then, Norris was ready to launch his magic with an angry expression on his face. Zack and Capella tried to cover him, but Elias stopped them. Then Norris shouted again, this time in a loud, angry voice. You should have been killed by me, you freak. As Norris was about to use his magic, Elias gripped the sword at his waist without effort. He then instantly entered his stance by strengthening his body, and with the same momentum, he reaped him in a horizontal line with his quick draw. Ha! Norris muttered in a small, pained voice. These were his last words. Elias shook off the blood glue on the blade and sheathed it. At the same time, Norris's body crumbled into two pieces, the upper half and the lower half. A large pool of blood appeared on the spot. Well done, sir. Zack, who had been watching the series of movements, called out to Elias. Elias's movements were instantaneous. Norris could not use his magic because of this. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't expect him to be this stupid. Elias replied to Zack and then gave them instructions. Get rid of this corpse. Norris's death will only be made public after this visit to the Bardia family is over. Until then, keep the body salted to prevent it from rotting. Yes, sir. Zack and Capella both bowed as they responded to Elias's instructions. Elias then left the room. The end of a man who was dissatisfied with the Empire's vassalage and continued to operate with ego and selfish malice was, ironically, a salve, to be pickled in the very thing that had caused the vassalage. Chapter 70. Where am I? When I woke up, the first thing I saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. At least it's not my house. I got up from the bed and looked around. All I saw was furniture I had never seen before. I thought to myself, I've never seen this place before. Come to think of it, I think I've had something like this before. As I sat up and tilted my head back, there was a knock at my door. Before I could reply, it was opened and a maid walked in. It was Deanna, and when she saw me, she held her mouth with both hands and let out a loud voice with tears in her eyes. Master Id, you have awakened. I will go and inform everyone immediately, Deanna said as soon as she saw me and immediately went away. At that moment, I remembered that I had used up all my magical power in a rage. Then I thought back to what had just happened and asked myself, isn't this the same thing that happened on the day I became fully aware of my reincarnation? I looked up to the sky and muttered quietly, not saying to anyone. After that, Father, Deanna, Rubens, and Zack all gathered around. And now a doctor is checking me out. That happened as well back then. The only difference is that the doctor is a dark elf. Well, there is nothing wrong with you. The doctor checked my eye movements, arms, legs, and other body parts in detail before muttering, well, I don't see anything wrong with your body. The doctor then packed up his belongings and left the room, saying, please call me again if you need anything else. Then my father asked to speak with me alone around the room and instructed everyone to leave the room. Deanna and Rubens seemed relieved to see that I was doing well and left the room with smiles on their faces. Zack looked concerned about what my father and I were talking about, but he left the room as well. I heard the door close and a moment of silence passed. Then, Further muttered something to me. How's your body? Is there anything wrong with you? Yes, I'm fine. I am sorry to cause you worry. How's your magic? Do you feel any discomfort? Father's eyes were different from his usual stern look, and there was a hint of fright in them. Why is that? I am wondering, but I check my own magic power. Yes, it's fine. There is no problem. It's recovering. I told my father. I'm fine. I've recovered my magic, and I can show you yesterday's magic again anytime you want. I tried to reassure my father by puffing out my chest a little, but his face turned stern, his eyes filled with anger, and he spoke harshly to me. You fool! You think you can show me yesterday's spell anytime you want? Don't ever use that spell again. Father, their two guards were blaming themselves for their own inadequacies. The Renote officials were worried that you might wake up at any moment, so they stayed up late last night to watch you. I was surprised at Father's anger and realized that he was warning me about how much trouble I had caused to those around me. Then he continued. I heard about Norris, but it is your own problem that you lost yourself in anger. and it is outrageous to use up all your magical power in anger. I looked down at my father's words and replied, "You are right, father. I was ignorant. I'm sorry. It's all right if you know. Then you can shut your eyes until I tell you it's okay." "What? Eyes?" "That's right. Go on and meditate." "Yes, father. I meditated as my father told me to." I wondered if he was going to hit me. I was nervous and anxious, but my father hugged me gently and forcefully to his chest. Then he said in a trembling voice, "Fool. Don't take it too far. If anything happens to you, what do I tell Nanalie and Melody? Besides, as long as your mother is suffering from magic power depletion, there is a possibility that you will also suffer from magic power depletion, you know? In that situation, you'd run out of magic power and pass out, for example. I'm so glad you're okay." Father's voice was trembling, almost like he was crying, and how foolish I had been to do what I did. It made me think about how much worry I had caused to those around me, and it was very painful for me. After that, my father held me tight for a while. I kept my eyes closed during that time. Are you sure? The magic is okay? He had been holding me until a while ago, but when he calmed down, he let me go. He told me I could open my eyes, and when I looked at my father's face, his eyes were red, but his face had already returned to its stern gaze. I laughed in my heart and said, "That's just like my father." Then I replied, "Yes, I'm really all right. I am sorry for causing you worry." I told my father what I had said and bowed to him. He seemed relieved this time. Then, after clearing his throat, he began to speak slowly, as if to say, "Now, I would like to ask you a few questions. First of all, what is that spell? What do you mean it's not a large-scale spell, but just a fireball?" I turned blue as soon as I heard those words. I was so angry that I had used it right then and there. Oh no, Sandra had seriously told me that it was out of bounds. I held my head in my hands. At that moment, I suddenly had a bad feeling. It was as if someone was listening in, but it was more like a magical presence than a person. I looked at him thoughtfully, and then said to him, "Father, let's talk about this at the Badia house with Sandra. I have a feeling that here other can listen to us." My words made him aha, and then he muttered regretfully, "I was careless. We shall do so. There are many dimly lit places in this house." He said it as if he were talking to someone else, but there was no reply. Then he looked at me and said, "If you are feeling well, go and see the Princess Farah. She was quite worried about you. You can take Diana with you to escort you." Come to think of it, Farah, Asuna, and Lassis must have been there when I fainted. When I think about it, I really caused trouble for a lot of people. I understand. I will visit Princess Farah, and if it is possible, I will go see her today. All right. I will make the arrangements. While I was talking with my father, there was one thing that really bothered me. Yes. About him. I boldly asked him a question. "Father, what is going to happen to Norris?" Father's face turned a little grim, but he spoke slowly. "Don't worry about him," he said. "He will not be forgiven for saying that he is targeting the Bardia family. Besides, I will be meeting with His Majesty Elias after this. You go and deepen your bond with Princess Farah." "Yes, I will." "I understand. It is not that I don't care about Norris, but I decided that if father was going to go this far, I should leave this matter to him. Besides, I have many things to do in Renote. I also have a lot to discuss with Farah, and I can't just sit around and rest." Then further coughed a little shyly and began to speak. "Rid, are you going to be able to get along with the Farah girl?" "Hey, yes, I think I'll be fine. Why all of a sudden?" I answered shyly with a question that was out of character for my father. I was embarrassed to answer the question, which wasn't like further to ask. "When you were in bed, the Princess Farah stayed with you as long as she could. She seems to have taken a liking to you." I have been told by my father that this is a topic of conversation. I was surprised that my father kept talking about this kind of thing, and my face turned red with embarrassment. The change in my expression made him look happy, and he kept on going. "Hey, even if the two countries have decided on this, whether or not they can build a happy relationship is a question for both of them. If you and Princess Farah cherish the feelings you have for each other now, things will turn out well. You will value your current feelings and the Farah girl even more than you do now, won't you? Yes, I understand. I was filled with embarrassment when my father gave me that advice. Father saw me and gave me a rare squeak and was about to leave the room when he stopped and turned to me and said, "You have been asleep since the magic performance yesterday. If you are going to see Princess Farah today, you'd better keep up your appearance, wouldn't you? Cleanliness is very important. Cleanliness is very important. I understand," Father said to me and then left the room with a grin on his face. I wondered if I smelled that sweaty, and I checked. I think it might have been night sweats or something, but then I thought about it, and wondered if what my father had just said meant that my mother had warned him about my cleanliness in the past. My mischievous spirit was again stirring, and I decided to ask my mother about it next time. Then I called Diana and asked her to prepare the bath for me. Chapter 71. After confirming that Rid was awake and feeling well, Rayna returned to his prepared room on the second floor of the guest house. He then sat down in his desk chair and folded his hands and looked thoughtful. As he furrowed his brow and wondered what he should say to his guest after this, he recalled the conversation he had had with Zack upon his arrival in Renout. The night of their arrival in Renout. Then, it's time to get down to business. Rayna nodded at Zack's words. Rayna explained to the Imperial capital that this visit was also about strengthening the relationship between the Bardia family and Renout. Naturally, he contacted the Renout side in advance and received an unexpected offer. They asked for help in wiping out Renout's opposition to the marriage. About 6 years had passed since Renout had become an ostensible ally and a vassal state of the Empire. However, there have been various delays from the schedule, and irritation has arisen among the nobility in the imperial capital. In fact, Erwin, the emperor, had told him to look for a solution to this problem when he contacted him for permission to visit, if possible. It was truly a good thing that came to pass, a true thing that came out of a lie. It was Zack who brought the proposal about the cleanup, and Elias, the king, had already approved. They had been investigating the Hua family, who were dissatisfied with the alliance with the Empire, since they had become a vassal state. Their consultation was that they had gathered the necessary information and now they wanted a cause for the cleanup. So, they consulted him about using Rid, a prospective fiancé, as bait. Naturally, at first Rayna looked at him grimly. However, even though he was a member of the kingdom, he had been approached by Elias, the king of the kingdom. He could not refuse the offer. Rayna asked Zack, who was there on behalf of the king, without losing his stern face. "I understand the general situation, but how do you intend to use my son as bait? You can't risk the life of my son, can you?" "Yes, I'm very careful about that. I am sure that they would not do such a foolish thing as assassination, considering their relations with the Empire." Zack answered Rayna's question politely and explained the opposition's movements to Rayna. He explained the opposition's moves to Rayna, the match, the magic performance, and their ultimate goal. Hearing this, Rayna wrinkled his brow and let out a sigh. What are those opponents thinking? Even if Rid said he didn't like it, it's a country-to-country dynamic. Nothing will change, and there's no way I could ask the Emperor to withdraw. You seem to be obsessed with your own delusions of grandeur. Yes, we set it up that way. Rayna was a little taken aback by Zack's words. What Zack is trying to say is that there are probably a lot of agents in the opposition, pushing their thinking. It's a common tactic used to set off internal strife in other countries, but to use it against one's own people is relentless. But it is a very merciless move to use it against one's own people. But that is how much it must be stewing. Rayna looked at Zack, who was having a calm atmosphere but had cold eyes, and said, "Is a good idea. I'll accept your offer. I agree to use Rid as bait." "I appreciate your consideration, Master Rayna. However, there are some conditions." "What are the conditions?" Zack's words were covered by Rayna's words. Zack looked doubtful, but Rayna continued to speak. "The first and foremost premise is to guarantee Rid's safety. You promised to use your shadows and whatever else you can use. That's fine. If anything happens to Rid, I will not tolerate it. Even if it is you," Rayna said, and then turned on Zack with the killing intent he could muster. The murderous intent was so strong that even Zack, who is at the top of the dark side, felt a shudder. Seeing this, Raina was satisfied and said, "As expected of you, Zack. Zack, you're the man. I have not felt such a murderous intent in a long time and it gives me a shiver." Zack then wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief he took out of his pocket on his chest. Raina said as he watched, "One of the conditions is the alleviation of business flow. I'll ask you to take this in consideration of the future. The latter condition will depend on how well Rid performs. Otherwise, we're going to suffer a loss." "What do you mean?" Zack looked stunned, unusually unable to comprehend the meaning. Zack had no idea that Rid was capable of anything out of the ordinary at this point in his life. "The reason is that tomorrow you'll find out. Tell His Majesty Elias that the conditions for using Rid as a decoy are the easing of the business flow and the additional conditions that he will add to his demands on a piece rate basis. With all due respect, Master Raina, I don't understand the idea of a piece rate system based on Master Rid's success." "I don't understand, Master Raina." "I don't care how good he is still a child, right?" "Yes, that's right. But anyway, please tell His Majesty Elias that I will add a demand for the cost of using my son as a decoy in accordance with Rid's success." As expected, this was the first time Zack had ever been told something like this. However, as long as there was no specific offer, Zack shook his head and wondered if there was a way out of this. "I understand. Then, I will inform His Majesty Elias accordingly." Raina looked really satisfied, but Zack was dubious, not understanding his intention. Then, after the necessary discussions with Raina, including other details, were almost completed, he suddenly muttered, "I think that's about it." "I understand. I'll keep my eyes open for what will happen tomorrow." "Thank you." "I'll leave you to it." Zack got up and left the room after his discussion with Raina was over. Raina looked thoughtful and smiled with a couscous as he thought back to the other day. He had been heartbroken when Rid had fainted, but today he seemed to be in good shape. However, Raina was personally angry with Elias and Zack regarding Elias and Zack, who had asked him about using Rid as a decoy. "We did what we had to do as a national relationship." "I understand what they are asking for. But what we are going to do now is negotiate with the Renault via the Bardia family." Raina was contemplating how to pull the plug on their asses. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and when he answered, Elias and Zack entered the room with a dark and heavy mood. Raina got up from his desk and with a big smile, invited them to a nearby sofa, where they sat down across from each other. Then, Elias suddenly spoke with a grim look on his face. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Raina. I am happy to be of help. By the way, what happened to that Norris?" "He's going to die after you leave." "I see." Raina knew that Norris was already dead. Then he got down to business. "Now, may I add a further condition to my request for compensation for using my son Rid as a decoy?" "I know that Rid's efforts were well worth it, Your Majesty Elias. I hope you can keep this as quiet as possible." Zack and Elias looked at each other grimly. It was also the fact that he had allowed an additional demand for compensation from Raina depending on Rid's success. Incidentally, Zack and Elias, who had approved this matter at the time it was promised, had also forgotten about it. When Rid was passed out and sleeping, he remembered it when Raina pointed it out to them, and they turned blue. What Rid did, as a result, created a clue that almost solved the problem that the present Renault was having. That is a very big achievement. Too big. When Zack remembered this fact, he felt that he would probably never forget that he had misjudged Rid's ability. As he looked at the two of them, Raina said with a rare smile on his face, "First of all, we would like you to pay for the mansion we are building in Bardia to welcome Princess Farah. We have applied to the imperial capital for a budget, but it is not enough. We would like to ask for the full sum that is missing from the budget. Is that all right with you?" Hearing Raina's words, Elias pondered and then answered politely, "I understand. It is also the house where my daughter will be living. If the imperial budget is not enough, I will make sure that the rest of the money comes from our country. Thank you for your consideration." Raina bowed and chuckled to himself. Because they do not know. They did not know that Rid was involved in the design of the mansion. Raina had a hunch that it would be a ridiculous amount of money, but as a reward for being a decoy, He would let them do what way he wanted. This was supposed to be a wedding gift from her father, and Elias had now given his word on the matter. When he raised his head, Raina said something with a big smile that caught them off guard even more. In the presence of His Majesty, I debated Norris in the imperial match. He contributed greatly to the enhancement of relations between the two countries, and even converted the prince. And Rid gave His Majesty Elias the cause of cleaning up Norris, who should be considered the core of the opposition. Now, to the main point, what do you two think is a good reward for the activities of my son this time around? For my part, I think it will be appropriate to give him a tax break, such as a transportation tax, for all the business channels connected to the Bardia family. Elias and Zack looked very tired after the meeting with Raina. But there was more to this matter. About the time Elias had forgotten about this, he received a document signed in his handwriting and a bill that said he would cover the cost of building the Bardia family's mansion. And Elias was astonished at the amount. But that is another story. Chapter 72. As father left the room, I called Diana and asked her to prepare the bath. While I was waiting for her, I called out a memory. Hi, Rid. You had a good night, didn't you? I called up Memory while I was waiting for her. I was really tired this time. Memory looked happy, but kindly gave me a word of encouragement. I thanked her and told the purpose of my call. Did you figure out how to make soap and what substitutions to use? The substitute that you can find in nature is mucorogi berries. The peel of the berry seems to foam up and become soap. All you need is oil, water, and lye. Mucorogi berries? I've never heard of it, but I wonder if it was in a book or something. And fats and oils? I asked Memory. Is a mullein a weed or a tree? That kinda sends an image to my eyelids. When she said that, what came to mind behind my eyelids was an acorn-like fruit. I wondered, when have I ever seen something like this? Okay. Thank you very much. By the way, is it okay to use fats and oils or anything else? Yes. I think beef fat and pork fat are good, but vegetable oil is also fine. Thank you very much. I'll ask you again if I need anything else. Wait a minute, Rid. When we finished talking, the memory stopped me, which was unusual. Don't push yourself too hard. I was worried inside too, you know. See you later. Memory only said what it wanted to say and the communication ended. I was not going to say anything to anyone, but I mumbled something right there and then. Thank you, Memory. Just as I finished my conversation with Memory, Diana came back to the room. It seems hot springs were ready. I tried to refuel Diana to join me in hot spring, but she didn't listen to me. In a different place, in one of Farah's rooms in the palace, Asuna was sighing in dismay. You don't have to be in such a hurry, Master Rid will be here any minute. Please calm down a little. Oh, well, no, I am calm. This morning, there was a message from Raina to Farah. The main point is that Rid has regained consciousness safely. The message said that Rid had regained consciousness and that he would like to visit her to apologize for the worry he had caused her. Farah was very happy and immediately replied she did, but then she suddenly felt an indescribable sense of embarrassment. She felt like she couldn't stand still and was wandering around the room all the time. Asuna was taken aback by the situation and said, "And, Lady Farah, with all due respect, your ears are moving, aren't they?" Oh? She sat down on a nearby chair, holding her ears with both hands. She has a constitution that causes her ears to move up and down when she feels favorable feelings. There are only a few dark elves who have this trait. If she is conscious of it, they do not move, but if she is not careful, they move in accordance with her emotions. As Asuna pointed out, Farah blushed a little and took a deep breath. She then recalled the events that had taken place from the time she had met Rid until now. Rid, I was present when he greeted my father. I was very surprised at his face. He did not realize it, but I remembered it well. It was very shocking. I was so busy with my education from Elsia that I had little or no contact with certain people. Therefore, the boy who helped me when I was lost in Bardia territory left a very strong impression on me, and I couldn't believe he was the same age as me. I was surprised at his self-introduction, but I was thinking about something else. I remember my heart began to pound very loudly when I thought, there is no doubt, It's definitely him. At that moment, father asked Rid about his marriage to me. I felt a little minor pain in my heart. Everyone comes to me with the talk of me marrying into the empire, saying how pitiful it is, but I am royalty, and as I learned my mother's words and many other things, I understood, in my own way, the connection between countries and the role of a princess. So, I am prepared for this marriage in my own way. However, everyone looked at me with pity or for my value as a princess, and when it came to the marriage, no one congratulated me or cheered me on with just a few words. So I was sure that he would say something safe and straightforward. That's what I thought. But he was different. He said, I believe that the marriage between Reincarnated and Bardia should be performed for sure. I was a little taken aback by what he said. And then, perhaps realizing this, he looked at me and smiled back. At that moment, I felt a great sense of relief. Then, his words gradually resonated in my mind and my heart pounded even faster. He told me that he wanted to marry me himself, even if it was a country-to-country relationship. He told that we should get married not by the agreement of the country or his parents, but clearly from his own words. That made me very happy. He was the one who willingly said that he wanted to get married, while everyone else was hesitant to do so. His confidence was very reassuring. At that time, Mother had told me not to let my heart go to him, but I think I did. After that, he argued with Farah and Norris without backing down, and he was able to convince Norris and even my father. His appearance was very reliable, dazzling, and cool. When it was his turn to introduce himself, he suppressed his nervousness and greeted Norris in a calm manner. Then my mother pointed out to me. She said, "Your ears are moving. It's not very flattering." I was so shocked by her words that I took a deep breath to calm myself down. But then I realized at the same time that I was attracted to Rid. I am charmed by Rid-sama. His rapid growth continued after that. He treated my brother like a baby and challenged Asuna's swordsmanship without giving up until the very end. Seeing him like that, my heart grew higher and higher. Then, an incident occurred at the magic performance. I don't know the details, but I heard that Norris's terrible provocation made him furious and he performed a great magic. Everyone was horrified by the huge scale of the spell, but what he was looking at was not the target, but Norris. I knew immediately that he was going to hit Norris with that magic. At that moment, I was running to him. He shouted something and my father and Master Raina, who had rushed ahead of me, were blown away. The sight of them scared me a little, but I ran through with a single-minded determination to stop him. Suddenly, I noticed that my brother had come up next to me. Then we both looked at each other and nodded, and I hugged him and tried desperately to convince him. Asuna also ran to me. Then he nodded to her desperate persuasion and shot his magic high into the sky. At that moment, there was a great roar in the air and I was very scared, but he was holding me tenderly in his arms as if to protect me. As expected, it took a lot of magic power to release that much magic. After that, he immediately fainted. Father and Master Raina hushed up the magic he had cast to the people present. Then they hurriedly carried him to his room in the guest house. I accompanied them and stayed with him as long as time allowed. When it was getting late at night, his room was occupied only by me, Asuna, and his escort, Diana. Then there was a knock at the door and Master Raina entered the room. I heard that he had come to check on him. He looked at me with a surprised look on his face and suddenly said that he wanted to talk with me here and now, alone with me. When I responded with my agreement, Asuna and Diana bowed and left the room. The sound of the door closing echoed in the quiet room. Then, Master Raina gently whispered to me, "I am sorry that my son has caused you so much worry." "Oh, no. Rather it should be us who should apologize." "I am sorry." I was sitting in the chair next to the bed where he was lying, but I was so surprised by Master Raina's sudden apology that I hurriedly got up from the chair and answered him. Mr. Raina's stern face fell and he looked a little kinder. Then, in the same mood, he asked me a question. "With all due respect, what does Princess Farah think of Rid?" "Huh? Well, I think he is a very nice person." I was startled by the sudden question and tried my best to keep my composure as I answered. I did not realize it, but at this time, my ears were violently rising and falling. Hearing my reply, Master Raina continued gently. I am relieved to hear that. Rid was eager to make the princess as happy as he could if he was to marry her. I had hoped that Princess Farah would take a liking to Rid, but it was a meddling of parent. I would like you to keep this matter a secret from Rid. I said, yes. I turned over as I replied. I felt my face turn red, knowing that he had feelings for me. And I was so happy that tears filled my eyes. No one would look at me, not my father, not my mother. The marriage partner would only see me as a political marriage partner. I had always thought so. I thought he was wonderful, and in fact, my heart was touched by him. But somewhere along the way, I was worried that he was just like everyone else. But he was different. He really looked at me from the beginning. When I thought that, tears naturally welled up. Master Raina seemed to have noticed something wrong with me, but he kept quiet for a while. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, wiped my tears and said to Master Raina, I don't know what will happen yet, but if we decide to get married, I will do my best to make Master Rid happy. Hearing my words, Master Raina smiled at me with a happy face, but after I said this, I remembered my mother and felt a little uneasy. Then, Master Raina said anxiously, what is the matter? You look a little anxious. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it all right to ask for advice? I was a little worried. Then I made up my mind and said to Master Raina, actually, my mother has always told me that the royal family of the empire is the right person for me to marry. Therefore, even if I were to be given the chance to marry Master Rid, I am afraid that my mother would not be satisfied with it. I see. However, this marriage is a matter of diplomatic decision. I am sorry to say, but the will of Miss Elshia has nothing to do with it. There is no need to think that deeply about it. Master Raina's words were right. But I think there was a wish in my heart that my mother would give her blessing to our marriage. I turned my head down without replying. In this state, Master Raina continued his words. These are my words as a parent, but why don't you try to express your feelings to Miss Elshia with your own words once? What do you mean? I asked back, not understanding what Master Raina meant. There is a saying that the opposite of love is indifference. I have heard that Princess Farah has been educated strictly by Miss Elshia, but why is she so strict? Isn't it for the sake of a political marriage? I am sure that the marriage is for the sake of political scheming. It is true that one needs to be educated for the sake of a political marriage. However, the education of yours that I have heard about is beyond the level. I believe that Miss Elshia has some kind of intention in giving you that much education. Does that mean that she dared to give me a harsh education? But I don't understand why she would do such a thing. Was there some kind of intention behind everything Mother had said and done? I could not understand it no matter how much I thought about it. I looked at Master Raina with a troubled expression, and he coughed and spun his words. Parental love is not only about being kind. Sometimes you have to be harsh. There are times when you have to be a devil at heart. Even if the child hates you, a parent should care for the child. I believe that is parental love. That is, Master Raina looked at the sleeping Rid with kind eyes as he narrowed his eyes. Hearing those words, I began to have doubts about what I had been thinking of Mother. I have wanted to be recognized by my mother and father, but I had never really thought about things from their point of view. As I was looking at him thoughtfully, Master Raina looked at me and said, it's getting late today. According to the doctor, Rid will wake up tomorrow at the latest. When he wakes up, I will tell him to pay a visit to you, so please leave for today. Yes, I understand. The soldier told me that my mother was calling for me as soon as I returned to the palace, and I immediately went to her room. On the way there, the contents of my conversation with Master Raina came back to me, and I felt confused. Have you arrived? Asuna, you are needed to leave the room. Yes. When Asuna and I entered the room, Mother quickly sent Asuna out of the room. Asuna bowed, gave me a worried look, and left the room. It was just me and my mother in the room, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy and tense. Then, as usual, my mother said in her usual cold tone, where were you until this late at night? I was staying with Master Rid, who has collapsed earlier. At my words, Mother's eyes sharpened and she spat out, you are married to a member of the royal family. And yet you are expected to stay up this late at night accompanying a monster with no common sense. For the first time, I felt anger at my mother's words. Even from my own mother I couldn't tolerate the idea that Master Rid could be treated as an out-of-this-world monster. Mother, with all due respect, Master Rid is my marriage candidate. Please refrain from such disrespectful words. Farah, do you think you are in a position to give me an advice? A child should shut up and listen to their parents. It is the imperial family you should be marrying. Such a monster is out of your league. I will ask His Majesty to do something about it. What part of mother's words do I hear of parental love, Master Raina? I do not understand. For the first time, I became angry at mother's words and shouted in an angry voice. Mother, that is too harsh a word. I heard it from Master Raina. That Master Rid said that he would do his best to make me happy when he decides to marry me, even if it is a political marriage. Do you think those words are accurate? The imperial nobility is powerful. Do you not think that he said that to confuse your mind? You are shallow, my child. And I am ashamed of you. Mother looked stunned at my words. I continued in an angry voice. The one who is ignorant is you, Mother. Isn't Norris the other day a good example of this? I am. If you have something to say it clearly. I told her clearly with tears in my eyes. I adore Master Rid, and I would be more than happy to marry him if I could, so please take back what you just said. Foolish. You are a princess, to speak out of your feelings. Mother's words angered me. I myself had no idea that I had such feelings. But I could not allow my mother's words to go on. Perhaps realizing that my mood of anger was not fading, my mother let out a sigh of exasperation. Then she said coldly, as if to shun me. If you insist that much, then do as you please. However, my relationship with you is over today. I will have nothing to do with you at all. You, Princess Farah, think of me as a stranger and forget me. Is that clear? I did not immediately understand the meaning of mother's words. But was she that unwilling to acknowledge Master Rid? I realized that I still had expectations of my mother. I wanted mother to say, I hope your marriage with Master Rid will be successful. I guess that will never happen. I still don't know if I can really marry Master Rid. Still, I could not allow anyone to humiliate the person I had fallen in love with. I took a deep breath and then said, I understand. I will not get involved with you. I too will stay away from you at any cost. That's all right. I am done talking to you. Get out of here, Princess Farah. Yes, I will. Excuse me. I bowed to Miss Elshire and left the room. Then I hugged Asuna who was waiting outside and cried loudly. I was sad. I was very sad. I don't remember what happened after that section. The next morning, when I woke up, my face was awful. And when I woke up, Asuna with a worried look on her face spoke to me softly. Princess, are you feeling all right? Yes, thank you, Asuna. I responded with a look of unconcern on my face. But Asuna's next words brought me back to my senses. I've got a call from Raina-sama. He said that Master Rid has woken up, and he has requested to visit you. Oh? Visit? Yes. I remembered that Master Raina had said something like that yesterday. I'm sure that's what Master Raina had said to me yesterday. I'll hurry up and get myself cleaned up and ready for the visit. Yes, please. Asuna smiled a little at Farah, who seemed to have regained some of her energy. Chapter 73. Soldier's voice came from outside the sliding door of Farah's room. Ridbardia-sama has arrived. Then Asuna called out to Farah, looking a little taken aback. Princess, Master Rid has arrived. I know. Farah took a deep breath before replying, come in. A few moments later, she heard Rid's voice say, excuse me, and then the sliding door was opened. Section. Excuse me, I said, and I opened the sliding door. Then Farah stood up and greeted me. Welcome, Master Rid, she said. Yes, I am very happy to see you. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't speak properly. When I entered the room, I sat down without being urged by Farah at the desk and sofa set up in the room. Diana, who came with me, was standing behind the sofa. Asuna then prepared a cup of green tea in front of me and Farah. She said, please take a seat. Thank you, Asuna. Asuna smiled at my words and then stood behind Farah's sofa as well as Diana. I couldn't tell what was going on between me and Farah. There was a kind of indescribable embarrassment between me and Farah. Come to think of it, this may be the first time we've talked directly like this. With this thought in mind, I opened my mouth. Father told me about this. Thank you for staying up late with me yesterday. After I finished, I bowed to Farah as I sat down. Then, Farah, who was taken aback, said in a bit of a panic, "Please raise your head, Master Rid. It was my vassal Norris who was responsible for this, so it is this way that I must apologize." I finished listening to Farah's words, and when I looked up, Farah had an apologetic look on her face. I decided to change the subject of the talk. "I'm going to talk about the main topic," I said to Farah. "Okay, I understand. Then, let's put the matter of him to an end." "Rather than that, I came here today because I wanted to talk to Princess Farah." "You want to talk to me?" Farah looked a little doubtful. I cleared my throat and then asked her slowly, "Let me see. If you came to Bardia, what kind of house would you like to live in?" "Well, that's a big and bold question." At my words, Farah's face turned bright red and her ears began to move up and down. Asuna, standing behind her, blew up and suppressed a laugh. "What's wrong?" I looked behind me and saw that Diana had a dumbfounded look on her face. Then, as I was making a dubious face, Diana gently whispered in my ear, "For a lady, or princess to be precise, asking about the mansion you will live in the future, even if it is the same as asking for marriage." Ah, I thought. It is true that there are basically no ifs for young ladies and princesses. Even if they did, it would be extremely impolite. Still, if you talk about what ifs, it is assumed that it is a decision. In other words, it is nothing more than a declaration of intent to marry. I felt my face turn red with Bon as I understood the meaning of what I said, but she and the people around me just didn't know about the decision. With that thought in mind, I turned my red face to look at Farah and said, Yes, I'd like to know what kind of house you would like to live in, and what you would like to do with it." Yes. I went ahead with all my might. Asuna and Diana were watching the scene, holding their mouths and trying to hold something back. Farah, on the other hand, was as red as I was and her ears were going up and down. "If things continue like this, we will not be able to get anywhere." I cleared my throat and explained about the mansion. "For example, do you want a room similar to Renault's or a garden?" "Yes, that's right." "Can I also ask for a room with tatami mats?" "Yes." "I would like to ask you what you would like to see done without thinking about whether it can be done or not." Then, Farah told me what kind of rooms she wanted step by step. She said that she wanted a variety of basic Renault culture rooms, including Japanese-style rooms with a mix of Japanese and Western styles, and a porch. When I asked about sliding doors, she said that a door was fine for the entrance and exit. I was surprised to hear that Farah spent most of her time in places with a mix of Japanese and Western styles. She had also mastered a whole range of vampire culture. She said that even if she came to Bardia territory right now, her life would be perfectly fine. I rolled my eyes a little at Renault's gifted education. Farah, to some extent, put it all out there, and after a final thought, she muttered, "I know it's difficult, but I'd be happy to have a hot spring." "A hot spring?" "That's what I'd like to." At that time, I felt a look of anticipation from behind me and turned around. I turned round and saw Diana's eyes sparkling and she looked so happy. Then she said to me, "Master Id, Princess Farah, I am asking you directly. If you don't say I do here, you will lose your position as a man. Please give me a pleasant reply to Princess Farah." I made an indescribable face at Diana's words. "It is very rude to say, it will make a man feel like a fool." "Well, I don't really mind," I replied, smiling as I looked at the Princess Farah. "I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try my best to make it happen. I am sorry for asking so much of you. I am sorry for being so unreasonable." Farah looked apologetic and worried about me. I looked at Asuna with disgust and asked her the same question. "Is there any hope for you too? I know it's an if, but if Princess Farah comes, you'll be staying there, too, right?" Asuna rolled her eyes a little at my words, but when Queen Farah looked at me and nodded, I coughed and then Asuna said, "Gohan, I have a room in a Japanese-style house. I have a Japanese-style room, and any bedding will do. More than that, I want a training ground. No, a dojo. within the mansion dojo. I rolled my eyes at this unexpected suggestion. I know what a dojo is, but Diana does not. I'm not sure how to explain it to her. It is an indoor training building for training. With the dojo, we can train even on rainy days. By all means, I would like you to show the princess how worthy you are, Master Rid. Asuna's eyes sparkled. I feel like she is in the same boat as Diana. Suddenly, I look behind me and see that Diana is also interested in the dojo. Farah has a "I'm sorry" look on her face, but she doesn't want to stop. I let out a sigh and then said, I understand, but I don't know if I can do it, you know? I'm going to try to put it all in anyway." As expected of Master Rid, the lord whom the princess trusted. Hearing my words, Asuna also looked happy and put a lot of pressure on her right fist. Then, Diana looked at me and said, "Master Rid, since it is a good opportunity, you should also listen to what Danny and Master Khan, who are in the Bardia family, have to say. It is the maids and those of the house like Master Khan who are supporting the mansion. I am sure they will come up with a great idea." "I agree with you. Then I'll put together everything I've heard here and everything I've heard from everyone in the mansion and think about it." As I was wondering if everything would be okay for now, Farah suddenly said, "Rid-sama, I know it's not a good idea for the room, but would it be possible to take the cherry blossoms that are in Reincarnated? Reincarnated has cherry blossoms. I did not know about this." Then Farah continued to speak. "Yes, it is understandable that you do not know about it. It is said that cherry blossoms are only available in Reincarnated. The flowers are so beautiful that during the blooming season, people go out to eat while viewing the flowers. But I've never done it, so if it's possible, I'd like to do it with the Bardia family." "No." Farah's face was red and her ears were going up and down as she said it, and I'm not so dim that I didn't notice the words I paraphrased in the middle of the sentence. This is exactly the kind of thing where I feel that if I don't say I'll do it, I'll be a worthless man and I'll be obsolete. So I said, not knowing what would happen. "I understand. I would like to have a cherry blossom viewing with Princess Farah as well. I will try to do everything I can. Thank you for your support." Farah looked very happy at my reply. "I've heard what everyone here wants, so now I'll go back to the territory and see what everyone at home has to say. Then, let's put it all together and present it to my father. If it doesn't work, I'll be disappointed, but I'll just have to cut back on something." With this in mind, I thanked everyone. "Thank you very much. I don't know if I can do it, but I'll do my best." "God. But don't push yourself." Farah is looking at me with a worried face, but I was impressed by the happy faces of Asuna and Diana. "Now, let's discuss one more thing. I'll do my best to make it as simple as possible." "So, one thing I would like to discuss with you is my desire to go to the castle town." Diana's face changed at my words. "Master, that is not going to happen. In Reincarnated, you are stand out too much in your attire. Besides, there is no guarantee that people like Norris will not target you." "I know, but can't we do something about that? I've come to Reincarnated, but my father wouldn't allow me to go out to the castle town because of Norris. Naturally, this increased my risk. That's why I came to Farah and the others for advice." Just when I was about to give up, I noticed Farah looking thoughtful. I wondered if she had any good ideas. As I was thinking that, she suddenly muttered, "I'm sure it will be fine as long as they don't find out that he is Rid." "Diana?" "Well, if that's the case, the risk will be reduced, so it might be okay." Diana, not being able to take Farah's words to heart, responded with a few weak words. Then, Farah's face brightened up and she said, "I think it would be a good idea if Master Rid became a maid." I and Diana were stunned, not understanding what she meant. Asuna, who was behind Farah, let out a loud sigh of disgust. Chapter 74, Princess Farah. "I don't understand, what do you mean by that? Actually, recently, a maid prepared a magnolia maid uniform for me to get in Empire for study propose." Saying that, Farah stood up with sparkling eyes and went to pick up maid uniform. Asuna was a little taken aback by this. Farah soon enough returned. And the uniform she had in her hands was definitely a maid outfit of Empire, and it's child-sized. "What do you think? If you're dressed in maid uniform, you won't have to worry about someone targeting you as Rid. Princess Farah, I'm not sure if it will be working, and my hair stands out. I said that I wanted to go to the castle town recently. I will stop you if you are going to dress up as a maid and happily cross-dress, but if you are going to disguise yourself as a maid, it can work from time to time. I will shut my eyes if you will mention the fact that I did everything in my power to stop you when the time came. What a surprise! Diana escaped, leaving me to take care of it. And the fact that she is making sure that the responsibility does not fall on her is very strong. Diana continued to press me, and it's a direct proposal from Princess Farah. Even if you cannot refuse, you are not without a good reason. Why don't you just say that Princess Farah forced her opinion on us then? Diana, whose side are you on? After saying something to me that made me think, I'm on your side, I politely addressed the Princess Farah in the middle of the conversation. Then, Farah seemed to get it and said with a slightly scared look on her face, "Yes, that's right. This is a request as a princess. I'm going to the castle town now, and I'd like you to disguise yourself as a maid and escort me to the castle town." Perhaps Farah had thought of this in her own way, but now, she flinched at the maid outfit Farah had brought. "Then, I have a long black wig, how about using it?" "Oh. No. I guess I can't do anything about it now." But, as expected, if I do such a thing as a noble, it will be a big fuss in the general public. If someone learn about that, I have to refuse. When I thought that, Farah's ears fell down and her expression turned grim. She was looking at me with wet eyes, and she said sadly, "I haven't been to the castle recently. Do you hate that idea?" Her gesture and words that have power to them. I glanced at Diana and asked for a helping hand. She said, "Certainly. If the princess asked me to escort her and I disguised myself as a maid so as not to be discovered, it would give me a little more cover in case of an emergency. Even so, it would be a big problem if I were discovered." But Farah was looking at me with a desperate face. I broke down and replied half-heartedly to her, "I understand. I will disguise myself as a maid and escort the Princess Farah." "Thank you." Rid-sama, Asuna and Diana, who were watching the exchange between me and Farah, were both holding their mouths with their hands and shaking their shoulders as they turn over a little. I think I will have to give something back to them both someday. At this moment, I decided to put my sleeves on female dress for the first time, including my past life. Then I had to change into the maid's uniform that Farah had brought with her, but I didn't know how to wear it. I had no choice but to ask Diana to help me. As expected, she reminded Farah and Asuna not to look at the clothes I was changing into. Then Diana was a little disappointed and said, "Unfortunately, these maid uniforms are a little too small for you." "Really? Then it's going to be tough to get a disguise, isn't it?" I was a little relieved that my maid uniform was a little small, but Farah, who heard our conversation, reacted, "Don't worry, the maid of honor has prepared another larger size maid's uniform for you, just in case something like this happens." "Hey?" Farah immediately brought another maid's uniform and handed it to Diana. The new maid's uniform given to me was indeed the right size. What does she mean by "this is not possible"? I sagged with disappointment. Then I heard Farah's happy voice. "How do you like it, Master Rid? Does it fit you?" Actually, when I asked the maidservant to make me a maid's uniform for Magnolia, she also prepared a one-size-fits-all outfit for me, because she thought it might not fit me. Yes, the size seems to be just right. I felt a little bitter towards the lady who prepared the one-size-fits-all maid's uniform, even though I knew it was a backhanded gesture. I was put on a long black wig that had been prepared for me and told by Diana that she was finished. Then she immediately took me in front of the mirror. "Is this me?" I said the usual words, but immediately came to reality and sagged. "Master Rid, you look very pretty." Farah is very pleased. Incidentally, my reflection in the mirror turned out to be a pretty maid with long black hair and purple eyes. My maid's uniform is based on black and has a long skirt. Certainly, no one would think I was Ridbardia in this outfit. When I looked in the mirror again, I suddenly noticed something and muttered to myself, "I see, in this way, I'm a lot like Mel, aren't I?" Rid and the Melody both look a lot alike. Don't think Mel and I are so much similar. I am more like my father. If anything, She resembles our mother more. I don't know what the future holds, but once again, I am a little happy to think that Mel and I are brother and sister after all. Rid-sama, if you don't mind my asking, who is this Meldy-sama? Farah asked me, looking a little concerned about the conversation between me and Diana. Oh, Meldy is my sister. I usually don't notice, but when I look at her like this, I am surprised at how much I look like her. You have sister, Master Rid. I hope we can meet soon. The woman's expression darkened a little. I know that this marriage is fixed, but Farah is not yet. I looked at Farah and said cheerfully, I'm sure you will meet, and if Princess Farah comes to the Bardia family, I think she and my sister, Mel, will become good friends. I said with a smile. I dared to use the word surely. Farah rolled her eyes and then blushed when she realized my intention. Then, after making her ears go up and down, she mumbled a little. I too look forward to meeting her. At that moment, a soldier's voice came from behind the sliding door. Prince Lassis is here. We froze at the moment we heard the soldier's words. I hurriedly hid behind Diana in my maid's uniform. Then the sound of footsteps approached us and I heard Lass's voice from behind the sliding door. Farah, I have heard that Mr. Rid has come to see you. I would like to say hello too. May I come in? I turned pale as I hid behind Diana. I was thinking desperately and anxiously about how I was going to get out of this situation. Chapter 75. Wait a minute, brother. Yeah? I'll wait here. Just let me know when you're ready. Right now I'm in the biggest crisis I've ever faced in Renoot. I asked Farah and her bodyguard for advice on how to go out to the castle town, and for some reason I ended up disguising myself as a maid to protect Farah. And when I changed into the maid's uniform, to my surprise, Lassis came to the door. You must hide behind me, Master Rid. Okay. Diana stood to cover me. Brother, please come in. I'm sorry for the short notice, but I must leave. Lassis replied to Farah's words and quickly opened the sliding door. He looked around the room and said with a doubtful look on his face, Oh, there's no Master Rid in the room. Oh, there's no Master Rid in the room. Oh, Master Rid left a few minutes ago. Farah answered a little restlessly. Without changing dubious expression, he looked at Diana and said, Isn't Lady Diana a guard for Mr. Rid? Brother, I kept him back. I wanted to ask him about the culture of the Empire. And then Master Rid returned first because he had some business to attend to. I asked only Diana to stay behind. Lassis asked Diana, looking puzzled at Farah's words. Diana stayed behind. Does that mean that Mr. Rid went back to the guest house alone? No, Master Rid came with Rubens, and went back to the guest house first. Is that so? Hearing Diana's words, Lassis looked thoughtful and then muttered. I understand. Please tell Mr. Rid to come back and see me later. I understand. I'll let Master Rid know. Thank God. I was saved. I was relieved that I could manage to hide behind Diana. But Lassis said something unexpected. By the way, who is the maid behind Diana from earlier? Eh? Brother, there is no such maid in this room anywhere. She's not here, but I can see her in the mirror. I was screaming in my heart. Oh my God. I noticed it when Lassis pointed it out to me, and when I looked to the side, I saw that I was indeed reflected in the mirror. From where Lassis was standing, I was in full view. I sagged in disappointment, but then, Diana made a clever move. I'm sorry, but this girl is called Tia and she's still a novice maid of honor. She is not a person who would normally be brought to a place like this, but since she is close in age to Princess Farah, Master Rid has brought her along. The apprentice maid of honor of Magnolia, huh? Interesting. Tia, you say? Come here. What a surprise. I was here as an apprentice chambermaid, and somehow I had been called by Lassis. I looked at Diana with trepidation, and I thought she was telling me to go for it. I was so embarrassed that I was afraid that he would find out about it. I looked up at him, nervous that Say might recognize me. Then I felt his face turning red. At that moment, Diana approached me from behind. Tia, greet Prince Lassis. I have already taught you how to do it. Hey? I had never been taught such a thing. Then Diana came to my side and greeted me, and after going courtesy to Leicestershire, she said, Tia, do as I do. Ha, yes. I was ready to do whatever it takes, so I imitated Diana's greeting. Then, Because of the unfamiliar of the movement, I staggered and fell toward Lassus. Are you okay? Yes, everything is fine. I was about to fall down, but Lassus quickly caught me. I changed my voice a little to my own way, but I was nervous that I wouldn't be recognized. Lassus, on the other hand, looked a little embarrassed. I wondered what was the matter. Then Diana turned to me and said, Tia, what are you doing? Prince Lassus, I am sorry. Diana warned me and bowed to Lassus. I also hurriedly moved away from her and bowed to him. Seeing this, Lassus said, I'm sorry about that, too. Lassus was a little frightened and apologized to us for some reason that I don't understand. Then I heard Farah's voice from behind me. I think it's about time, brother. There are some things that only we can talk about. Oh, I see. I'm sorry about that. Please pardon me, Diana. Tia. With that, Lassus left the room, and when the footprints were no longer heard, I fell into a slump on the spot and let out a loud sigh. I was surprised. I didn't expect Prince Lassus to come so suddenly. I think my brother was also concerned about Rid-sama, so I think he was curious about you. Oh, by the way, Lassus was also there when I fainted. Maybe I should greet Lassus again next time. However, I think Lassus's response was strange from the middle of the meeting. As I was thinking that, Asuna, who had been quietly watching the situation all this time, let out a sigh and said, Rid-sama is the one who wields Prince Lassus to any extent. Hey? I was stunned, not understanding what Asuna was saying. Then, Farah coughed as if to change the air. I am a little surprised by my brother's visit, but I would like to go to the castle town. May Master Rid go please? I was the first to say that I would like to go, so I would appreciate it very much. I understand. I will be ready soon. Farah went into the back of the room. A few moments later, Farah and Asuna came in wearing Japanese and Western-style hack armor. Farah looked at me a little embarrassed and said, What do you think? This is the first time I'm wearing such dress. Does it suit me? Yes. You look beautiful. Farah was as pretty and beautiful as I said. She was blushing at my words, and looked pleased with herself, moving her ears up and down. Asuna is also beautiful, but she still wears a sword around her waist and looks like a female swordsman. Let's get going. With a cough and a word from Farah, we were ready to go and left the palace and headed for the castle town. Chapter 76. Wow, it's still much more impressive than it is in the carriage. Master Rid, you're dressed as a maid now, so I hope you won't be too conspicuous. Oh, sorry. I went to see Farah and asked her about visiting the castle town, and for some reason, I ended up dressing up in a maid's outfit. I'm now in the castle town of Linut, dressed as a maid. The view I saw from the window of the carriage on the way here. When I look at it in the town, I am again impressed by the townscape that looks like it was built in the early Meiji period. By the way, Diana and I are dressed as maids, while Farah and Asuna are dressed in hack armor and boots, a blend of Japanese and Western clothing. Since we are a foursome of maids and hack armor, I feel like we stand out quite a bit after all. I tried not thinking too much about it anymore. After all, there might be clues about my mom's medicinal herbs in the castle town of Renut. I couldn't be worrying about the details. I was also thinking about the possibility of secretly scouting for Renut engineers for the Bardia family in the future. I thought that if we combined the technology of the Empire and Renut, we could do a lot of things. Then Farah asked me a question. By the way, why did you want to come to the castle town, Master Rid? Well, I will tell Princess Farah about it. I told Farah and Asuna that my mother was ill and that I was looking for information on the medicinal herbs needed for the treatment of illness. I then told them that I was looking for an engineer to come to the Bardia family for future development of the technologies. Farah and Asuna looked a little surprised, but Farah soon got a worried look on her face and said, I see that. You have been in such a situation with your mother, Master Rid. I understand. I will help you as much as I can. As Farah replied to me, Asuna looked at me thoughtfully and then said with a slightly stern expression on her face, the fact that you are going to be able to get a new employee is going to be a problem. However, I know of one blacksmith who is not under our direct control, so it is unlikely to be a problem. What? Really? Then let's go there first. I was bitten by Asuna's information. Asuna smiled and replied, I understand, and Asuna led the way. Asuna showed me the way to the castle. The place Asuna showed me was far outside of the castle town. Worried about Farah's safety because of the long distance we would have to walk, I called out to her as we walked, Princess Farah, is it all right for you to walk such a long distance? Yes, compared to my usual training, this is nothing at all. Usual training? I wondered if Farah was also training physically in addition to her studies. I looked at her a little curiously, and she noticed it and said to me, well, even though I look like this, I do quite a bit of physical exercise. So, I'll be fine. I'm more interested in, what? What's more than that? Farah said, looking at my face. I want you to stop using that wording. At least please use less words when you are out like this. So, please call me, well, please call me just Farah. As Farah finished, her face gradually turned red, but it was an interesting proposal from Farah. Besides, if it's a private place, it would be a good to have her permission. I took a deep breath and answered. I understood. I can't do it in public. But in an intimate place like this, I will call it so. May I, Farah? Yes, Master Rid. An atmosphere of embarrassment flowed between me and Farah even as we walked, but there was something in Farah's words that caught my attention, so I decided to make a request to Farah as well. Farah, please use Rid for me, too. I don't need Master either. I don't need Sir for me either. I understand. Rid. Again we both blushed, and Farah's ears were moving up and down. Farah is holding her cheeks with both hands, meditating shyly, and shaking her head a little to the side. I think she was trying to calm down in her own way. I took another deep breath to calm myself down. I think Diana and Asuna were smiling at me, as they laughed. As I was walking along, Asuna pointed ahead and said, there it is, I see it. I looked where Asuna pointed and sure enough, there was a small store, but it didn't seem to be very active. Is it a hole-in-the-wall kind of store? I stood in front of the store and said to myself, I'm sure this is the right place. Are you sure, is the right place? I'm sure it's. The store that Asuna brought me to had a sign that said Blacksmith Gemini Dealer. But there was a small sign hanging on its doorway that said closed, and the whole place looks run down. Asuna muttered in annoyance. Sorry. When I came here before, it wasn't like this. It was more like a hole-in-the-wall store that dealt in nice armory. I see. But Asuna says it's a good weapon, so let's go in anyway. I was about to go in, but Diana stopped me. Tia, this is not your parents' house. In a case like this, you should always enter the house with your attendant first. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I left it to Diana to enter first and took a step back. When Diana opened the door, a bell rang to announce our arrival. Then I heard a woman's voice from the back. What? You're kidding, a customer. At the same time as the voice, a flapping sound could be heard from the back of the store. Then, a girl came to the store's counter. When she saw the girl, Diana looked a little surprised and muttered quietly, I see. Asuna recommended this store because it was run by dwarves. I was surprised to hear Diana's words. I looked at the girl from behind Diana. I don't know if she is an adult dwarf or not, but she was relatively small and had slightly wheat-colored skin, though not as pale as a dark elf's. Her hair was reddish-black, her ears stuck out a little pointed, and her eyes were dark and puffy. When she saw us, her face brightened and she said cheerfully, welcome to our Gemini store. We? I wondered, and then I heard a voice from the back of the store. What's wrong, sister? No one is going to come to our store. They're probably just chillin', right? Hey, Alex, they are a customer. And there are 4 of them. Is the truth. Apparently, this is a store run by a dwarf sibling. I was so excited to be able to see the dwarves and their creations in this world that my eyes lit up. I had never seen a work made by dwarves before. So can I see everything in the store? But they looked doubtful at my words. I wondered why. Then I remembered my current attire. Surely it was obviously unnatural for a child in a maid's outfit to want to see all the weapons made by the dwarves. I then blushed with embarrassment. Chapter 77. You're an odd maid, aren't you? But you have the good sense to see the dwarves work, my friend. The 2 dwarves were very similar in face and height. I was a little embarrassed, but I walked out in front of Diana and went inside the store. Then, I looked at the weapons on the shelf one by one. I was surprised to see that the weapons were very carefully and delicately crafted. Then I found a knife that I was interested in and asked if I could hold it in my hand, and then I was allowed to take it directly in my hand. I think this is probably a very good item. I have seen a sword in the Bardia family's mansion. The sword was somewhat warped and had some burrs and other roughness that was inevitably noticeable. Of course, it is a terrible thing to compare mass-produced weapons for knightly orders with a single item from the dwarves. Still, I think this knife is a good one. I was about to return the knife in my hand when I realized I had not heard their name. Ah. No, don't worry about it. I'm Ellen. That's my brother Alex. Ellen, who had been handed the knife by me, gestured to Alex in the back. Alex replied with a smile. Just from this exchange alone, I could tell that this was a very good store. So why are they having a closing? I boldly asked. Well, there was a sign outside that said closing. Are you closing up store? Yeah, that thing. Ellen looked a little disappointed as she told me. Maybe she wanted someone to listen to her, too. The two originally lived in the dwarf nation of Gardaland, henceforth, Gardaland. It seems, however, due to circumstances, they moved from Gardaland to Renout. They were nearly penniless, but being a dwarf was a rare and valuable commodity. So, Ellen borrowed money to set up a store and workshop, using herself as security. At first, the shop was well regarded, but the number of customers gradually disappeared. Ellen was not sure why the number of customers was so low, despite the shop's good reputation. One day, Ellen talked to an adventurer who had bought a weapon from her. He told Ellen that if she bought and kept Gemini's weapons, she would not be able to buy things at other weapon stores, or she would be harassed by the high prices charged. Ellen was outraged at this nonsense, but it was true that those who did not like the rise of the outsiders were exerting pressure on them. Unfortunately, Ellen and Alex did not have the strength to fight back. And, unable to pay back the borrowed money, they were finally left with only debts, and Ellen was forced to sell herself. When she told that much, Ellen said in a frightened tone, "Dark elves have a long lifespan. Maybe they don't like change, but there is still some time left until the repayment date, so I'm going to keep trying and not give up until the end." I see. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish I could help in any way. Not just. I listened to Ellen's story and wanted to help them. Incidentally, Farah and Asuna, who were listening to Ellen's story, were listening with very mixed expressions from the middle of the story. Then, my attention was caught by a certain sword. It was a sword that gave me the impression that it was absorbing the magic that was in the air. I asked Ellen about the sword. "Ellen, what is that sword?" Ellen looked a little surprised when she saw where I pointed my finger, but she cleared her throat and explained, "It's called a magic sword that only Alex and I could make. The sword is called a magic sword. Does it happen to have some kind of change according to the attributes of the person who has it? How do you know that?" "We are the only ones who can make magic swords, and there are only a few of them in existence." "Hey? The name of the sword is Magic Sword, so I thought it might have some special ability." I made a dry chuckle and covered it up, and inside, I was thrilled. I was lucky enough to meet someone who could make a magic sword. The demon sword is a type of weapon that can be found in the Otome's game togheter. If there is no good equipment for a character in the advanced guard position, he can manage by equipping the magic sword for the time being. It was such an easy-to-use weapon that people say so. The effect was to increase the attack power of the wielder's attribute magic and to change the physical attack attribute to the character's attribute quality. Therefore, in the game, Rid, with this magic sword, can handle physical attacks and all attribute attacks. In other words, it was a very compatible weapon with outstanding versatility. However, in this world, it will not be as easy to use as in the game if equipped. Still, it was worth a try. I said to Ellen with expectant eyes. "May I see your magic sword?" "Eh? Well, okay, it's a very expensive item, so be careful." "Yes, thank you for your work." Ellen carefully handed me the magic sword in its sheath. When I gently grasped the handle, I felt as if the magic sword was responding to my magic power. I boldly asked for one more request. May I pull out this sword? But it's dangerous. Ellen was indeed dubious and would not let me pull it out. At that time, Diana, who was watching the exchange, offered a help hand. This girl is skilled in handling weapons. Please, will you let her pull it out? I hope so. But what kind of training do you have to raise a maid who is skilled in handling weapons? The blade of the sword was very pretty and the ripples were so clean that they seemed to imitate the waves that were coming out of the swell. I tried to let some magic power flow through the blade to test it out. The color of the sword changed and turned jet black. I looked at it with a twinkle in my eye and said, "Wow, this is amazing." But Ellen and Alex rolled their eyes and exclaimed, "What? How can such a small child pass magic power through a magic sword?" Their first time I saw him, he couldn't pass magic power through a magic sword. Seeing Ellen and Alex's shocked look, Diana let out a sigh and said with a look of dismay, "Ha, you've done something out of the ordinary again." Tia, no, don't talk to me like I'm some sort of insane. Farah and Asuna, who were watching me, looked a little stunned. However, they soon said, as expected of Tia, and laughed. Chapter 78. I'm amazed how many great kids there are in the world. It made me realize how small our world is. It's true. I've never seen a kid so skilled with magic that she could transform a magic sword so quickly. The two dwarf have been amazed that I was able to put magic power through a magic sword. I had no idea, but it seems that in order to pass magic power through a magic sword, you have to be somewhat skilled in the use of magic power. But if I was able to do it, then I thought that Sandra might be able to do it, too. I had a strong feeling that she could do it. By the way, the color at the magic sword gradually returns to normal after I stop transmitting magic power through it. I asked with a dry smile as I put the sword back in its sheath. Ha ha ha. By the way, is this the only one of the magic swords you have? The two dwarves rolled their eyes and looked at each other a little, perhaps because this was another unexpected question, and then Ellen said, "The magic sword requires a special metal called magic steel, but we can't get much of it, so we've only been able to make that one sword." I see. That's too bad. If there had been one more swing, it would have been a good souvenir for Sandra. I asked Helen a question. Magical steel, a rare metal that's hard to find? No, it is produced in almost every country. However, it is not so easy to find in the market because it is not so useful. So, if you want magic steel, you have to go get it yourself or ask someone to get it for you. I see. So it's not there's no stuff but it's not in the market? But then, I might be able to work something out. And also, I definitely need a number of magic knives for the future. I thought about it and then said, I'd like to discuss something with you, but I was wondering if you two might be interested in serving the neighboring Magnolia Empire, and the House of Bardia. What? Ellen and Alex were taken aback by my words. Their faces gradually changed to doubtful expressions. Then Ellen said, "You know, even we don't like such jokes. We might be taken into debt soon." My words did not seem to be well received. Ellen shrugged her shoulders as she continued, "Besides, the Bardia family is famous in the Empire. A maid girl like you can't decide whether to work us there or not. Can you?" I had forgotten. It is true that I am a child wearing a maid's uniform now. Ellen said to me as if she was going to fold me in, "If you're the son of a Bardia family or something, I can understand that, but a nobleman's son is not going to be a girl in a maid's uniform." I'd love to serve them, but how can the son of an aristocrat be a maid girl? Hearing these words, all three of them except me who came with them erupted and laughed. As expected, I gave the girls a slightly resentful look. Then Diana coughed and gave me a helping hand. Tia-sama is in this appearance due to circumstances, but she is related to the Bardia family. You can rest assured of that. What? Ellen and Alex rolled their eyes when they heard Diana's words. Then, slowly looking at me, Alex said in dismay, "Really? Are you really related?" "Yes. Although it is extremely unfortunate that I look like this when we first meet." Ellen bowed and said, "I'm sorry. I said something very rude about you. You don't need to worry about it." As I approached Ellen, I made her look up and asked her a question about the magic sword. "By the way, If I buy the magic sword, will you be able to pay off your debt? Oh, I don't know. Do you know Alex? I'm sorry, sis, but it's not enough. I see. Do you owe quite a bit of money, or is the interest great? I said to both of them. Okay. First of all, as a prerequisite, do you two intend to come to the Bardia territory? If you do come, we will take care of the debt over and above the amount of the magic sword. We will ask you to work to pay back the amount that is missing, though. What do you think? They looked at each other for a moment, then their faces became wary and stern. Then it was Alex who spoke up first. What are you going to make us do? Yes, I do. I want you to make a magic sword, but I also want you to develop a variety of other things. It can be daily necessities, weapons, tableware, anything. Of course, there are things we may ask you to do. But basically, you can do whatever you want. The two of them rolled their eyes again in amazement when they heard my words. Yes, I really want them to make that. I said to them. For example, I want you to make a part that absorbs vibration from the carriage suspension on the ground and suppresses the shaking of the carriage's interior. The carriage shakes too much, I said to them with a wry smile. Then the two dwarves who heard what I said began to laugh. Then Alex, looking amused, said, "Ha ha ha, I don't think they ever asked us to make them daily necessities instead of weapons and armor." HMPH, true. But it sounds a lot more fun than being forced to work every day to make something to pay off our debt. Alex. Apparently, both of them had lost their guard against me. I said with a twinkle in my eye. Well, will you come over to the Bardia territory? Well, I don't mind. I don't think we can make a living here anyway. I'm good, too. I'd rather go to the Bardia house than have my sister taken away as a way to pay debts. I was happy to see that I would be able to do more things with them, and I gave a small gut punch. Thank you. Then I'll get right on it and pay off your debts. At that moment, as if to interrupt my voice, I heard a lowly shout from outside the store. We are here to pick you up. We looked outside the store to see what was going on, and there stood 3 men of the human race. One was a small man with a mohawk and a leather jacket. Another was a fit, or rather quite fat, man who was sweating without reason. There was one, a tall, lean, skin-headed man whose head reflected the sun's rays. The trio, whom I am not likely to forget once I see them, were staring at us with vulgar eyes. Chapter 79. The 3 men of the foreign race yelling at us in front of the store made our faces grim with distaste. First, Farah and Asuna told us their impression of them. Indeed, such a lowly looking, a look I wouldn't want to rust on my sword. They are both rather scathing, and when it comes to Diana, she seems to be physically repulsed, and said as she turned her face away. That is a disgrace to the human race. It must not exist in Renote. When Diana finished, she seemed to burp and feel chills running down her body. Certainly, even from my point of view as a man, the atmosphere of not wanting to have anything to do with them is amazing. Then Ellen let out a sigh and muttered, "Huh. They're here again, aren't they? Again? They've been here before?" I responded to Ellen's words, and Alex explained about them to us. They are the servants of Men Condroy, a noble family to whom Ellen and Alex owed money. Men is an elderly dark elf who is apparently a member of a noble family linked to various trading companies. At first, he was willing to lend money to the two who came to Renote. However, when they told him that they were being put under pressure and their business was being interfered with, he did not listen to anything they told him. On the contrary, they started to demand the debt, and since they could not make this payment on time because of the last payment, they asked to wait somehow. When they told him, he demanded that Helen be handed over to them as soon as possible. At that moment, the suspicions they had about men were confirmed. They had been set up by men. He lent money to strangers and those with little business knowledge on the condition of collateral. Then, he would put pressure on them to make their business fail. They would then recover both the collateral and the debt. If the debt cannot be repaid, the company will use the borrower until it can be repaid. They told them bitterly that they were using such a method. Then, Asuna muttered with a thoughtful look on her face, "I think Men Condroy was connected to Norris in the opposing camp." "Norris again," I exclaimed in my mind. "I'm sure he doesn't care about it. He never dies in a good way." I thought. No. He won't treat them well even after they die. Then Ellen opened the door of the store and said to them, "We still have a few days until the date the payment is due, and people like you are interfering with our business." The Mohawk man grinned at Ellen's words and replied, "Hee, that's not how it works. I heard that men's master is in a hurry. If you can't return the money right now, he wants you to bring you back to the mansion." "That's not what we agreed to." Alex reacted to the Mohawk man's words and retorted vehemently, "That's not our responsibility. We'll do as we are told. Or do you want to get hurt?" As he finished, the Mohawk man glared at Ellen. Then, he smiled a sneering smile. "This is not good," I thought to myself, and walked out of the store to stand in front of them, protecting the two dwarves. Then the Mohawk man twisted up his face and spat out, "What, a little servant maid like you is unwanted, huh? We are in the middle of an adult talk right now. If you understand, get the hell out of here, you little shit." "I don't want to be called a little man by a small man like, little man." "You are an adult, right? Then aren't you the real little guy?" The Mohawk man has a big-ass attitude, but he is short. He is even shorter than Alex the dwarf. How can he call someone short? But apparently, this was forbidden for him. His face immediately turned red. And then the Mohawk man's angry voice rang out, "I'm not a short man, I'm a tall man. I'm 160 centimeters tall." "That's a lie. There was no way he was that tall by the look of him." I asked Alex in the store, "How tall is Alex?" "Me? I'm about 151. The moment those words sounded around us, everyone in the room started laughing. Everyone in the room burst out laughing, because Alex was taller than the Mohawk man. The Mohawk man shivered and yelled again, "I'm 160. Don't you dare mock me, you little prick. I'm 160. I'm 160. Apparently, the man with the Mohawk is called Morse. And now the man who spoke to Morse, who is too large for him, is apparently called Dave. Dave responded to Morse's angry shout. "Morse, I'm 160. Dave's unexpected statement made Morse, a man with a Mohawk, freeze. Then the tall skinhead, who had kept his mouth shut, muttered, "My height, 200. After muttering, the skinhead man lost his stomach and laughed. I really didn't want to get involved in their exchange. I made a face and involuntarily backed away. Then Morse shouted again, "You guys, shut up already, little man. This is all your fault." He turned his anger, which I did not understand, on me. Then he put his hand around his waist and took out his chain sickle. "I'm famous as Morse of the Vortex," he shouted, and then threw the chain toward me. At that moment, a shadow came between Morse and me and bounced the flying chain back with his sword. The metallic sound of the sword clashing with the chains echoed around the area. The figure stood up from its crouching position, glared sharply at Morse and the others, and muttered, "You who have messed with Tia, your future is death. Don't kill them, Diana, okay?" At my words, Diana looked at me with a really scary expression. "But I don't think it's necessary for Diana to go to the trouble of killing those guys." As I was thinking that, Morse shouted, "Don't get all worked up just because you prevented me from hurting you one time, you violent maid." Violent maid. I think the moment she heard that word, the color of Diana's eyes changed. Then Morse cast the chain again, which Diana caught with her bare hands, throwing away the weapon. He did not think she would be able to catch it with her bare hands. As expected, Morse made a shocked sound. Then Diana spat at the trio with a murderous look on her face. "Fine, if you call me a violent maid. Let's show them what it looks like. As one who has sworn loyalty to Bardia, let us execute the hammer of judgment on those who wrong us." As if to spit at them, Diana yanked with all her might on the chain she was clutching towards her side. The force must have been incredible. What the hell? Morse was pulled toward Diana with an unbelievable expression on his face. "However, he is not just being drawn in," he shouted as he tried to cut through Diana with the scythe of his chain sickle. "Die, you violent maid." At the very moment that Morse was about to cut her apart, Diana dived through the scythe. She then punched him in the face with all her might. It was a perfect punch. His face was deformed by her fist, and at the same time, She released the chain in her hand. Morse was hit with a counter and was blown away beyond belief by the release of the chains. My eyes rolled back in my head as I saw Diana fight for the first time. There is no doubt that she uses body enhancement, but the sight was too scary. The two men were in the middle of a fight, and one of them was a man who had just been beaten by a woman. Which one of you is next? The two remaining men froze like frogs staring at a snake, but the man named Dave suddenly started running toward Diana, shouting angrily. "How dare you bully my friend Morse? You're not smart enough. You put your hand out first." Dave opens his arms to catch Diana, but he moves too slowly to catch her. Diana takes advantage of the opportunity and slams her fist into his side, blasting him with Morse. Dave, however, is unmoved and chuckles at the sight of her, saying, "Hey, you can't punch me, man." Dave tried to catch Diana with his fist in her side, but she quickly distanced herself from him. Then, making a face full of disgust at Dave's sweat on his hands, she muttered, "I see. Does that mean that your flabby face isn't enough?" He was the one to apologize now. Dave had a sneaky smile on his face, thinking he could not afford to lose, but Diana, too, turned a wry smile on Dave and said, "You can try it as many ways as you want. There are plenty of ways to do it. You are a sore loser, violent maid." Dave began to run toward her as if responding to Diana's words. Diana tightened her face, took a deep breath, and uttered a single word, "I'm going violent." Then, she instantly dived into Dave's space and kicked him in the groin, as if she was going to cut into him with the toe. At that moment, Dave's screams of despair roared around the area. Diana pulled her foot out, and Dave tried to slump forward, holding his crotch on the spot, but Diana would have none of it. She kicked him in the stomach as he was about to fall forward, and she kicked him at a blinding speed. He is about to fall forward, but Diana doesn't let that happen. Dave was unable to move due to the impact of the sharp blow and continued to be kicked helplessly. Then the flesh of his belly gradually began to split to the left and right, and there was no way that Diana could have missed that moment. Diana sharply slashed a hand knife into Dave's belly, which had lost all its flab. Dave was probably in pain that he had never experienced before. But she is not slowing down yet. She twisted the knife she had gouged into his stomach 180 degrees and began to apply magic power to the tip of the knife. The moment I was about to say, "Diana, you're doing too much," it was already too late, and she said, "Let's go and blow up the place." At the moment Diana activated the spell, a huge explosion came from Dave's stomach. At that moment, Dave was blown up in the same direction as his friend Morse with a terrific roar and smoke. "Gah!" Exclamation mark. Diana, satisfied with blowing Dave away, smiled. Then she called out to the remaining skinhead man, "How's it going? Do you still want to try?" "Sorry, The remaining tall, skinhead man ran off at a quick run in the direction of the blown-up Morse and Dave. We who had been watching the whole scene were stunned and amazed at the way Diana had changed. Diana saw us in such a state of shock and said with a bashful smile, "I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you." Chapter 80. Still, they won't return with the dwarves. The angry voice of an elderly dark elf resounded through the mansion. His name was Men Condroy. He is the head of the trading association in Renote and a low-ranking nobleman. He was in a hurry to get out of the kingdom as soon as possible. The reason is simple: Norris, the man who was supporting him, has been taken to the Umino Chabu, the room of the dead. Whoever is taken to that room will die in the near future. And he immediately understood that this was Norris's fate, and that it was an example to his followers and those who had belonged to his faction. The reason Norris was so powerful within his faction was because he was in a position to voice his opinions to the king. A member of Norris's blood became queen and took possession of the prince. In terms of political power, belonging to his faction was like riding a winning horse. He also had the resources, and Norris became the center of the faction with his influence and money. Incidentally, Norris's financial power was backed by those who had his political power behind them. One of them was Men Condroy. It was him. It was Rid who turned the situation upside down. The kid called Rid made arguments that were inappropriate for his age and broke through all of Norris's schemes by showing unorthodox martial arts and magic. From men's point of view, Norris, who was too obsessed with marrying off the princess to the royal family, seemed to have gone off the track halfway. As a lower-class nobleman, Men was only using Norris to survive. He was not enthralled by the factions or his ideals. But once Men had Norris's back, he was doing grey, almost black, things to collect the political donations he needed to maintain it. Of course, he was able to do this because he had the backing of Norris. However, now that the backing was gone, Men's position was in danger if it became an issue. Men had never harmed a member of his own tribe. However, he was not afraid to do bad things to people outside of his own tribe. He would first assess the value of a visitor from another country to determine what was valuable, what talent, and what race, then lend money to the visitor, treating him kindly at first. Then, he would put pressure on them through the association to make their business fail. Then he takes things from them as a form of debt. They use their talent. Depending on the race, he sells them off. They did very resentful things like this, and especially in Reincarnated. The actions of Men are especially detestable because of the Ballisto incident that occurred a few years ago. Therefore, grey that was close to black could be declared black. However, the reason he was able to do so was because he had the backing of Norris. But that support is no longer there. Those who knew about Men's actions reacted rapidly. Even though it was only yesterday that Norris entered the Uminokiyomi room, there are already some places that have offered to suspend transactions with him. If things continued as it was, there was a fear that the country would eventually turn its back on him. The only thing he could do before that happened was to gather up his money and flee the country. At that moment, the steward of the mansion finally came to inform us in a panic at the sound of Men's angry voice. "I am sorry, sir. It looks like we are not there yet. We're running out of time for this kind of thing, and they're useless." The them and the useless men that Men refers to are a certain trio of men. They are the subordinate men that Men hires. What Men is doing is an act that is detested by the Dark Elves. So he needs another race of men to act as his limbs. These are men who are somewhat skilled, despite their conspicuous appearance. So why not bring the dwarf novice right along? Men had planned to leave the kingdom after retrieving the dwarf child. That is why he was in such a hurry. While Men was thinking about it in an irritated manner, the butler said with a frightened look, "I am sorry, Master." Men, actually, both of the products that we caught in the demon forest escaped a while ago. I'm sending the men I hired to retrieve them now. What the hell? There is already a potential buyer for them. The butler heard Men's shouts of anger, bowed, and immediately left the place. Malayan wrinkled his brow and muttered with a grim look on his face. Damn. This is like a damn bad day. At this moment, no one noticed that every second the flow of cause and effect. Chapter 81. Diana Dono. I'd like to fight you at some point in the future. Asuna Dono. I'm sorry, but I must respectfully decline. Asuna. Lady Diana is troubled. We are still in the store of the dwarfs. The Thrilloli men who just came to the store were driven away, rather, blown away by Diana. Asuna, impressed by the way she fought, offered to fight her. Diana refused, and Farah stopped her. Such a structure had been repeating itself since a few minutes ago. I was watching the situation with dismay when Ellen spoke to me. Tia-sama, was it? Your maid older sister is amazing. I was afraid of them because they were so skilled, but I can't believe she beat them so easily. As expected, I cheated, not wanting to reveal my true identity to Ellen with my maid's clothes on. When all the men fainted, the townspeople who had been watching them spoke to me, looking pleased. You geese did a great job, and I'm so glad you beat them. That's right. They keep bringing up Men's name at every opportunity. Apparently, Men and his men are not well liked in this town, and they seem to have taken a positive view of our actions. Farah seemed to be blushing with embarrassment, as if she had never been praised so much. It was then that I remembered that the entity that had caused the commotion was still under my skirt. I gently moved out of the way, and two shadows emerged from inside my skirt. When everyone's attention was caught by their appearances, everyone except Diana and I rolled our eyes in surprise. Perhaps the two beings were also surprised by the appearance. One of them looked up and squealed in a cute voice. NN. The other was quiet and showed no sign of moving. Incidentally, my first thought when I saw them was a black cat and a slime section. A few minutes earlier, I am sorry. I'm sorry. Yes? I can't hear what you're saying. The man's voice begged for forgiveness, and Diana put her fist in his face to block it. At the same time, a dull sound echoed in the place. After that, he stopped talking. I shook my head and said in disgust, "You've gone too far. You shouldn't have killed him. He's breathing. He's not dead," Diana said with a smile, but her eyes were not smiling. At that moment, another man's scream was heard. "Oh, give me a break." It's pathetic that you raise a sound at this level. Are you still men? Asuna is shouting and slashing at the man's clothing with her sword. It might be similar to the training in boldness I received from my father. The men were cut down to only their pants by Asuna, and they slumped down and fainted on the spot. When Asuna saw them, she sheathed her sword and spat at them. "HMPH, the three of you, Asuna, as expected of your work." Farah seemed pleased with Asuna's success. The mansion of men was just in the opposite direction from the store of Ellen and Alex, so we had to go through the town once. We returned to the town now by following the same route we had come from. "Farah, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I made you walk a lot." "I'm fine, I mean Tia, this is nothing to worry about." "I'm fine, this is nothing to worry about," Farah replied while moving her ears up and down a little. That's when I felt relieved. There seemed to be a disturbance up ahead, and I could hear loud voices. I wondered what was going on, but then I saw a small black shadow jump out of the crowd and run toward me at once. Diana, sensing the motion, stepped in front of me and tried to catch the shadow, but to my surprise, the shadow saw through her movement and went straight into my skirt. The movement caused a look of astonishment on the faces of Diana and I. Then, the men who had followed the shadow's movement came in front of us. It was a human being, and their clothes were different from those of the Renote. They seemed to have seen the shadow in my skirt and said to me in a high-handed manner, "Young lady, that's the pet of the famous master men from around here. Can you give it back to me quickly?" The men approached me and suddenly tried to pull up my skirt. Seeing this, Diana mercilessly slammed her fist into the man's face. "Huh?" The man who tried to lift up my skirt was blown away by the impact of the blow. He then seemed to pass out in the middle of the alley. Diana looked at that man with disdain and said to him, "What is the matter with you that you suddenly try to pull up a woman's skirt?" I inwardly agreed, though I am not a woman. But I agreed with her. The first time you meet a person, it's too rude to do something like that. At that moment, I felt a black aura from Farah, who was standing next to me. I instantly realized that this was something I had experienced many times. I looked at Farah next to me fearfully and saw that she was angry while puffing out her cheeks and making a cute face. Farah, with her black aura, gave Asuna a command. "Asuna, you are to eliminate those rude men." "I will do so, my lady." At that moment, I hurriedly said to Asuna, "Don't kill them." "Tia, I'm going with you." I meant to say that to Asuna. I thought I had said this to Asuna, but Diana followed her and went toward the men. The men also had their eyes on their unconscious companions, but when they noticed the movement of Asuna and Diana, they shouted angrily, "Don't fuck with us." They charged at the two people who jumped in to turn them around. I think Diana is just an average maid and escort. I hear Diana can also use dark weapons, but I'll keep my mouth shut. I was more curious about the future of Ellen and Alex. "Ellen, why would they want to bring you with them? You're still owed repayment, aren't you?" "Come to think of it, they've been here before." "But I've never heard them say anything like that before." I remembered what that Mohawk man had said to me. Men's master is in a hurry. I believe he had told it, if he was linked to Norris. As Asuna said, perhaps his position was in jeopardy. Either way, it was an inevitable course to take in order to get Ellen and Alex to Bardia. I gave a tiny nod and turned to Ellen and said emphatically, "Ellen, will you take us to the main mansion? We need to pay off your debt." "Yes, I'll show you the way." "Alex, you stay here and clean up." She replied to me and turned to Alex, "I'll take care of everything." "Take care, sis." I called out to the three of them, who were still looping back and forth, and we headed for our new goal, the Mansion of Men. Chapter 82. This is Shadow Cougar and Slime. These are the monsters that inhabit the demon forest in our territory, aren't they? Asuna said in amazement and dismay. My eyes lit up at the word monster. I wondered if they were the same monsters that Rubens had told me about earlier that inhabited the dungeon. I asked Asuna with curious eyes. I heard that monsters appear in dungeons and such, but do they exist in the demon forest? Asuna looked at me and said, a little stunned, no, the monsters in the dungeon and the demon forest are called the same thing, but their contents are different. The monsters in the dungeon are born from the magical power produced by the core. But the monsters in the forest of demons are creatures that are born with magical power. So you are saying that they are basically the same creatures as we are? She nodded at my words. In other words, the monsters in the forest of demons are no different from us. They seem to be creatures with magical powers. The reason I came to the castle town wearing a maid's uniform was because I wanted information on the herbs that can be found in this demon's forest. The demon forest is, as Asuna said, a deep forested area in Reincarnated that is thick with magical power. Although it is dangerous, ores and various materials that can only be obtained there are often traded at very high prices. The quality of weapons made from the materials of the demon forest is very good, and they are highly regarded even in Magnolia. For this reason, adventurers from many countries often come to Reincarnated to make a rich profit. The lowly group of 3 mentioned earlier, as well as the men mentioned earlier, who were probably men's mercenaries, probably came to this country as adventurers at the beginning. In fact, I knew about the demon forest before I came to Reincarnated, partly because I had looked it up in books in this world, but also because it was in my past life's memories. In the Otome game togheter, the demon forest was also an important place to collect raw materials. In the game, the player simply placed the character in the demon forest on the map, pressed the collect materials button, and waited for the time to pass. However, if one examines the demon forest in the book in this world, one finds that although the resources are abundant, there are many dangerous creatures in the area. It is an undeveloped land that people cannot easily step into. But when I looked up demon forest in a book, I found that it is rich in resources, but there are many dangerous creatures in the area. However, I was convinced that there was loot grass, the raw material for a special medicine for magic power depletion, in this demon's forest. Because togheter. In the game, I had found loot grass when I collected materials in the demon forest. While I was pondering, a shadow cougar came up to my feet and rubbed its cheek against my foot. He looked just like a cat as he rubbed his cheek against my leg. His fur is all black, but he has an upside-down triangle of white on his chest area. His fur is generally long, and he has 2 tails, which are also long. It looks like a tortoiseshell cat. When I looked closely at the shadow cougar that had come to my feet, I noticed that it was wearing something like a collar. What's up with this? I squatted down and looked closely at the collar-like thing and saw that it was made of some kind of sturdy material. Was this what was holding this child down? Ellen answered the question I had at that moment. This is a collar for suppressing magical power, which is used to tame monsters. When you put it on, the monster cannot control its own magical power. It is an expensive tool, so I suspect that men provided it. I see. I'm not sure what to do with it, Ellen replied to my words with a slightly disgusted look on her face. I'm sure it can be removed, but it might get out of control the moment you take it off, right? But we can't leave it like this, and if it comes down to it, we'll all be here. As I said this, I looked around. Ellen, who seemed to have noticed this, let out a sigh and began to remove Shadow Cougar's collar. I don't know what's going to happen to it. While Ellen was removing the collar, I looked at the slime on the other side. The slime is light blue and translucent, but does not look particularly dangerous. The slime looks like it is anxiously watching over the Shadow Cougar that is having its collar removed. All right, it's removed. While I was watching the slime, Ellen removed Shadow Cougar's collar. At that moment, the body of the cougar grew bigger and bigger. The people who were around the curious screamed at the sight of it and ran away. T-sama, come behind me. I'm sure it's okay though. But I think I'll be fine. Don't worry. Diana stepped in between the Shadow Cougar and me as if she was protecting me. Asuna is likewise protecting Farah. Ellen screamed as she rushed to hide behind me. I told you, I don't know what's going to happen to it. At first the shadow cougar looked cute, about the size of a cat. Now it is about the size of a lion. But I don't think it has any hostile intentions toward us. The bigger shadow cougar was so happy that it approached the slime and started rubbing its forehead against it. At that time, the slime also began to change its shape, giving off a happy vibe. When the change was over, the slime took on the same appearance as the shadow cougar. However, the color of its entire body was whiter and the inverted triangle on its chest was inversely black. We were stunned by the slime's change and rolled our eyes. When the slime change was over, the two beasts looked at each other happily. They made a hugging gesture, as humans would do. I muttered to myself, feeling that their friendship was similar to the atmosphere my parents had created. I wondered if this shadow cougar and slime were by any chance a married couple. It looks like. We don't really know much about the ecology of monsters, but I've never heard of a slime and a shadow cougar being a married couple. Asuna said in disbelief at the sight of the two animals. The others seemed to be in the same boat. At that moment, the man whom Diana had blown away first staggered to his feet, holding his face. When he saw us, he shouted angrily, "How dare you guys do this to us?" The rage became disheartening halfway through and the man looked astonished when he saw the two freed monsters. Then, this time, he raised his voice like a scream as he pointed at the two animals. "Ah! Why are you guys releasing those monsters?" At the moment he shouted. A black shadow cougar jumped angrily toward the man. The man shouted, "Oh, my bad. Help me." As soon as the shadow cougar jumped at him, the man turned his back and tried to run away. The man was unable to escape, however, and was caught from behind without a second thought. The man was pinned down by a monster, and the monster ate him up. Where did his original momentum go? The man was crying out desperately. The shadow cougar bared its fangs as if to vent its anger at being chased. At that moment, I shouted, wait, don't kill him, ? The shadow cougar looked back at me with a skeptical look on its face, as if its voice had reached me. I don't know if he understood me, but I went in front of Diana and approached Shadow Cougar and said softly, "We want you to leave them to us. Besides, if you kill this man now, there will be a lot more people chasing you. So, I'm going to ask you to hand him over to us." The Shadow Cougar, perhaps understanding my words, moved off the man's back, looking a little sorry. "Well, here's where we come in," the man muttered in relief as his body was no longer restrained. "I'm so glad you're okay." "I think it's early to be relieved." "Do you?" "What?" The man responded to my words with a dumb look on his face. At that moment, Asuna came up behind him. "I'm going to ask you to explain to me everything about why the monsters of the demon forest were in this place." The man's pitiful scream echoed around again. What the man told us was not a very pleasant thing to hear. He said that a couple of shadow cougars had recently been seen in the demon forest. It was not an issue that was immediately brought up, as shadow cougar couples themselves are seen from time to time. But one day it was revealed that one half of the couple was a slime mimic. A couple of shadow cougars and a couple of slimes is not something you find very often. Some customers might be curious about it. And so, under men's direction, the men planned to capture the two creatures. However, the shadow cougar itself is a very strong monster, so it is not an easy task. So, the men first captured a slime and took it hostage. Once the hostage was taken, the shadow cougar stopped resisting and became docile. That's when they put a collar on him and caught him. What a terrible thing to do. "That sucks," Farah and Ellen said as they heard the man's story and looked at him with disdain. But the man turned to them and spat at them. "I'm not trying to do anything to you. We're dealing with a monster. We don't give a damn what happens to them. Do you think that if it is not a human being, you are allowed to do whatever you want? That is never the case. Such a thing is just a conceit of human beings. Those who do things that are out of the way, like you, are called outcasts!" Damn, with a quiet anger in my voice, I spun the words to the man. When he heard my words, he turned his head away and muttered quietly. At that moment, I heard a familiar voice from behind me. I wondered what all the fuss was about, but it was Diana. wasn't it? What are you doing here? I have a bad feeling about this. I hoped I had mistaken her for someone else. When I turned around with this thought in my mind, it was Chris who was there. Diana had an indescribable look on her face when she saw the person she had not expected. Oh. What the matter? Chris looked at Diana's face and, not understanding her intention, made a puzzled face. Chapter 83. Chris, what brings you here? I'm on my way to see a blacksmith store down the street that sells Geminis, Chris replied lightly to Diana's words. And she said she was on her way to the store just down the road. What a coincidence. I hid behind Diana and tried my best not to let Chris know I was there. At that moment, Ellen responded happily to Chris's words. You are interested in our shop? Thank you very much for your interest in our store. Oh? Are you from Gemini Distributors? Chris responded to her words with a surprised expression, then smiled and continued. I'm glad to meet you too, dealer. I would like to have a chat with you if you don't mind. Actually, someone is interested in a dwarf engineer, and I don't think it would be a bad idea for Ellen and Alex. Ellen looked happy, but glanced at me and gave a small shake of her head toward Chris before saying apologetically, I'm sorry, but I've already decided to leave for Bardia, because I've already received an offer from someone who is related to the Bardia family. I'm sorry to hear that. Is a person related to the Bardia family? If you don't mind, may I ask the name of the person related to the Bardia family? By any chance, is it Diana? Chris looked at Helen and Diana while making a brilliant flirtation. Diana was looking away, but Helen answered her question in a normal way. No, not from Diana-san, but rather from Miss Tia over there. Huh? Is it Tia? Chris is acquainted with nearly everyone in the Bardia family. The expression on Chris's face instantly became full of doubt and suspicion. Miss Diana, who is Tia? I never thought that this would happen. Please say hello to Chris, Tia. Diana sighed in resignation and brought me out from behind her in front of Chris. Traitor. I turned my head and walked in front of Chris. I never wanted anyone I knew to see me like this. Chris immediately looked at me with a puzzled expression, not recognizing me because of my face downcast. Then she crouched down and looked into my face. Then her expression changed to surprise. Hey? Why is Lady Meldy here? But her hair color is different from yours. I didn't expect her to mistake me for Mel, but I am sure we do look alike, and she probably didn't think I was dressed as a woman. I looked disappointed and resigned, and muttered, It's not Mel. It's not, Mel. It's me, Chris. I was so excited to see you, but I didn't know that you were dressed like that. Why are you dressed like that? She seemed to know who I was with one sentence. After clearing her throat so as not to mention my name, she asked me in a whisper with an astonished look on her face. Actually, I talked to about how I really wanted to go out to the castle town, and Farah told me that she had just the right maid's uniform for a disguise, so that's how it went. I don't know how, but it sounds like a lot of work, but if you had told me, I think I could have disguised you as an employee of my trading company as well. If you say so, I will do so next time. Her words made me even more depressed. Why didn't I realize it? I should have consulted with Chris first, only to go out to the castle town and explore, but I was sure this would have been a good experience later on. I decided to think so. While I was whispering with Chris, I heard Farah's worried voice from behind me. Tia-sama, who is that person over there? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll introduce you. This is Chris, the representative of the Christie Trading Company, who is taking care of me in the Bardia territory. I introduced Chris to Farah as the conversation flowed. I apologize for the delay in greeting you. My name is Christy Saffron, and I am the representative of the Christie Trading Company in the Bardia territory. I would be happy to make your acquaintance. My name is Farah Laut. I am Asuna Lundmark, Farah Laut's personal bodyguard. Chris froze when he heard Farah and Asuna's greeting. Then she slowly looked at me. I returned her gaze with a dry smile. Chris seemed to have guessed what was going on, and put her hand on her forehead as she let out a sigh and then asked me a question. So, what are you all doing here after all? Oh, actually, I see. Marlene Condroy? Yes, that's right. If I don't go to him and repay Ellen debts, I might get into trouble later on. I briefly explained the situation to Chris. She listened to my story with interest and then made a slightly grim face before replying. Actually, I'm not really sure about the Marins either. I had something I wanted to discuss with Tia. Huh? Chris too? After that, she told me that the pressure from the organization headed by men has slowed down the commercial flow and caused a lot of trouble. She said that several other cases were turned down because of the difficulty of doing business with him due to his existence. But today, the pressure by men seems to have suddenly weakened a bit. Actually, I was going to go to Ellen's store selling Gemini right away, too, but I was stopped from doing so by the people from the Reno Trading Company. I was told that it was better not to go there because Men was keeping an eye on that place. So I decided to head there after gathering some information. I see. I knew we had to do something about Men. I looked at the two monsters and muttered to myself as I heard Chris' explanation. I've got to deal with him. I thought about what I should do about Men Condroy. Chapter 84. Still no luck finding the escapee monster? Sorry. In the mansion of Men Condroy, the person in question's angry voice was heard. A couple of rare monsters that were supposed to be worth a lot of money. He had even made a special collar to catch them. But this was a huge loss. Men is sitting at his desk, very sullen. He tapped the desk with his finger and shouted angrily again. Dwarf, what about the little dwarf girls? Well, about that, damn it, aren't these guys all useless? At that time, a report came in from the butler who was being yelled at. The butler's face broke into a smile and he looked relieved at the report. He immediately reported it to Man. Master Man, it seems that the dwarf's girl and the one who captured the monster have come to the mansion. What? Is this true? There is no better news for him now. He was in a good mood and his face broke into a smile as if he had just lost his anger. The butler was also in a good mood. It seems that the dwarf girl and the men who captured the demon have requested a meeting with Master Man. How would you like it? I understand. I don't have much time. I'll see them right away. Also, tell them to get ready. After leaving the room, Men immediately went to the place where the visitors were. Section. We are now in what I would call the entrance hall of Men's mansion. The hall is large enough to have a dance party, and there is a staircase leading to the second floor at the back of the hall. The hall can be seen from the second floor, which is a sign of the power of the man himself. This mansion is more like an empire's mansion than Reno's. Will it go well? Don't worry, I'll manage. A girl with a ninja-like hood concealing her face asked me with a worried look on her face. I encouraged her in a small, confident voice. Then another woman, her face hidden by a hood, encouraged the girl. Princess, please rest assured that I will protect you. I am sure you are right. Tio and Asuna, everyone is here. I will do my best too. Yes, it is Asuna and Farah who are hiding their faces with hoods. The best way to uncover and track down Malayan's evil is to have his confession heard by the head of this country. This is the result of their consideration. However, there was a possibility that their faces would be known to the public. So I bought a hood in town in advance and asked the two to hide their faces. Ellen, who was watching them from the side, muttered in dismay. I don't know how the people of the mansion let them through this far, even though they are. If it were me, I would have refused them at the gate if a suspicious group like this came in. From their point of view, it's as if a duck came with a leak on its back. Indeed, Ellen was right. We had become quite a suspicious group. First, two of the women in hack armor had their faces covered by hoods, and one of them was wearing a belt. Then, in addition to an adult and a child dressed in Empire Maid's uniforms, there was a dwarf woman and a monster, both of whom were dressed in the same outfit, but with their faces covered by hoods. They were now standing side by side, but the atmosphere was moderately bizarre. Iren replied to Diana's remark with a teasing grin and looked at the two demons. I wonder which one is the duck and which one is the leak, me or the two monsters. Goo. The two demons also cooperated with us this time. They were very smart and understood most of what we said. Shadow Cougar has a collar on and is the size of a small cat. But of course, the collar comes off easily. As for Slime, I am sorry to say that he is in a small cage. Of course, we don't lock the cage so that the slime can get out. They seem to have their own opinions about men, and they have been following us ever since we told them that we were going to Men's mansion. We thought they might have understood most of what we said at that time, so we tried to talk to them and they understood us as we expected. Well, quite some time passed, but men did not come yet. At that time, Farah spoke to me in a worried tone. Is Chris okay? Don't worry about Chris. She is reliable. She's probably already handed those men over to the soldiers by now, and she's probably waiting for our signal. We asked Chris, whom we bumped into in town, to hand over the men that Diana and Asuna had beaten to the soldiers. Of course, the men were tied up with ropes. I told her that when the handover was complete, I wanted her to wait with the soldiers until I gave the signal outside men's mansion. At my words, Farah muttered quietly, "That's right. Isn't that right?" At that moment, an elderly dark elf appeared from the back of the second floor. When he saw us, he gave us a suspicious look and said, as if to make fun of us, "What a curious company you've got here." A suspicious man with his face hidden, an imperial maid, a little dwarf girl and a monster. I wonder if they're going to put on a freak show for us. I'm afraid that's a rather rude thing to say to someone you've never met before. Sir, I couldn't help but say something back to him. The others didn't have a good impression of him either. You're so cheeky even for a child. Do you know who I am? I am Men Condroy. If you understand, I'll ask you to leave the monsters and the little dwarf girl and go home quickly. We can't do that. We are here to negotiate. Men looked at us from upstairs as if he was literally looking down on us. And at the word negotiation, he looked at me with a stern expression on his face. Negotiation? Negotiation is something that is used between people who are close to each other. In your case, you are asking me for a favor. Use your words correctly. I see. Then I have a favor to ask. We will pay Ellen's debt to you. So we would like you to free her. I replied with a smile, suppressing my annoyance at Men's words, but he sniffed and responded with an overbearing tone. HMPH. It is no longer a question of debt. The little dwarf girl there already has a potential buyer, and he's got a lot of change to cover the debt. And the value of the dwarves is not as low as you think. That's not what you told me in the beginning. Ellen bit at Men's words as she should have. He looked at Ellen and said in disgust, "You are a foolish girl. Do you think we would lend large sums of money to people from another country like you without meaning or intention? Because lending money means getting more than that in return. You, little girl, have already a buyer via Barstow. As for your brother, he will put his technical skills to good use under me. You are good ducks." "You are the worst." Ellen, angered by his words, spat at him. At that moment, Asuna, whose physiognomy was hidden by a hood, asked him a question in a dubious voice. "Did you just say via Barstow? In our nation, the sale of slaves to Barstow is banned, I believe." "Are you saying that you are doing it in confidence? I think I have slipped up. Are you related to this country?" "Well, I needed money for a lot of things." "Oh, don't worry. I have not touched any of the people in country. Only those from other countries," he replied to Asuna with a vile, malicious smile on his face, without a trace of remorse. I don't recognize the expression on Asuna's face when she hears those words, but I have a feeling that she is very uncomfortable with him. Farah, who was standing next to me, leaned in close and took my hand in hers with all her might. I felt her hand trembling a little, and I returned her hand as hard as I could without saying anything. He looked at me and continued to speak gleefully. "And when you say that the sale of slaves is forbidden in Barstow, you are talking about your own countrymen, aren't you? It does not include anything about other races. According to law, the enslavement and sale of our people is forbidden, so it doesn't include other races." "That is a technicality," he replied to Asuna's disgusted shouts with a look of disgust. "It's not a technicality, it's a difference of opinion. I haven't done anything against the law, have I? What the? God damn it!" Exclamation mark. I stopped Asuna's excitement and said to her, trying to keep her calm, "I see. If you say it is only lawful, shouldn't you also be obeying the law? Ellen and her brother are still due for repayment. It doesn't make any sense to deny them repayment during that period, does it? You are naive. You did not come here today and I have not heard anything about repayment. The dwarf girl will be missing until the due date has passed, and then you'll have to return the monsters there, too. It is unquestionably the ones I captured. When Men finished, he raised one hand to signal. Then, from the back of the first and second floors, a group of thugs emerged one after another. There were no dark elves among them. They were probably all adventurers who had drifted in from other countries. He said with a sly smile, "I'm a little busy right now. As long as you leave the little dwarf girl and the monster here, I'm not going to touch you guys." "Sorry to return the favor, but I'm afraid you've had a run of bad luck and will have to pull back, won't you?" "Busy because Norris has been captured and your backing is gone?" At my words, Men's eyebrows twitched, then he said with a grim look on his face, "I don't know how you know anything, but I can't let you geese get away with it now, can I? I don't like brats with sharp instincts like yours. You guys, do fight." Upon hearing Men's words, the gathered ragtag group came toward us all at once, shouting angrily. Ellen hid behind me and cried out at the sight of them. "I thought you were going to keep it quiet." "No, I don't think I can do it," I lightly replied to Ellen's words. Diana nodded at my words, and then she got into a fighting pose and said, "There are scum in every nation. Let's just let this be a time of rehabilitation." Farah was still holding my hand as tightly and took a deep breath, then said firmly, "It is very regrettable that there is such a person among my countrymen of the Hua family. However, it must also mean something that I am here." "Asuna, will you be my sword?" "Princess, I understand. I will be the swords of the princess and I will defeat them." The two swords in her belt were drawn in anger as she replied strongly to Farah's words. The shadow cougar also took off its collar, enlarged its body, and roared ear to ear as it assumed a fighting stance. The sight and the roar frightened the gangsters, but soon after, Men's warning flew. "The monster and the women and children are no match for your numbers, so let's get them." Thus began the battle at the mansion of Men Condroy. "Don't kill them, everyone." Everyone had a blank look on their faces when I said that. Chapter 85. Take them down. "I don't care about the money, so let's take them down." "Oh, a large number of thugs are coming toward us, as per Men's order. The clothes are a mixture of other countries, Reincarnated, and the Empire. They are armed with swords, spears, sickles, clubs, and various other weapons. They are all men with tough-looking faces and are quite powerful." Ellen, who was intimidated by these men, was still crying behind me. "They're here? They're coming towards us." "Ellen, calm down a little." As I was calming Ellen down, Asuna turned to me and said, "Tia, pull back with the princess. I'm going to defeat them on behalf of the princess." "Yeah, I'll protect Farah. So she'll be fine. Be careful, Asuna, and don't kill him." "HMPH, you want me to show them living hell, don't you?" "Yes, sure." "No, that's not what I meant." Farah, who was looking at Asuna with worry, also called out to her. "Asuna, please be careful. There is nothing to worry about." "Princess." Asuna responded to Farah with a smile that gave her plenty of room to breathe, and then turned back to the men. Asuna looked at the men with the sword she had drawn in the opposite direction and put it in the mind strike position. She then looked at the men and said, "I'm coming for you." She said a few words and charged at the men. It was the same style of attack that she showed in the match with me. The moment she jumped into the enemy, a lot of men screamed and were blown away. When I saw that Asuna had dived, Diana spoke to me. "Well then, Lady Tia, in that case that leaves me too. Don't overdo it." "Yes, I understand." Diana smiled dryly at my words, looked at the men, and said as if to spit out, "I give judgment to those who oppose my lord." Diana activated her body enhancement and stepped forward within the men. The men faltered for a moment at her quick movements, but they quickly brought their weapons down on Diana. "Take this." "You are too slow." Diana dives into the bosom while avoiding the men's attacks and precisely applies fists and kicks only to the vital points, such as the solar plexus, the golden target, the center of the face, the temple, and the chin. As a result, the men were screaming in agony one after another. At that moment, the screams of the men were heard from a different direction from Asuna and Diana. Stop it! The monster, Shadow Cougar, had attacked the men before they knew what was happening. He seems to be deliberately targeting the crotch of the men. He is probably trying to cut them open with his sharp fangs and claws. Apparently, He doesn't take their lives because I told him not to, but he intends to kill them. At that moment, there was a big man heading toward the Shadow Cougar. You monster. What color is your blood? The man swung his axe down on Shadow Cougar. However, the Shadow Cougar avoided the man's attack with a slight movement, and jumped into his bosom. Jia! The big man's shrill cry echoed through the mansion. Where did the original momentum go? The inside of the mansion was no longer filled with the men's screams. Watching from the second floor, Men was startled, and cried out in a trembling voice. What the hell are those men doing? Are you stupid? Shit. Don't pay any attention to that woman or that monster. The brats. Take the child and the slime hostage. A few men who heard Men's instructions ignored Asuna and Diana and came toward us. Ellen noticed the movement and cried out again. Oh, Tia-sama. They're coming this way. What are you going to do about the men? So, Ellen, calm down. I moved a little away from Ellen, smiled at Farah and said softly. I'm going to protect you. Don't worry. Right. Farah's ears were perked up and down, a worried look on her face. I took a step forward and held out my hand to use magic. The men, realizing this action, shouted in horror. You brats. Are you using magic? I looked at them and chanted in my mind. Fire spear. The moment I cast the spell in my mind, a spear of fire with a sharp tip was literally created from my outstretched hand. Immediately afterwards, a loud explosion rang out from where the men were standing. When the noise stopped, they were lying on the ground, charred. I told them with a cheeky smile. Well, if you want to be charred, feel free to do so anytime. Tia-sama, you're amazing. I'll be with you for the rest of my life, Tia-sama. After seeing my magic, Farah and Ellen seemed relieved and excited. The men seem intimidated by my magic and are petrified. However, there was no way that the two women and one monster fighting there would miss those men. A painful cry echoed through the mansion. Marlene cried out, turning pale as all of his prepared pieces were defeated one by one. Damn it. If that's the situation, I'll call Lion Mask. Did you call? Marlene gasped and turned around. There stood a tall man wearing an iron mask and full body armor. Perhaps because he was wearing an iron mask, the sound of his breathing could be heard every time he took a breath. His appearance gave off a very strange and creepy feeling. That's right. Iron Mask, defeat the women, children, and monsters on the floor below. Money is no problem. Okay then. The man known as the Iron Mask jumped from the second floor. As he landed onto the first floor, a loud noise rang out, causing the thugs to flinch and startle, moving away from Asuna, Diana and the others. When Iron Mask saw Asuna and Diana, he drew the large sword that was hanging at his waist. Then he pointed at Asuna and said, "Your sword movements are just like those of the person I hate the most. Looking at you makes me so irritated." He spat out those words as if to accuse Asuna, then slashed at her. But Asuna is not the type to be caught by his swordsmanship. She avoided a slash as she muttered to herself, then regained her stance and immediately counterattacked with a counter-slash. It's heavy. Asuna quietly looked at her own sword. At that moment, something unusual happened to the sword in her hand. The blade broke from the middle with a crack. We were shocked to see that. Seeing the broken sword, Farah shouted in concern for Asuna, "Asuna, are you okay?" The moment he heard those words, the Iron Mask seemed to realize something and started to laugh loudly. "Ha ha ha, I see. You are Asuna. I never thought I would run into you again in a place like this. Do you remember my voice, my swordsmanship? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't remember a bad taste Iron Mask like yours." The man who heard Asuna's response was breathing heavily and seemed to be trembling with anger. "You're the one who made me drink muddy water, and you don't remember me? You've got to be kidding me," the Iron Mask shouted angrily, glaring at Man, who was on the second floor. "Hey, Man, I don't want your money, but when I'm done with these guys, I'll take this woman and leave her to my own devices. Do as you please." The Iron Mask stared at Man, who shuddered and quickly responded. "Kukakaku, if I defeat you guys with this, you'll finally be mine." "Asuna, I have not forgotten you even for a moment. You are a creepy guy. I told you I don't know anyone with such poor taste as you." The two swords were broken and Asuna held them up against the iron mask. Asuna Dono, I will deal with the iron mask. What do you mean, Diana? What do you think I'm going to do? I don't think you will lose, but it will take a long time with those two broken swords. Above all, it will cause unnecessary worry to my lord. Please pull back here. Asuna huffed at Diana's words and looked at Farah, noticing that she had very worried eyes. Asuna replied apologetically to Diana. I'm sorry, I'll let you take care of this. I'll leave it to you, then. I understand. Asuna smiled dryly at Diana and stepped back to let her deal with the iron mask. But the iron mask was angered by this. What are you doing making these decisions on your own? You're no match for me. The man in the iron mask spat out the words and attacked Diana. However, she easily dodged his movement, placed her hands on his full body armor, and activated fire magic. But the iron mask was unfazed and swung his great sword as he said with a smile. You fool, this armor is specially made. It won't be shaken off by the slightest bit of slashes or magic. Diana easily put some distance between them and muttered. I see. However, there is a way to do it. Iron Mask, not pleased with her behavior, let out an angry shout. You think there's a way? Don't be ridiculous. There is no woman who can beat a man. Absolutely. You are an uneducated man. Let me show you the error of your ways, Diana said while glaring at the Iron Mask in astonishment. He is probably the last remaining fighting force on men's side. Marlene watches the pair from the second floor, terrified and desperate. I watched the scene unfold, thinking that the showdown between the two would mark the end of the battle. Chapter 86. What happened to all your vigor just a few minutes ago? A one-on-one battle between the Iron Mask and Diana began. The Iron Mask covers its body with a special full-body armor, and the armor is strong enough to block even Asuna's sword blows and, on the contrary, break her sword. In contrast, Diana is bare-handed. If you think about it, there seems to be no way that Diana can beat the Iron Mask. The Iron Mask must have realized this. It is as if he is playing with her, wielding a large sword at her and enjoying watching her evade his attacks. Whenever Diana ducks an Iron Mask attack, she touches his armor to check and make sure of something. The Iron Mask, perhaps noticing this, grew more and more suspicious, and spat at Diana. What the hell are you trying to do? Come on, why don't you think with your uncultivated mind? Diana said with a wry smile as she spun her words to agitate the Iron Mask. It was a cheap provocation, but the Iron Mask was expressing anger that could be felt around him. The words he had said earlier. She is a strong woman, which may have been a traumatic experience for him. Judging from his statement, there is no woman who can beat a man. Absolutely no one. Don't mess around with me, you maid! Exclamation mark. Diana's clothes were torn off by the attack of the Iron Mask. The Iron Mask was a decent swordsman despite his appearance. He gradually matched his blows with Diana's movements. As a result, he was cutting through her clothes bit by bit. When the Iron Mask had reduced the area of Diana's clothes, he said in a lowly voice, "Stripping maids is fun, but it's not you I want to defeat in the fight." The Iron Mask launched a sharp slash at the same time as he said the words, but Diana avoided the slash with a single step. At that moment, the hair clip she had tied behind her back fell off and her hair fell down. Diana took some distance from the Iron Mask and looked at him. I see. It's physically exhausting to deal with a man with bad taste, so let's end this. Don't mess with me. Offended by her words, the Iron Mask rushed toward her with a large sword in the upper stance. In contrast, Diana entered the bosom of the rushing man, smiled and launched a fire attribute magic. Immediately the Iron Mask was enveloped in fire, but he laughed and said, "Hoo ha ha ha, you idiot. I told you this armor was special." While engulfed in fire, he attacked Diana again. However, she avoided the Iron Mask's attack and again activated her fire spell. When this interaction was repeated several times, something unusual happened to the movements of the Iron Mask. His movements lost their sharpness, and it was clear that his physical strength was drastically reduced. The Iron Mask glared at Diana with eyes that seemed to hold a grudge. "Hey, you! Don't tell me you were aiming for this from the very beginning. You're so uncultured to realize it after all this time, aren't you?" Damn. The Iron Mask no longer had the leeway that he had at first. He realized that he had fallen for Diana's plan, and in order to find a way to win, he raised his great sword and rushed toward her. But it was a bad idea. Diana, unfazed by the Iron Mask's movements, launched her fire spell again. When the Iron Mask was enveloped in flames, he let out his first shrill cry. "Ugh! It's hot." At that moment, I realized what Diana's plan was. Perhaps, after launching the first fire spell, she realized that even if fire spells don't work directly on his armors, the heat will still be there. While avoiding the Iron Mask's attack, she checked to see if her hypothesis was correct and put it into action. Now the Iron Mask's entire body armor has turned into a hot, burnt iron plate, and inside it must be a living hell. Diana had already stopped the flame. However, the heat in the armor would not go down so easily. The Iron Mask was slumped over, screaming in grief. Diana let out a sigh and said to him, "You are an idiot. If it's so hot, why don't you just take off your armor?" Yes, that's right. The Iron Mask was swept away by Diana's words and hurriedly took off his full body armor. His bare skin is brown, and he may be a dark elf. However, the heat from the armor has blistered his body in various places, and it is clear to see that he has suffered severe burns. Diana showed no mercy to him. She smiles wickedly at the Iron Mask who has taken off his armor, then instantly reaches into his bosom and slams her fist into his solar plexus. Jebba. The skin of the Iron Mask is now badly burned and the nerves are probably exposed. If a fist were to cut into his gut, the pain would be unimaginable. I was about to say, "Diana, that's too much," remembering that I had recently seen a similar scene, but it was already too late, and she let loose with her words and invoked her magic. Blow up. As she uttered the word, a huge explosion erupted from the fist that was driven into the Iron Mask's gizzard. The Iron Mask blew up with a shrill cry, covered with the roar and smoke generated by the explosion. The explosion sent the Iron Mask flying through the air, passing by men and crashing into the wall on the second floor. He then slid off the wall and was no longer conscious. Diana, who had blown off the Iron Mask, muttered to herself as she looked up from the first floor, "You deserve that hideous appearance." She was no match for the Iron Mask. Men was holding his head in his hands, realizing now that the group that came to his mansion was unorthodox and strong. His agitation was felt by the ragamuffins, who no longer came at us bravely, but were more reluctant to go. "It's time to move on," and as I gave a signal to Asuna with my eyes, I also fired a fire spear toward the outside of the mansion as a signal to Chris, who was waiting outside. Not understanding the intention of what I had done, men and the ragamuffins looked suspicious. Asuna noticed the signal and shook her head at me, then approached Farah and said in a high voice so that it echoed throughout the mansion, "Men, stand back, for who do you think this person is?" Asuna's words caught the attention of men and the entire mansion. At that moment, Farah and Asuna began to lift their hoods. Instead of Asuna, I and Diana stood in front of Farah and said the words in a high voice, "The first princess of the kingdom of Renut, Farah Renut." "What do you mean?" The face of men turned pale and bloodshot when he saw the faces of Farah and Asuna, who had removed their hoods in response to words we had said. Farah looked at him as if she wanted to stop him and said, "If you are a member of this country's noble family, don't tell me that you don't know my and Asuna's face. As the princess of this country, I cannot allow you to do what you are doing. You will be dealt with in due course. This is ridiculous." The blood boiled, he turned blue, and his head was in a state of shock. The door behind us opened and soldiers of the Renut rushed in. The strongest of them all said in a high voice, "We are the army of the kingdom of Renut, and we ask you to give us a rope in a dignified manner." Why is the royal army coming so soon? Mullane was confused and didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, as soon as the soldiers' words were uttered, the soldiers began to rope in the ragtags. As we watched, a voice called out to us from behind, "Ritiasama, are you safe?" "Chris, thank you for bringing the soldiers as we planned to do." "No, I'm glad I could help you." Chris looked at me with worried eyes, but seemed relieved to see that I was unhurt. "Now, if I stay here, They will know that I am wearing a maid's uniform. As we had discussed beforehand, I, Diana, Ellen, and the two monsters quietly left Men Condroy's mansion in the hush. Chapter 87. I'm not going to let this end up in the shit. Let's hurry and get away at once through the hidden passageway, and bring the stuff we've been packing up. Yes, sir. When the royal army rushed into the mansion, Men rushed back to his room and instructed his butler to take care of it. He was expecting the worst and had packed the minimum amount of luggage so that he could escape at any time. The ragtag gangs were numerous. It would take time for the soldiers to put the noose on them. It would buy some time. Men was thinking desperately about how to escape. He thought that he would be able to escape by going out through a hidden passageway in the mansion and escaping straight to Barstow. There were only two nations that could go directly from Reincarnated, the Empire and Barstow. However, if he escaped to Barstow, he could also use a ship. In addition, it is possible to go to the Beast Kingdom and other religious countries that are connected to Barstow by land. There are plenty of places to escape. QQ. If it comes to it, I'm sure I can sell the inside story of Reincarnated or whatever else I want to sell. I won't stop at this. I will surely take revenge against those little girls. In his eyes was hatred for the group that had come to the mansion. That's something I won't allow! Exclamation mark. Who are you? Mullane turned back to where he had heard the voice. There was the butler, who was carrying a package on his chest to escape. You, but the butler was standing but looking down. It was impossible to see his expression. At that moment, the butler looked up and, looking at Men, vomited blood and then muttered, "Master, please, don't, run away." What? What the hell? Men was astonished. When the butler dropped the package he was carrying on his chest, the tip of a sword peeked out from where his heart was. Then, a figure suddenly appeared behind the butler, who should have been standing there alone. The figure was dressed all in black, and his face could not be seen. However, the possibility of a dark elf seemed high, given the brown color of the bare skin that could be seen for a moment. When the figure confirms that the butler is out of it, it draws a dagger from its back. The butler, with his sword drawn, crumples to the ground, a puddle of blood forming. Men stared at the black-clad man with a desperate look on his face and said, "You, on which side are you?" "Yes. If you want money, there's plenty to go around, and I'll give you all the money in that bag," Men shouted as he frantically pointed to the bag next to the butler. The man in black picked up the bag and began to examine its contents. Men was a little relieved to see him and said, "Ha ha, what's in there is more money than a man like you could ever hope to find. So let me go. It's a good deal, right?" When the man in black finished inspecting the contents of the bag, he glared at Men and said as if to spit, "Don't make the mistake of thinking that I'm letting you go. I'll take this bag, but I'm not going to let you go. My master wants to see you." "What the hell is this?" The black-robed man quickly reached into Men's bosom and drove his fist into his gut. The impact caused Men to pass out as it was, and after this day, Men Condroy was never seen again. Section. Wake up for God's sake. At the same time as the voice, a large volume of water was poured over the man strapped to the chair. Exclamation mark. What is this place? It was Men Condroy who woke up after being doused with water. The man who doused him was the black-clad man who had brought him here. Remembering what had happened to him, Men yelled at the man in black between his eyes. "Do you know who I am? You will not get away with this," the man in black said as he looked at Men with pity in his eyes as he let out an angry yell. "It is you who do not know your place. My lord is not as kind as I am. At best, you beg for an easy death." "What is it?" The man told Men that found himself strapped to a chair. He was horrified by the oddness of the place he was in. The room was windowless and dark. As his eyes became accustomed to the darkness of the room, he noticed that there were various devices used for certain purposes in the room. Men understood the meaning of what the man in black said and began to grind his teeth. Then, as if begging for forgiveness, he said, "I'm sorry for my sins, and I'll tell you everything I know." The man shook his head at Men's words and said, "It's too late. You've done too much." The man spat out, and at the same time a sound like a heavy door opening came from behind Men's back. "But he is tied to a chair," so he cannot see who has entered. All he can do is shudder in fear. Capella, I'm sorry for the trouble you've been going through. No, it was easier than usual because of the unexpected uproar. HMPH, he really by himself into so many places. I have heard this voice before. Who is it? Men recognized the man's voice coming from his back. He could not yet recognize the man's face, but he did know one thing. One of the two men seemed to be Capella. I'm sorry, Capella, but you're going to have to stay with me for a while. I'm going to interview him now. If I'm alone, I'll be in trouble if I miss anything. The moment he heard the word interview, his body tensed up. The sound of footsteps came a little closer. The man placed a nearby chair in front of Man, sat down, and crossed his legs and armor and looked at him. Seeing the man's face, Man muttered in despair. Zack River, nice to see you, Zack replied to Men's reply in a bored tone. Somehow, though, Men had expected it. But it could still be saved. Wouldn't he just save his life until the end? But when Zack arrived, he realized that hope was lost. Then, looking dejected, Men said, I'll tell you everything, so at least let me die with ease. Huff, good heart. But do you expect me to believe everything you tell me? Zack said to Man, his words cruel and heartless. You don't know yourself, Zack. There is no trust in your own word. The only words I find trustworthy are the ones that you spit out to beg for death. As he finished, Zack smiled at Mullane. The smile froze Men's expression. But, well, I'll go easy on you a little bit. Capella, you see that toothpick right there? Go get it. Capella did as Zack asked and brought a container full of toothpicks. Zack took the container and held a toothpick in his hand. Then gave a big smile. Then, with that smile on his face, he gently said to Man, you and Norris have given me a hard time, you know. Well, let's just say that I have a little bit of sorrow. At best, cry and let me know how you really feel. I said I would tell you everything. Please, forgive me. Rest assured, there are 20 spots under your nails, both hands and feet combined. By the time I finish using them all, I too will believe your words to be true. Now, let's start with a commemorative first one. Please stop it. After Zack finished, what was done to Men is beyond description. His plaintive screams continued all the way inside the room where they did not leak outside. When Mullane's screams stopped, Capella said to Zack in dismay, Master Zack, you play with your cards too much every time. Is that so? I've tried to be very gentle with him. Zack muttered, tilting his head. Chapter 88. Phew. I guess we've made it this far. Me, Diana, Ellen, and two monsters left the place without being noticed just as the soldiers were rushing into the mansion of Men Condroy. Of course, Farah, Asuna and Chris are aware of this. To begin with, this is neither the Empire nor Bardia territory. Making a fuss in such a place could cause all sorts of problems. The strong opposition would not come to the fore because of Norris's fall from power. Even so, if I show an opening, there will always be someone who will try to drag me down. Ellen responded to my words and asked me a question along with her reply. Yes, that's right. We've come a long way from the mansion, you know. But why did Tia-sama give the order not to kill them in the first place? Yes. It's easy. To protect everyone. What do you mean? Ellen tilted her head at my answer. So I began to explain. First of all, this is the country of Renate and I and Diana are outsiders from another nation. If these outsiders messed with the royalty in the country, it would naturally become an issue of international concern. Even if I was a thug, if I was hired by the royal family, it could become a problem depending on what the royal family who hired me had to say. Especially, I am not well regarded by some people in this country. If I were to cause any casualties, they would take it upon themselves to blame me. Besides, I am sure that some of the gangsters have family members. If a person points a weapon at a person, he or she may be killed. I think that is true. But even if it is fine between the two parties involved, the people around them may not be convinced. It is like saying mercy is not good for others. Of course, I myself have a strong desire not to take human life so easily. When I explained this to Ellen, she said in disgust, your thoughts are noble, but you should also think about all the people who support you. Not everyone around Tia-sama is like Diana and Asuna, right? I agree. I'm sorry too this time. Nodding at Ellen's words, I looked at Diana. The iron mask that Diana defeated was also adapting to Diana's movements, albeit little by little. If the fight had gone on longer, she might have been injured. I apologized to Diana, feeling sorry again for the thoughtless part I had played in my actions. I'm sorry I pushed you too hard, Diana. Tia-sama, you, as our master, do not need to apologize to us. Tia, as the master. If you are wrong about that, I will admonish you. Diana looked me in the eye gently but powerfully and spun the words. But this time it is different. Tia-sama acted for the betterment of her own territory, considering the connection between country and country. As a knight, it is an honor to walk the path with such a master. I listened to Diana's words in silence. And there will come a time, someday, when Tia-sama will have to make a really tough decision. What you will need at that time is a firm conviction. I think this was a good opportunity for you to learn that. I apologize for my impoliteness. I am sorry. When she finished, she bowed her head to me. No, it's okay. Thank you, Diana. But I don't want to make such a harsh judgment, I replied with a wry smile. And Diana tightened her expression and said in a dignified voice, excuse my admonition. Tia, you are not allowed to say I don't want to. You will be in a position where you have to eventually. You are the one who decided to do this. You may reflect on it, but you must not regret it, no matter how painful it is. You must look forward. That is the position you will be in the future. I understand. That's right. I just heard you say that to me a while ago, but Diana keeps helping me out. I felt Diana's words stick very deeply in my chest. I have memories of a previous life, but that world was not peaceful. It was a world where people rarely thought about human life. I still have that feeling, but this world is different. Even though this world is very similar to the game I played in my previous life, it is still a reality where people live and die. It is a world where one mistake can result in death. It is certain that the weight of life is lighter than in the world I remember from my previous life. But even so, I do not want to take a life for nothing. With this in mind, I spontaneously muttered to myself, I was so happy to hear that you are interested in this. How can I help protect human life? Diana rolled her eyes a little at my words, but immediately responded, if that is the case, then you should be stronger than anyone else so that you can take good care of people. Diana gently spun her words as if admonishing me. Of course, strength is not just one thing. If you hone your strength in martial arts, strategy, politics, and financial power, you will eventually find the path that you are aiming for. I see. I'm not going to be bothered by it. I'm going to try my best to become stronger just as Diana said. I smiled and replied to Diana. She looked at me and smiled. At that moment, Ellen nodded and entered the conversation. I see. Rid-sama intends to push the envelope even further, doesn't he? Don't talk about me like I am insane. No. I was just wondering if your real name is Rid. Tia? It's a very boyish name, isn't it? Ellen's words made me think, oh? And I looked at Diana. Yes, Diana had called me Rid just now. Diana turned her face to the side and refused to make eye contact with me. I had intended to keep it a secret, but I was caught off guard and was in a headlock. Ellen and the two monsters looked at me with a puzzled look on their faces. Chapter 89. Diana, you look very good. Yes, it suits you very well. Is that right? I'm not sure I understand myself since I'm not used to wearing such clothes. Thank you. Diana looked a little embarrassed as she responded to the praise she received from me and Ellen as we walked through the town. After we moved from the mansion of Men Condroy, we had a discussion, a meeting to reflect on what we had done. I will never forget what Diana said to me at the discussion. After that, we went back to the town again to get Diana's clothes ready. Two monsters were also accompanying us, but they were of the same size and shape as a cat itself, so there was no problem. While I was thinking that I needed to do something about her clothes, I noticed a store nearby. The store had a lot of Japanese and Western clothing, so I bought Diana an outfit for Renoot with hakama and boots because it was a good opportunity for her. She is now wearing a hakama, and her hair is tied back with a hair clip. At that moment, we heard a voice calling us from behind. Ha, ha, Tia-sama. Thank God, I caught up with you. Chris, are you alright? Something still happening in Men's Mansion? Chris, breathing on her shoulder, must have rushed back to the town from Men's Mansion, Chris said as he caught his breath. No, it's all right at Men's Mansion since the royal army, Princess Farah, and Ms. Asuna are talking to each other. It seems that all the thugs have been caught in a noose. Just, Chris said, looking a little grim. What's wrong? I heard that only Men Condroy has not been caught. It seems that the steward of the mansion has already been murdered by someone. I see. Hasn't Men been captured? He was also linked to Norris. Perhaps he had made preparations in advance, such as hidden passages and such. When I showed a slight thoughtful look, Chris' stern expression changed to a doubtful one and she muttered. But it's odd, isn't it? Strange. Is something on your mind? No. I heard that where the butler had passed away, there was a red windmill, a national toy of whatever country it is. You could hear the biggest, strongest looking soldier who saw it muttering, "I'm sorry for what you're going through." Besides, the soldier didn't seem that concerned about Men's whereabouts. I see. If we put together what Chris said, there must be some connection between the royal army and the person who murdered Men's butler. The red windmill is likely to contain some kind of code word. From what Chris heard the soldier say, Men may no longer be alive in this world. Even if he were alive, he may never be able to see the light of day again. As I was thinking this after hearing Chris' words, a question came to mind. Why was Norris left unchecked when that many organizations existed? I was pondering that not much time must have passed since the Norris fiasco, when Ellen spoke to me in a small voice. Tia-sama. Chris, you know that. Tia-sama's identity, that he is a boy, right? Right. Then I'm the only one who didn't know. Ellen heard her reply and gave a small laugh. I was a little miffed at that. I had intended to keep it a secret until I met her as Rid, but Diana had slipped up and called me Rid. Now that my name was known, it was no longer possible for Ellen to pretend that Tia was a different person. I had no choice but to explain my true identity. Ellen was surprised and taken aback at that time. So you were a cute boy, not a cute girl. It sounds like a word that could mean something different. And it does. But I don't want you to be a cute boy. I then explained to Ellen how I came to dress up as a woman, and she struggled to hold back her laughter. Chris saw that I was miffed by the Ellen's conversation and approached me. By the way, Diana, you have changed your clothes. The Reno attire suits you very well. Thank you. I had to have Tia-sama buy me a new outfit since my clothes were torn to shreds at the Men Mansion. Diana bowed to me as she bashfully said. Chris, who had been watching her, asked me a question in my ear. Why didn't you change your clothes as well, Tia-sama? Even though it was Reno's clothes, I don't think there would have been any problem returning to the guest house if it was for a change of disguise. There are circumstances to that. Actually, Chris was right. I had tried to buy and change my own outfit as well, but Diana had pointed out to me that I had to change my clothes. I'm sure that if Princess Farah saw you back at the castle after changing your clothes, she would be very sad. Please consider the feelings of Princess Farah. Yes, that's right. It was certainly true. In her own way, Farah had thought hard about it. It would still be good if she was still here and changed my clothes after consulting with me. But to change without saying anything might make her sad. As Diana said, I made a difficult decision and decided to keep my clothes as they were. However, I bought clothes from Reno so that I can disguise myself from next day onward. I asked the shopkeeper to deliver the clothing I had purchased to Ridbadia, the guest house. I also bought Mel's clothes and a comb for Mother. I am sure she will be pleased. After hearing my story, Chris looked at me with a slightly pitying look and said, "It sounds like you're going through a lot of trouble." Well, more importantly, what's wrong with Chris? I replied to her, remembering that I had not yet asked her why Chris had followed us. Oh, right. And she coughed and then told me why. Actually, I found a good place to buy medicinal herbs that Tia-sama had asked me about, and I was wondering if you would join me. Really? Good. I was just about to go check it out. Thank you for your help. I replied to her words with a big smile. I was so happy to hear that. Then Ellen said, I'm going to go back to the store now. I see. Well, please give my best regards to Alex. I'll send an errand for you tomorrow if you want. I understand. Alex and I will be waiting for you. After hearing my reply, she smiled wickedly and said, oh, yes, yes. I'll keep Alex in the dark about Tia-sama's identity, so please don't worry. Thank you. After hearing my reply, Ellen ran off in the direction of her store with a mischievous smile on her face. I looked at Ellen's back with an indescribable look on my face at her words. Diana and Chris, who were watching me, were shaking their heads and laughing. I was miffed at the two of them and said to them, I'm going to go now. Chris, please show me the way. Yes, I understand. Tia-sama. Chris started to lead us. The two monsters were still following me as I followed along behind. I followed Chris, wondering how far monsters were going to follow me. Chapter 90. Tia, it's just up ahead. Yes, okay. Chris led me to a place on the outskirts of town in a different direction from the store where the two dwarfs were. Why is the place of destination always on the outskirts of town? I wondered, but we finally arrived. Chris pointed to the sign. Here it is. Nikiak dealer. Standing in front of the store, I was a little surprised at the appearance of the store. In other words, it was like an old house, but it was in bad shape. As expected, Diana looked a little uncomfortable. Chris, perhaps noticing the indescribable expressions on our faces, looked a little flustered and said she would try to fix it up. The store is not very good in appearance, but the knowledge and skill of the staff at the store is very good, so it's okay. Chris shouted suitably loud, but there was no answer. Was he away? Just when I thought he was, the door to the store was opened and I heard him yell in reply, "Don't make that big voice. You'll mess up the concoction." "Oh, Mr. Nikiak, I knew you were there." The sudden yell made both Diana and I a bit nervous, but Chris was not concerned and walked into the store. We hurriedly followed Chris. It was a little dark inside the store, and I could smell the medicinal herbs, which smelled a little green to my nose. As our eyes adjusted to the darkness, we noticed that there were a lot of dried herbs here and there in the store. Nikiak and Chris seemed to be in the back of the store, and Diana and I went to the back of the store. In the back of the shop, Nikiak was preparing medicines and talking with Chris about something. "Chris, did you end up going to the dwarfs after all the advice I gave you? I told you not to do that because they are being watched by men." "Yes, but I also told you that I had their backing and that as long as I had the information in advance, they would be fine." "Backup? You don't mean those two guys you just brought?" Nikiak at me and Diana as he spoke. I would normally be scared of him, but to me, his terrifying face without any deadly intent looks rather cute. I responded with a smile. Nikiak was little surprised at that and said, "You're a creepy little girl, aren't you? I'm sure you and Diana won't be fazed by it for a moment. You know, both of you." The two of us laughed as Chris waved us off. Nikiak, who had been watching the exchange between the three of us, stopped mixing and looked at us and said, "Hun. Well, if Chris trusts you, you're better than men. What brings you here? Tell me." "Oh, I didn't know you could say that much with one glance." Chris teased Nikiak's words. He blushed and yelled, "I'm a sucker for beautiful women and pretty girls." When he said pretty missy, I felt indescribable. They both laughed again, cough cough. When they heard Nikiak words, I changed my mind, cleared my throat, and then said, "Then, have you ever heard of a medicinal herb called lute grass? Perhaps you can get it in the demon forest." "I've never heard of lute grass, but I'm sorry if I have never heard of it. I don't think anyone else has." "So I turned my head to listen to Nikiak's words. "But there might still be some clue," I said to Nikiak with a desperate look on my face. "Anything at all? I think there are some medicinal herbs that can be found only in the demon forest." Nikiak looked at me suspiciously and asked me in a low voice, "I'm not going to tell you anything without knowing the details. If you want to rely on me, you have nothing to keep a secret from me. If you can't do that, I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave." As he finished, Chris told me about Nikiak, as if to add to what he had said. "Tia, Mr. Nikiak has a bad mouth and attitude, but he is a trustworthy person. The reason the store is so run down is because he doesn't take more money from his customers than he has to. He may be bigoted and stubborn, but rest assured, his mouth is as tough as his head. Hey, Chris, you think I'm stupid, don't you? No, I don't think so. I have nothing to hide. The two of them were making fun of each other, and I had a question for them. You two seem to be very close. Have you known each other for a long time? No, we met for the first time yesterday. Chris answered my question with a blank expression and then told me about his communication with Nikiak into my ear. On the day when I had a difficult time due to the match, Chris went to Nikiak's place after asking him about the information, including the confirmation of the information that he had researched in advance. Chris was turned away at the door, just as we had been, but Chris's fighting spirit was ignited. She didn't mind being turned away at the door, but she just kept going into the store. At first Nikiak yelled at her, "What do you want with a girl from another country who doesn't know anything about drugs?" However, she soon realized that the medicinal herbs in the store were in very good condition. Using that as a springboard, she opened up a conversation with him, and he took a liking to her. Every country has stubborn old men. People tend to like to talk, so they're still easy to deal with. I couldn't help but chuckle at the last words Chris said. From Nikiak's point of view, I guess he is aware that he has recognized Chris, but in reality, he is in Chris's hands. Hey, what are you sneaking around for? I don't have time for this. If you can't talk, leave. No, I'm sorry. Then, I will tell you the truth too. Nikiak must have noticed the change in my expression. He was no longer swearing, and his eyes were fixed on me. After taking a deep breath, I said, "I'm sorry. I'm sure there is a herb in the demon forest that will lead to a medicine for magic depletion. The name should be lute grass, but perhaps it has a different name. Do you have any information on any similar product or anything?" Diana rolled her eyes in surprise at my words. I had not told her about this, so I guess it was a natural reaction. Chris already knew, so she didn't seem surprised. After hearing my words, Nikiak turned head down, arms crossed, as if lost in thought. After a few moments of silence, he looked up and said, "I've never heard of lute grass. After all, I had never heard of that." Hearing his words, I turned my head down, clenching my fists, but he was still talking. "But I do have one idea about that." Chapter 91. Do you have any idea how to obtain this? I'll tell you all about it right now, so calm down. My eyes widened at Nikiak's words. I have an idea. And I approached him and asked him a question. When he was done, he got up and picked up one of the dried herbs near the entrance of the store. He showed us the herb and said, "This is the herb that I know of. I have seen it only in the demon forest. That's why we call it renute grass in this country." Renute grass. I looked at the herb Nikiak brought with great interest. The original form is hard to tell because it is so dry. But I can bring this back to Bardia to try it out. But why did Nikiak think it was this one? I asked the question I sensed. Excuse me, but why did you think this was it, Mr. Nikiak? I don't mean to be skeptical, but since you said you had an idea, I think there must be some basis for it. Could you please tell me for the future? Please do. Nikiak heard my words and looked at me as if to glare at me, then said, "Miss, why are you so obsessed with the cure for magic depletion? You have nothing to hide. Tell me everything, including who you are, and I'll tell you everything I know." Nikiak narrowed her eyes and gave me a dubious look as he replied. I took a deep breath and then told him everything I could, including my mother's illness and my true identity. When Nikiak finished to listen to me, he let out a sigh and then looked at Chris and said, "Huh, Chris, he is a big ball of a backer." "No way, he is a great guy to go this far to save his mum." "I agree. I'm sorry to say that I didn't know that Red Mother was magic depleted. I am ashamed to say that I did not know that either." Diana and Chris both looked surprised when they heard about my mother from my mouth. I told them to keep this between us. Nikki looked at me with amazement. "But you're not a girl, you're a boy. The world is a funny place." "Would you keep that between us, too?" He chuckled at my words, then his expression changed to a straight face and he looked at me. "I understand your situation. I will tell you what I know about this herb, or rather, about renote grass and magic depletion. Nikiak's story was very interesting. He is one of the oldest dark elves. He had been in renote for a long time as a medicine man, and one day he suddenly realized that the onset of magic depletion disease was almost unheard of in renote. After that, out of curiosity, he gathered information from his acquaintances and personally investigated. As a result, he found that there is almost no occurrence of magical exhaustion disease in renote. At that point, it was impossible to determine whether dark elves do not suffer from magic depletion disease or whether there is something unique to renote. However, it turned out to be an unexpected discovery. He learned that among the dark elves who had been kidnapped or left the country, a small percentage had died as a result of magical power depletion. When he learned of this, he no longer thought that because he was a dark elf, he would not be affected. Nikik decided to steadily investigate things that exist only in renote and affect people on a daily basis. It was a time-consuming investigation, but thanks in part to the longevity of the dark elves, he was able to narrow down the list of candidates. The most promising thing he found was the renote grass. Renote grass is a perennial wild herb that can be found in the demon forest, and is consumed by the dark elves on a near-daily basis. There is also an old saying in this country, if you have wild herbs from the forest of demons, you don't need a doctor. Perhaps our ancestors somehow realized that the renote grass could prevent the depletion of magical power. After explaining all this, Nikiak said, I can't be sure, but I think it's safe to say that there is no magic depletion in this country. However, I believe that the lack of magic depletion disease in this country, combined with various other sources, such as food culture and folklore, make it a safe bet that it is probably true. I am amazed that you were able to research all this by yourself. I was amazed at the information he gave me and the knowledge he explained to me. Chris was also surprised that Nikik knew so much about it. When he saw our expressions, he said to us as if to nail us, but that's as far as I know. I don't know if the renote grass is really effective against magic depletion. After all, there is no one in this country who has the disease. You can try it yourselves to see if it can be used as a treatment. I understand. Thank you for the information. I bowed my head in gratitude, and Diana and Chris also bowed their heads as if following me. Nikik, who was watching us, said in a low voice, you don't have to bow. But I want you to promise me two things, if it is something I can do. When he heard my reply, he looked me sharply in the eye and said, 1. If your mother can be cured, you will tell me. When you find a cure, you must release the information to the public so that anyone can be cured. If you can promise me these two things, I will help you as much as I can. I understand, I promise. The eyes and words of Nikik gave me such an impression as if he thought that magic depletion disease was a revenge. In the first place, what was it that made him realize that it was not occurring in the country? When I wondered that, Nikiak said, oh? And put his hand on his forehead and turned his head down. I forgot there was one problem. What's wrong? I asked him, looking at him suspiciously, and he looked puzzled. There's a son of a bitch named Mullane who is in charge of this area. I can't move much because he's staring at me. I'm sorry, I said I'd help you out earlier. Nikiak looked extremely frustrated. But when I heard name, man, we all giggled and laughed. He was stunned by the look on our faces, but then he immediately blushed and yelled angrily. He has connections to the central government, and even if he uses his own dirty tricks, he won't get caught. I see. It seems that Men has done terrible things to people other than Iren and the others. Nikik is looking desperate. To him, I cleared my throat and then said, there is no problem on that matter. Men himself and those who would have had connections with him were disgraced yesterday and today. I think that probably won't have any impact on the future. What are you talking about, kid? Nikiak rolled his eyes at my words and didn't seem to have caught up with my understanding. Chris began to explain it to him as if to add to it. When Nikia heard the fact that Men and Norris had been disqualified, he looked at me in disbelief and kept asking Chris and me over and over again. Then, when he was convinced that it was true, he started laughing out loud and then said, Wahaha, that Men guy. He's a sucker. Boy, you're the best. Please don't say that. Nikiak started laughing even harder at my reply, and his laughter echoed through the store for a while after that. Chapter 92, Mr. Nikiak, once again. Thank you for your help. Oh, boy, you can count on me. I was talking with Nikik, the owner of Nikik's store, which Chris had guided me to, about a number of things that would happen in the future. First of all, it was decided to purchase Rematch grass through him to the Bardia territory. In doing so, we decided to call it loot grass in order to prevent the leakage of information that it might be a raw material for a special medicine for magic depletion. Rematch grass is major in the country, but it is rarely found outside of the country. The reason is that it is only used for food in the country. Other than him, there is no one else who is aware of the possibility of this Rematch grass being used to prevent magic power depletion disease. Just to be sure, Nikiak said that he will search for medicinal herbs in Rematch, including reconfirming the possibility that they can be used for treatment other than loot grass. He also said that he would research other ways to grow medicinal herbs. I boldly asked him to cultivate the moonlight grass as well. Chris was surprised, but Nikiak agreed to do so. If a growing method could be established, there was a good possibility of generating huge profits in the future in cooperation with the Bardia territory. I also told him that I would make sure that the necessary costs and supplies would come through the Christie Trading Company. Beside me and Nikik talking, Chris was covering her eyes with her hands and muttering, hurry up, we have to set up a branch of the trading company." At that moment, I remembered something. Speaking of which, Nikik, have you ever heard of mukaroji berries? Nikik rolled his eyes a little at my words, looked doubtful, and said in a low voice, "Do you even know what it is? You know what it's called, don't you?" I responded to his words with a smile. The first time I saw Nikik's expression, he looked at me with dismay, and then he let out a sigh and said, I'm sorry. Thank you." Nikiak stood up and went back to the store's display shelves in the doorway. At that moment, Chris gave me a dubious look and gently whispered in my ear, "Master Rid, what are mukaroji berries? Chris and Diana would probably want them more than I would." I'm a little curious. I was so excited that I had to ask her to help me. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, I'm not sure if it's a good thing or not." "Yes, I'm sure it is." "Thank you very much." I checked the fruit that Nikiak had brought to me. The fruit was round, with a wrinkled and small epidermis. They were the same as the ones I had observed in my memory. All that remained was to try it out. I looked at Nikiak and said, "Can I borrow some water and a tub?" Nikik shrugged his shoulders and said, "Oh dear," and got the water and tub for me. Chris and Diana tilted their heads, not knowing what to expect. I put mukaroji berries in the tub of water Nikik had prepared and stirred the water. After a little while, it started to bubble more and more. Nikik looked at me with a dumbfounded expression. When he saw the bubbling tub, I gave him a big smile and said, "I've got it. This is natural soap. I think it would make a great product if we called it Sobery." When I finished, I turned to Chris and Diana. Chris's eyes lit up and she looked excited. "Good. This is definitely something that will sell. With all due respect to your prerogative, I'd like a few for my personal use as well." When Chris finished, Diana also seemed interested. "I, for the time being, have decided to buy all the leanut grass and mukaroji berries that Nikik owns that I can afford to buy." When I told him that I would continue to purchase these two types of products through Chris, Nikiak nodded his head and said, "Understand," with a slightly happy smile on his face. After our discussion with Nikik was over, we left the store and there were two monsters waiting for us there. Apparently, they didn't like the smell inside the store, so they waited outside. Nikik, who had come to see us off, looked surprised at their appearance. "I haven't seen them lately. What brings them here?" "Oh, that's right. I explained to Nikik that I had met them on my way to Men's Mansion." "I heard that monster pets are all the rage in some parts of the world outside of. Was that guy from Men behind it?" "Seems like it, but it looks like Men has been disqualified, so things will settle down a bit from here on out, won't they?" As he and I were conversing, they came up to my feet and rubbed their cheeks against me. Their tails were standing on end and they were making a very cute gesture. Nikki smiled at me and said, "Oh, my boy. They seem to like you a lot. It is rare for a shadow cougar to be so friendly. But I'm afraid I can't take them home with me. So if it's all right with Nikki, could you send him back to the Devil's Forest?" Hearing my words, Nikki nodded. "I understand. I will take them with me the next time I go to the Demon Forest." "Thank you very much." I thanked Nikki for his help and squatted down, making eye contact with the two monsters. I wish I could take them with me, but as you can imagine, my father is here, so I can't just take them on my own. You guys can go back to your own world. When the cat-sized shadow cougars heard my words, they looked a little shuffled and mewed. I patted his head, got up, said goodbye to Nikki, and left. When I looked back after a short distance, the two monsters seemed to be watching me the whole time. They were cute, but my father would have been absolutely furious if I took them home without permission. I wished Mel and Mother could have seen how cute they are. At that moment, Diana suddenly said, "Those monsters were quite fond of you, so they might follow us to Bardia territory." "In Bardia territory? I don't think so, indeed. It's too far away. I'm tired. We've been on the move since this morning, and I'm really tired." Even though we had a lot to do during our stay in Reincarnated, we were too busy today. When I looked tired, Diana said to me as if she was trying to give me a nail, "We must return without being discovered by Master Rainer, so please keep a sense of stress until the end." Diana's words made me aha, and I held my head in my hands on the way home. Chapter 93. Master Id, you don't have to be so scared, do you? No, I am not going to get away with it if he finds out about that," Diana said to me with a look of dismay, and I replied with a troubled look on my face. I was thinking about it all the way back to the guest house from Nikki's mansion. I was normally supposed to go in and out of the castle as far as attendant. However, we parted ways at Men's mansion. If I went back to the castle, my father would probably find me and I would be in trouble. After seeing me like this, Diana turned to Chris and said, "Then why don't we tell him that Master Rid has an errand to run and we can come in with him?" Chris looked at Diana with a puzzled look on her face as she told her something she had never thought of. "In this case, I should go back to the guest house and then go to Farah." I looked at Chris and said, "I'm sorry, Chris. Can I ask for your help?" "I understand. But please don't do anything reckless like this next time." "Yeah, I'll be careful." "Thanks." Chris let out a sigh and said, "Oh dear," as she led us to the gates of the castle. A soldier at the gate stopped Chris, but as soon as Chris told him that she was related to the Bardia family at the guest house, he let her through. I whispered a thank you to Chris. Chris nodded, looking a little taken aback. We entered the castle, and after a short walk, the guest house came into view. Just as I was thinking, "This is good," I heard a voice I had heard before. "I found there, Tia." "Found? Who could it be that knew me and called me like this?" I turned pale with blood as I searched for the owner of the voice. There was, to my surprise, Lassus. He was holding his hand on his knee and pointing his finger at me. I answered with trepidation, afraid that my true identity would be revealed. "What can I do for you, Prince Lassus? I was not waiting for you to come back." Is it my imagination that Lassus said something that bothered me a lot? "Anyway," I said as if I was running away with a desire to leave this place. "I am sorry, but I have a lot of work to do. If there is nothing else I can do for you, please excuse me." I bowed to Lassus as I finished and quickly turned to go to the guest house. "No, wait, I have a business with you. What can I do for you?" I probably had the most uncomfortable expression on my face that I've ever had. But Lassus was still not cowed and said, "Oh, I'd like to talk to you alone. Don't you get me wrong, I'm not interested in you by any means." "Huh?" I rolled my eyes, taken aback by Lassus's words. Then, realizing the intent of his words, I turned pale as my blood ran cold. Slowly, I looked at Diana and Chris, and they both quickly turned their heads away. At any rate, I knew I couldn't hope for any help. I took a deep breath and then said to Lassus, "I appreciate the invitation, very much, but I have some work to do as well, so could we talk about this later?" I was very sorry to say this to Lassus, but if it was at a later date, the maid named Tia would disappear from this scene, it would be the least hurtful thing to his heart. No. But how about just a little bit of your time? I won't take up too much of your time. How about you, Lady Diana? As the Prince of Reincarnated, I ask you for a favor. Lasses, don't use the prince's power for this kind of thing, I shouted in my heart and desperately appealed with my eyes for Diana to refuse. But the reply that came back from her was, I understand. If it's just for a short time, I think I can make it. I'm sorry, Diana, but I owe you a debt of gratitude. Yes, I felt like my soul was leaving my body and I was white as a sheet, and Lasses took me by the hand and pulled me along with him. The first thing I noticed was a big cherry blossom tree at the end of the road. When I saw it, I thought that Farah had wanted it. Come to think of it, then I looked to the side and saw that Farah was not there. For some reason, Lasses was there. I came to my senses and was stunned, but he didn't notice me, and with a twinkle in his eye, he said, Tia, it's not, I wanted to show you this. I see, it's a beautiful tree, but why did you want to show it to me? I made a cold, heartless attempt to show my disinterest. I'm sorry, Lasses, but I'm certain this is for your own good. But he was not discouraged by the way I looked at him. I'm sorry I was too aggressive, but I'm sure I'm drawn to you. That's why I really wanted to show you this, I responded, flinching at his too passionate gaze. I think that's some kind of misunderstanding. In the first place, didn't Prince Lasses and I meet only this morning? I thought it was just an assumed attraction. I pushed him away frantically, politely and coldly, but the light in his eyes is still burning. I thought so too, but I talked to my mother about it, and she told me that this is love, ? Queen Liesel? What did she tell you? Lasses was so happy that I was interested in what he had to say that he told me what Liesel had said to him. After meeting Tia for the first time, he could not stop his heart from beating and rising in his breast. After much consideration, he told Queen Liesel what had happened and his situation. The queen was apparently very pleased, saying, "You've found someone like that." He was told by Queen Liesel that his feeling was love and that it was proof that he had met someone he liked. At that moment, like a bolt of lightning, he understood, this is love. After discussing with his mother how he should treat Tia, she told him that they should start by getting to know each other. So, he really wanted to have this discussion. I turned my head down in disappointment after hearing Lass's explanation. I believe that there was no mistake in the queen's feelings as a mother toward her child. However, this was definitely a misunderstanding. Perhaps Lassis was just puzzled when she first met a girl from the Empire who was close to her age, but not the same, and then his mother, whom he trusts the most, calls it love, which is a grand misunderstanding. But this is a serious problem because he is so deluded. He was giving me a burning look as he was explaining the situation to me. I thought about what I could do to get him to give up. As a result, I decided to make him give up by making an impossible demand, even though it was very heartbreaking. I thought so and slowly spun my words in a cold, aggressive manner. I understood Prince Lassis's feelings, but with all due respect, I am not interested in weak princes. Weak prince? His eyes flashed with suspicion. I continued without hesitation. Yes, Prince Lassis. You were defeated by Master Rid, and that too without a trace. How can you say that you are in love with a girl under such circumstances? Don't you have something to do before that? You are surprisingly bitter. It is quite different from when we first met, but you are indeed the one I fell in love with. A person like you who can say things so frankly is exactly what I want. As soon as I heard what Lassis said, a chill ran down my spine. What is this prince saying? I was about to back away, but I held my ground and said, at the very least, you can start talking about love and such once you've become stronger than Reed-sama. By any chance, do you like Reed Dono, huh? GGGG. Yes, I adore him. Even if Farah and Red are paired, that feeling will not change. There are as many forms of feelings as there are people. So, please give up. I went along with what Lassis had unexpectedly said, but instead of being depressed, the light in his eyes was getting stronger. I understand. I will continue to train daily so that I can surpass Rid. Originally, I was going to ask for a rematch with Master Rid sooner or later. When I surpass him, I will come to see you again. I hope I will be able to repeat the question I just asked you. I don't think that's going to make any difference. Hey, I know. This is my intention. Thank you. I've never felt this way before. Love is a wonderful thing. Lassus looked into the distance with a refreshed face. I don't really understand, but it seems that he has completed himself. Sorry. I think it's time to go. He walked me to the front of the guest house where I had left Diana and the others. I will definitely show you that I am stronger than Rid, Tia. And then I'll ask you the same question I asked you earlier. He said this as he left and walked away from me and the others. At that moment, I felt like collapsing into white sand. Chris and Diana, who were watching us, were both stunned. It is indeed insane to win over a prince and princess together. Exclamation mark? No, Lassus is just mistaken. Chris and Diana looked at me with pity when I said that. I promised myself that I would never become Tia again, and that I would never fight with Lassus again. Chapter 94. Phew, I finally made it back. I thanked Chris and then we parted in front of the guest house. Diana took care of the surroundings until I returned to my room in the guest house. Thanks to her, I managed to get back to my room without being noticed. When I got back, I quickly changed out of my maid's uniform and jumped into bed. Now I'm on my stomach, my face pressed against the pillow. Still, I'm glad I got the information about the herbs that could cure Mother's illness and lead to a special cure, but it's been a lot of hard work. I let out a sigh and mumbled something, then my lids became heavy and I felt a very strong sleepiness coming on. At that moment, there was a knock at the door and Diana's voice could be heard in the room. Master Rid. Master Raina wants to see you, father. Wow. Okay, I'll be right there. I got up from bed and left the room, rubbing my eyes with my hands to get rid of the sleepiness. I was told that my father's room at the guest house was the largest room on the second floor. Diana led the way and we soon arrived at the front of the room. I took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and said, "Father, you wanted to see me?" The answer came immediately from inside, "Come in." Diana did not try to enter the room, but took a waiting posture in the hallway as it was. When I opened the door and entered the room, I found Zack, a prior guest, and a slender dark elf man talking with Farah about something with a hard look on his face. The slender dark elf man looked at me and quietly bowed his head. Zack asked, "May I?" And my father gave a small nod. "Master Rid, this is my man, Capella." "Capella, introduce yourself." Zack cleared his throat and then called out, and the dark elf who was called Capella slowly raised his head. Then he introduced himself to me. "I am Capella Dator. As introduced to you. I look forward to working with you from now on." After he finished, he bowed to me again. I was not sure what was going on, but I told him to raise his head. When he raised his head, I was a little surprised at his appearance. He was a handsome man with black hair and dark, piercing eyes. The atmosphere he gave off was somewhat tense, something that was not present in the Bardia residence. But more than that, I thought the name Capella sounded familiar. Where had I heard it before? As I was lost in thought trying to remember, my father called out to me, "Rid, Zack has just made a proposal. It involves you, too. Sit down and listen to it." "Yes, father." I sat down on the sofa as my father asked me. We were now sitting around the desk from three sides, with only Capella standing by Zack's side. "I am sorry, Master Raina." "Master Rid. Now, where were we?" "I understand that Master Zack wants Capella to be Rid's squire." "Hey?" I looked at them both with a puzzled look on my face when I heard what he said. Why would Zack suddenly recommend Capella as my squire? I gradually became dubious about the matter, as I suddenly felt something fishy in the content. Zack looked at me with a smile and said, "I heard that Master Rid is willing to marry Princess Farah." "If that's the case, I thought it would be easier to make preparations if someone familiar with Reincarnated culture was nearby." "I see." I nodded at his words and looked at my father, but there was no shift. Apparently, he intends to leave this matter to me. After a few moments of pondering, I responded to Zack, "But the marriage with the Princess Farah has not been decided yet. Besides, if we are talking about Reincarnated culture and preparing to welcome a princess, Then I don't think you have to be my squire, do you? I believe that the marriage between Lord Reed and Princess Farah has been decided. Moreover, it is only natural to think so at this time. In addition, the heroic behavior that Master Reed showed in front of His Majesty Elias is not unknown among the nobility in our country. All in all, I think that there is no one but Master Reed for Princess Farah. Zack smiled as he finished. There was nothing out of line in what he was saying. But when he goes to the trouble of recommending someone as a squire, I think he has an agenda. I looked at my father and asked him a question. What do you think? Am I allowed to respond? I am going to leave this matter to you. I don't mean to be rude to you, but you'll have to find out for yourselves whether or not he's the right person to be your squire. HMPH, as expected of Master Rainer. You are very strict. Zack smiled dryly at father's words. Capella remains standing there without saying anything. I look at Capella's face, but it is blank and I cannot read his emotions. The fact that my father did not stop him and left it to me means that there is a strong possibility that Zack and my father are working together behind the scenes. If that is the case, the only possibility is that he is checking me out. That's when I remembered why the name Capella sounded so familiar to me. I was sure that there was a character named Capella in Togheter. He was one of the characters that could be used in the free mode, and I believe he was good at espionage activities. I think he was specialized in attack power and speed, and his defense was low, but I don't remember how he was involved in the story. Going back to my thoughts, from the character image, I guess he is one of the country's agents or something. Zack, who has him as his subordinate and is in a position to talk with my father, may be a top figure in that organization. At the moment I thought that. I felt a chill in Zack's smile. Zack sensed the atmosphere and called out to me with a suspicious expression. Is there something wrong? No, nothing. More importantly, what is Zack's purpose in promoting him as my squire? You don't really mean to say that he's a man prepared only to welcome Princess Farah, do you? I decided to ask him the crux of the matter, trying to keep a level head. Probably, I would never be able to beat Zack in trickery. Then, it might be better to be honest with him. He rolled his eyes a little at my words and replied happily with a wry smile. "Ha, you are an interesting one after all," he muttered, looking at Capella. Capella is a very talented man. There is only one reason why I am promoting him to Master Reed. I want Capella to be Master Reed's shadow. Shadow? Zack shifted his eyes from Capella to me and looked at me, and began to exude a killing power that I could not have imagined from his soft-spoken manner. You have a great talent, Master Reed, child prodigy, genius. All of these words apply to you. You also has the ability to lead others with both rigor and gentleness, but that is not enough to protect those you hold dear. Are you saying I need shadows for that? He nodded quietly and continued, and this is also a request from my king, His Majesty Elias. Capella is the man chosen to support and protect Master Reed and Princess Farah from the shadows. I am sure he will be of great help. I see. The moment I heard the words, a request from His Majesty Elias, I felt that everything made sense. They were actually testing me to see if I would be able to handle it. These adults are very mean. I pondered what would be a good response, then smiled and said, "If that's the case, I have a favor to ask of Capella." "Yes, sir?" Capella replied to me with a blank expression on his face. I continued speaking without paying attention to it. "If you will be my follower, can you swear your allegiance to me, Reed Bardia, here and now? I would like my father and Master Zack to bear witness, if I may. This is my way of returning the favor for being tested." It would be easy to make Capella my squire. All I had to do was shake my head. However, I felt that this would make Capella's master ambiguous. Of course, the oath of allegiance might not change anything about the connection between Zack and Capella, but as long as he swears allegiance to me in front of father and Zack, Capella will ostensibly be my follower completely. He will belong to the Bardia family, not Trinote. From Zack's point of view, he may have even intended to transfer him from his own organization. If they are so talented as to be recommended by him, he is willing to take them without mercy, even if it is only ostensibly. As I finished, I felt the eyebrows on Capella's expressionless face twitch. At that moment, My father immediately took me up on my offer. Sure, that's good. Zack is a good man. As long as it's good enough for Rid, I'll welcome it. I would appreciate it if you would say so as well, father. Would you be okay with that, Master Zack? Zack was taken aback, but when he cleared his throat, he replied in a frustrated but amused tone. Understand. I didn't think you'd go that far. Capella then took the oath of allegiance to me, Rid Bardia, in front of both my father and Zack. With this, Capella officially became my squire. Of course, I can't let my guard down because his connection with Zack has not been broken, but I am sure that Capella is a person I can rely on, I said, looking at Capella's expressionless face with a big smile. Capella, I look forward to working with you from now on. I will serve you with my life. Capella remained expressionless until the end. Chapter 95. Now, Capella will make arrangements in the kingdom to be Master Rid's squire from now on. We will finish the preparations before the two of you leave Renoot, so please wait a little while. As he finished, Zack looked at me and my father in turn. We looked at each other and nodded. I understand. Rid, are you in? Yes, father. Capella, standing beside Zack, remained blank. Zack had just told me that he wanted Capella to be my squire. At that time, I did not immediately nod my head. I felt that if I just nodded my head, Zack would have his way. Let's ask Gianna too. What? I asked back to my father's unexpected comment. Is something wrong? No. No, it's... I was pretending to be calm, but inwardly I was panicking. What should I do? Perhaps my father had some information. Did Zack tell him, or did he get it from some other source? While I was thinking about this, Diana, as she was called, came into the room. She stood beside me, straightened her posture, and bowed. You wanted to see me, Master Raina. Diana, I have a question for you. After glaring at me sharply, my father shifted his gaze to Diana and said slowly, Diana, what were you and Rid doing today? Tell me the truth. Is that clear? I'll tell you everything. When Father told her to tell the truth, Diana told him everything that had happened today. The only thing that she covered up was the part about me disguising myself as a maid. Hearing her explanation, Father's expression grew grim. When she told him about the disturbances at the men mansion, Diana stopped talking and looked at me. I guess she wanted me to take it from there because the rest of the story was about my mother. I said fearfully to my father, who had a grim look on his face. Father, everything she has told you is true. May I tell you what I am about to tell you because it related to Mother's illness? Okay, tell me. I told my father about Nikik, whom I had met through Chris. As a result of his research, magic depletion is rarely seen in Renoot. Perhaps the presence of daily intake is preventing the disease. He even discovered that a wild plant called Renoot grass was likely to be a medicinal herb that would lead to a special medicine based on the hypothesis that Renoot grass is the most effective herb. I also explained that I had made arrangements for the herb to be taken as loot grass through Chris, and to be supplied to the Bardia family. When I finished, my father looked grim and indescribable. Phew. I got the details. But, Rid, you are an aristocrat, a man in a position of authority. You should not take the initiative and say, if the result is good, all is forgiven. My father looked me straight in the eye and continued his words as if he were giving me a bitter warning. I was sorry for him, but I asked Capella to swear his allegiance to me in front of Zack and my father. With the two of them as my witnesses, his affiliation, even if only ostensibly, would be from the Renati to the Bardia family. This means that even if Capella and Zack were linked, Capella would be subject to disciplinary action. As soon as his conduct was exposed, naturally, Zack, who promoted him, and Elias, who was involved, would be equally culpable. I think it would be a bit of a drag and a deterrent for both Zack and Capella. It would be a good idea, even if it was improvised. Master Raina, Master Rid. I will take my leave now. After hearing my father's and my reply, Zack looked satisfied and said goodbye to us, then stood up and bowed. He turned his head and headed for the door to leave the room, but suddenly stopped. Then, as if he had an impulsive idea, he turned to me and said with a mischievous smile, I see that you and Princess Farah have had a lot of fun today, but you mustn't be too reckless, okay? The two of you have various people looking to you for your future. Now, if you'll excuse me." "What?" At his words, my father's eyebrows furrowed. "I'm not sure if it's revenge for making Capella pledge allegiance to me in front of the two of them." As he left the room with a gift, I thought to myself, what a competitive person he is. As he left the room, Further spoke to me in a low voice. "Rid, what do his words meant now?" Well, I, too, am not sure of his intention. I had been out with Farah and others in the castle town, breaking father's word. I was trying to cover up the fact that I couldn't say anything. My father looked at me with sharp eyes as if he was going to shoot me in the face, and then he made an unexpected remark. "Why do you think there is so much rule in the nobility, the knights, the military, and so on? If everyone is selfish and eager for success, there will be no structure. Of course, in some cases, such behavior may produce the right results, but not this time. Isn't this a discussion where you could have explained your reasoning to me?" "Yes, that's right." "I think you are right, Father. Indeed, this time I may have been too impatient. When I talked about wanting to visit the castle town, Further told me no, and I immediately withdrew. I was sure that I thought, if I sneak out, I can make it. I hope you understand, but this time, I forbid you to go out to the castle town. If you must, be sure to tell me. Do you understand?" "I understand, Father. I am sorry for the worry and trouble I have caused you." After I finished my speech, I bowed my head toward my father. Diana, who was watching the movement, bowed her head with me. "Enough. I am sorry for the inconvenience, but more importantly, Diana, the problem is you." "Yes, sir. I'm ready, Master Raina." She nodded quietly at father's words. I was surprised to see her nodding her head. "Father? Diana only followed me too, and if she is to be punished, I should be the one to take the punishment. Rid, you are a legitimate son of a noble family. Diana put you in danger, no matter what the circumstances. As an institution of the order, we cannot allow this to go unanswered. It is true that what my father is saying may be right, but I couldn't agree with him. This time, she may have deviated from her escort duties, but as a result, I was able to get information on the herbs that would help my mother's healing. I understand what father is saying, but without Diana, I might not have been able to get the information about the medicinal herbs. If mother recovers with the information obtained this time, it can be said that it was thanks to Diana, even if only partially." Father, who heard the appeal, shook his head lightly and let out a sigh as he said, "Ha! Rid, that's what I said earlier. If the results are good, all is forgiven, right? You know that. Besides, it was you yourself who caused Diana to have to make this decision. You should reflect on that." "I am very grateful to you, Master Rid, for saying that much to someone like me. I was prepared for this when I went to the castle town with Princess Farah. Please do not regret what you have done, even though you may reflect on it." I was furiously thinking about the consequences of my indiscretion as I looked down. The father looked at us and suddenly said, "Diana, a member of the Knights of the Bardia Frontier, you are hereby discharged." "You are discharged." "I understand." Diana only bowed silently at father's words. But he made her raise her head and continued, "Diana, you will be discharged from the order, but your abilities and the level of contribution you have shown up to this point are remarkable. Therefore, I order you to continue to be Rid's attendant from now on. Is that clear?" We rolled our eyes and were stunned by father's words. However, Diana immediately huffed and bowed again after uttering the words. "I understand. Thank you for your generosity." "After Capella, even Diana is going to be my attendant?" I looked at my father in surprise at the sudden addition of two squires. I looked at him with a look of astonishment. "Father, may I ask the reason?" "Diana, I have something for you to do as Rid's attendant. Rid, you must listen to what I have to say." Further began to explain to us, who were puzzled by the unexpected discussion. Chapter 96. "Diana, what I need you to do is to watch over Capella and serve as chaperone for Rid." When we heard Further's words, we looked at each other and were stunned. Diana was the first who opened her mouth. "Is this, Capella, the one who just left the room?" "I can sort of understand that. But what do you mean by being Master Rid's chaperone?" "I'd like to ask that too." Father Further then gave me a detailed explanation. First, He told me about Zack and his relationship and interactions, including the meaning of telling Diana about Capella. First of all, the Riverton family, rather than Zack, is a noble family that dominates the top of the intelligence organization in Renoot. The current head of the family is Zack Riverton, which means he is the head of the family. Further has a partial working relationship with them, but he does not share all the information with them. They seem to be hand in hand when their interests coincide with each other. Although he does not tell Diana, there is in fact a hierarchical relationship based on a secret agreement. Bardia is probably in a superior position, but if he is not careful, he may be able to get caught in his own neck, the father said with a slightly grim look on his face. Unfortunately, the Bardia family does not have an intelligence organization like this country has. If the Renoot were serious, they wouldn't be able to win through information warfare or assassinations. Are they that much of an organization? With all due respect, the Knights of Bardia have a lot to study besides combat. I am aware that they are one of the strongest in intelligence warfare in the Empire, but are they still totally unmatched? Diana's reply probably came from her pride as a member of the Order of Bardia. Further slowly shook his head at her words. Unfortunately, it will be impossible to win. Dark elves have a lot of dark attribute characteristics in their race. They can use their attribute magic to conduct espionage activities while blending in with the darkness. They gather information by using magic to hide in the shadows of their targets. I hear that they also use their own magic. Diana is listening with a slightly regretful look on her face. I was surprised to learn that dark spells could be used in such a way. In the game world, I only had an image of attack magic. In the real world, however, there are various ways to use it, depending on your imagination. Looking at our faces, further continued his talk. In terms of combat power, we can probably win in a battle on a field where there is no cover. However, if we fight in a forest or a shady place, where dark elves are good at, we may be wiped out without realizing it. That is why their individual fighting ability can be so tricky. If there are so many skilled people, why didn't the dark elves win in the Bast incident? I was listening to my father's talk and found myself asking questions. If the dark elves had that much fighting power and intelligence, wouldn't they have been able to prevail in the Bast incident? Father answered my question with a sudden answer. It has a lot to do with the birth rate of the dark elves. The birth rate? The word came out of my mouth. Why would the issue of fertility come up in a war? To answer my question, Father resumed his explanation. They can overwhelm their opponents through intelligence warfare and assassinations, but they cannot fight frontal battles in the field and inflict heavy casualties. If the Dark Elves, whose population takes longer to recover than the human race, were to do so, they might win the war then, but they would lose the next war. In other words, they will not be able to recover their reduced population and strength. Is that what you are saying? Further nodded at my words and continued his explanation. The reason why the Dark Elves are prospering as a nation today is because they are located in a place where there are few invasions from other countries and they did not fight a war that would have caused a major decline in their population. If the Renoot had fought a large number of wars in which they invaded other countries, the Dark Elves would have died out as a race. I see. This is a reason that is not often thought of among human races. The low birth rate is directly related to the lack of population growth. If a war that causes a large number of casualties is fought, how many years will it take the Dark Elves to regain that reduced population? If they calmly consider this point, they cannot fight an offensive war. The Dark Elves cannot fight a war unless they can overwhelm their opponents and minimize the number of casualties. Then I remembered. That's why Basto didn't attack Renoot during the war, isn't it? That's right. Even if the Dark Elves have excellent intelligence and combat skills, they cannot demonstrate their abilities if Basto does not attack. Besides, if the assassination is known in advance, countermeasures can be taken. For Renoot, Basto was a bad match. Hearing Father's explanation, I once again felt that I was in a difficult situation. I felt that I somehow knew about war from my memories of my previous life. However, it was frightening to hear about the actual war that took place in this world. Basto did not attack. It means that they understood the racial problems of the Dark Elves. In other words, Barstow probably repeatedly abducted dark elves with the calculation that they could win even if it came to war. In fact, if war broke out, Barstow would stop the salt delivery. In this way, it can be seen how Barstow was cunningly waiting for Rematch to attack. The abduction might have been one of Barstow's provocations. I thought about it and muttered to myself, the conflict between countries is a terrible thing, isn't it? Hearing my words, my father coughed and changed the topic. I'm getting off topic. I wanted to say that Dark Elf intelligence operatives are that much better than the rest of us. And they are also the ones that the head of the intelligence organization, Zack, recognizes. He would not become a Squire of Rid without meaning or purpose. So you want me to keep an eye on him? Diana replied quietly to father's words. Father nodded at her words and kept talking. That's right, Capella, right? Keep an eye on him and report anything suspicious to me and Rid immediately. Fortunately, Rid made him swear an oath as a Squire in my presence, so I have an excuse to get rid of him. Father looked at me and grinned. I responded to his smile with a dry laugh. Ahaha. Diana, who was watching this from the side, nodded to my father and said emphatically, Dark Elf agent. I know exactly how to keep an eye on Capella. It will be a more difficult job than that of a knight, but I will be in your debt. Her strong reply was met with a look of trust from father. I made sure their exchange was over, then asked a dubious question with a suspicious look on my face. Father, what do you mean by Diana being my chaperone? About that, the topic of conversation shifted to chaperone. Chapter 97. Rid, are you aware that you're going a bit far? What do you mean? I dared to ask him with a dubious expression on my face, though I somehow felt I knew what he was talking about. At that moment, Diana looked at me with a slight roll of her eyes. Further let out a sigh and shook his head. Huh. That's about it, Rid. Do you know what they call you among the Rematch nobility now? No, I don't know. Father's eyebrows twitched, and he smiled and laughed wryly. HMPH. Let me tell you. Starting with frontier prodigies, there are a variety of them. Kailanshi, prospective, out of the box, genius, gem, and so on. That seems to be a bit of an overrated list. I responded to the list of words I was told, with my face tense up. It was easy to imagine that it was because of the oratory, martial arts, and magic I had performed when I met with Farah. Father was smiling wryly as he looked at me. And to top it all off, here it is. After he finished, he picked up an envelope that was on his desk. He flicked the envelope beside his face in dismay and then placed it carelessly in front of me, with a suspicious look on my face. I took the envelope in my hand. The envelope contained the confidential document that I had received from him, in which he expressed his desire to become your personal attendant in the future. What is it? You are still a child, aren't you? Besides, you came to this country for the marriage with Princess Farah, and you are too bold and brazen to ask him to be your personal attendant. The shocking words startled me so much that I dropped the envelope in my hand and stood up vigorously. What was I thinking? Do you think the Bardia family is unprincipled, wanting to be the side chamber of someone who might even marry a princess of their own country? It is beyond rude at this point. The nobles who sent this envelope are apparently from the Norris faction, according to Mr. Zack. The reason is that they are being watched closely by His Majesty Elias and Zack because of this case. They are so concerned with their own actions that they don't even realize that they are going to anger the other party. Unusually, I could immediately see the anger in Father's face and in the words he spoke. However, not expecting another round of aftermath from his downfall, I questioned my father with a suspicious expression on my face. What do you intend to do about the marriage proposal? I would refuse all of them. Of course. I have already talked to Zack about it. He said he would take the necessary measures. I sat down on the sofa with a look of relief on my face. As soon as I sat down, he said with a grim look on his face, "But, Rid, this is your fault for overdoing it, isn't it? Is it because I overdid it?" I replied with a stunned look on my face, and he continued. "Yes, you have shown too many people your talents in argument, martial arts, and magic, particularly the magic you showed Norris, in particular, was too far. That was too much. His Majesty Elias has put a gag order on it. but I am sure there are many who would like to have that spell in their hands. Perhaps it is one of the pieces of information Capella is after. Father's words made me reflect on what Sandra had said to me. I had been told that the magic was out of sight, out of mind, but I had thoughtlessly used it publicly. I guess that made me even more of an attention draw, and that's why they sent me a marriage proposal. And Capella, that look on your face, you seem to have understood a little that you've gone too far. Yes, I am sorry. Father looked relieved when he saw how I had reflected on the situation. Then he shifted his attention to Diana and said, Diana, I think you understand now that Rid has a tendency to overdo things without knowing how much to take. I want you to support him from now on in a position of warning him. I don't mind if he makes a few comments if that's what it takes. Will you do it? Diana heard my father's words and replied politely. I understand. I will support Master Rid with all my heart so that I can live up to the trust that Master Raina has placed in me. When she finished, she bowed to my father and me. Father saw this and nodded, then made her raise her head. Yes, please take good care of him. Diana nodded to my father and knelt down in front of me. Then, like Capella before, she pledged her allegiance to me as a squire. I will serve Master Rid at the risk of my life. I was a little surprised to see this, but I immediately replied with a smile. Once again, I look forward to working with you, Diana. Thus, within a day, I had 2 squires, Capella and Diana. Father, who had been watching me, cleared his throat and then looked a little grim. Now, that's all I have to say, but I have another question I'd like to ask you both. Yes? I and Diana looked at each other before replying. Violent maid who swears loyalty to Bardia and cheeky little maid, are those the 2 of you, right? What is this about? I was in a cold sweat. Despite my calm appearance, I glanced at Diana and saw that, unusually for her, she was surely pale bloodless. It was a story that turned out about some strange people near a noble's mansion. Zack was really amused by the story. Now, do you want to tell me what happened? After that, Diana and I had to explain the situation to my father again, and we both got a lot of grief. Diana was shrugging her shoulders when Father told her, I'll let you off the hook this time, but next time, as a chaperone, you'd better pull your own weight. I was getting discouraged because he kept getting angry at her, saying, even though it was Princess Farah's suggestion, what is a legitimate son of a noble family doing disguising himself as a maid? I should think more about my position. But I decided not to tell Farah about it. Chapter 98. Capella, I know this is a lot to ask of you, but I'm counting on you. Yes, sir. After Capella and Zack finished meeting with Raina and Rid, they moved into their office in the guest house. They are now sitting across the table from each other, conversing. In the middle of the conversation, Zack muttered with a slightly frustrated look on his face, that Rid boy still can't be underestimated. I never thought he'd make me pledge allegiance to him. Zack nodded quietly at his words. I'm sure your allegiance will be a bit of a problem for future assignments, but I doubt it will have that much of an impact. It was Zack who advised Elias that Capella should be Rid's squire. Originally, Capella was to be Lass's shadow and Zack's successor in the future. However, Zack thought that sending Capella as Rid's shadow would lead to the prosperity of the country and the Riverton family. If Rid marries Farah and grows up, will even Renalat's position change in some way in the future? He was a child prodigy and a heroic child. But I don't doubt that Rid Dono is a child prodigy. But why is it that the head of the house is so in favor of him? Capella asked with a blank expression. To make him a follower of another country would also mean to reduce the strength of his own country. Rid must have that much charm, but he didn't think he was that good a person. Seeing his dubious look, Zack smiled and said, that is, of course, if you admire the painting of Elshia, who is of my blood, and if you care for Farah, that's good enough for you, isn't it? Head, please don't make a fool out of me, Capella complained with a blank expression. At this Zack began to explain in a frightened manner, oh dear. Well, that's okay. The reason I'm so in favor of him is simple. If he continues to grow as he is now, the sweetness will eventually disappear. When that happens, I expect him to be a deterrent to Relut with regard to the Empire and Barstow, as well as other countries. He is only a person from Empire. Will he move at a moment of danger for us Dark Elves? I understand what Zack is saying. But Capella was skeptical that Rid would take action for the Dark Elves when the time came. When Zack realized what Capella was trying to say, he smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. His mother is ill and he himself is desperately searching for a cure. If his love for his family is that strong, then after the marriage he will actively participate in any problems that involved with Farah." Well, that's how I see that. The expression on Zack's face after he finished saying this was cool-headed, as befitting the head of an intelligence organization. Capella knew what was being said to him. Capella knew what he was being told to do. It was the same as what Norris had done to Lasses. But it is more about sinking it into the root. And he wanted him to be brainwashed in a way that neither he nor those around him would be aware of. Capella pondered and then muttered, "Are you sure about the spell he showed back then? It's just a side effect. Instead, you should put priority on getting Farah and Rid on the same path. If the two of them can be put in a better position, we will naturally benefit from it." "Well, I guess you could call it an upfront investment." Capella was inwardly surprised while keeping his face blank. The magic that Rid showed was quite powerful. Even that, he said, was a side benefit. Zack must be watching to see if Rid is going to do something even more amazing in the future. "I understand. I will try to make arrangements so that the two of them, Master Rid and Princess Farah, will get along well together. By the way, how would you like to know more about the Bardia family?" "That is the least I need to know. Your goal is to gain the trust and confidence of Rid and the Bardia family. If you give out information under the watchful eyes of the Bardia family and it is exposed, you will lose your worth. Instead, be a squire. If you want to gain the trust of the Bardia family, you can tell them about the ninja if they ask you." As one would expect, Capella did not think that he would be allowed to talk about the ninja. The reason is that the ninja can only be talked about with those who are recognized by Zack. He raised his eyebrows a little before replying, "I will do my best to gain Master Rid's trust and confidence. I ask for your kind attention, but from now on, you will serve the Bardia family, right? You should exercise your facial expressions a little bit." Zack complained bitterly to Capella, who conversed without expression. He gave a confused and troubled air, then said, "Like this?" He smiled awkwardly. Zack saw the look on his face and, after an unusual pout, coughed. "I think this might be a good opportunity for you too. You should practice smiling a little more." Capella, a shadow of a man of great ability, began to practice smiling desperately from this day until he served Rid. To those who knew him, it was a very ridiculous look, and once seen, it was a look that could not be forgotten. Chapter 99. We are now at the front courtyard of the palace. This is where I was led when I first came here. Yesterday, after too many events, I ended up being very angry with my father. After that, I went to my room and lay down on my bed. When I awoke, it was morning, and Diana woke me up. She, too, had been upset by father yesterday, but she seemed to have already switched her attitude. As I was dazed in my sleep, I received a report from Elias that my father and I had been called to the main palace, so we hurriedly got ready and moved to the main palace. And here we are now. The three members of the Bardia family who were invited were my father, myself, and Diana. When we were shown into the room, Ursula, Farah, and Asuna were already waiting for us. However, there was some tension between Farah and Elshia. Asuna was standing quietly beside Farah. I was concerned about their situation and greeted them lightly, then bowed my head and waited for Elias to enter the room. At that moment, a soldier let out a loud, high-pitched voice, "His Majesty Elias has arrived." As the soldier's words echoed, the sliding door opened and the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by the faint sound of a chair being filled. After a short pause, a voice with dignity rang out, "No bother, raise your head." We raised our heads slowly after the voice. Elias looked at us, his stern face breaking into a smile. "I have heard that you are feeling better now, Master Rid." "Yes, I am. There are no particular problems. Thank you for your concern." When I finished, I bowed to him. Elias saw this and said, "Good," and continued his speech. "I should apologize to you. What Norris did was probably unforgivable for you." "We cannot forgive Norris for what he has done," and we will condemn him soon. I am sure that Mr. Ridd must have been offended by what a nobleman of our country did. I am truly sorry. Elias looked at each of my father and I and then bowed his head. His appearance drew a buzz around us. It is not usual from the king of a country to bow his head. Further cleared his throat and then said to Elias, "Your Majesty Elias, please raise your head. If you will condemn Norris, then we have nothing to say to you. I cannot forgive him either. But if you have decided to condemn him, I, like my father, have nothing to say." Hearing our words, Elias looked up and said with a smile, "I am glad to hear you say so. We will be conducting his exoneration as soon as your visit is over. I'll let you know the details as soon as I can." "By the way, is the Norris case the reason we were invited here today?" Further replied. Then asked about the main topic with a dubious look on his face. "I don't think Norris is the main topic either. If it was only about Norris, there would be no need for Farah, Asuna, or Elshia to be here." "What are we talking about?" I thought. Elias glanced at me and smiled. "Of course, the main topic is something else. The main topic is the marriage between Farah and Mr. Ridd." Hearing Elias' words, Farah's face turned a little red and she turned her head down. Her ears moved up and down a little. Elias glanced at Farah, cleared his throat, and continued his words. "Although Ridd is still a candidate, our country would very much like him to marry Farah. The two are connected by a national bond, so we cannot make a final decision on this matter here, but we will ask the Magnolia Empire to proceed with the marriage with the House of Bardia. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty Elias. When I return to my country, I will immediately inform the imperial capital to that effect. I am sure that our emperor will be pleased." Further bowed as he politely responded to Elias's words with his approval. I bowed in the same way. At that moment, I glanced at Farah and saw that she was looking down with their face bright red and her ears moving up and down. Was she pleased? I was so happy to think so that I felt my own face broke into a little smile. At that moment, Elshia, who had been silent until then, suddenly opened her mouth. "Your Majesty Elias, may I?" "Yes? What's the matter, Elshia?" Elias looked at Elshia with a dubious expression, but she remained unmoved and said while looking at me with sharp eyes, "Farah is the princess of the Reincarnated kingdom. However, since she is related to our royal family, I would like him to announce here that he is prepared to marry the princess." I was taken aback by Elshia's statement. The people around me were also half stunned by Elshia's words. Elias coughed and then continued, "I know how you feel, Elshia, but I have received an offer directly from Ridd to marry Farah, and I have heard the reasons for it. Isn't that enough?" "Only His Majesty Elias has told me that. And besides, the countries are going to work on the assumption that they are going to marry, right? I would like him to declare again here the offer he has made to His Majesty, and I believe that the link will be strengthened if those present bear witness to it," Elshia said politely and with fluency, and bowed to Elias. Hearing her words, Elias looked thoughtful, then he looked at me with a wicked smile on his face. "Surely if the nations are going to move toward intermarriage, there is no harm in having the words that Master Ridd said to me the other day declared here. Master Ridd, I am sorry, but could you please declare again here the words you said to me at that time? I'm convinced that is unfair." The smiling face Elias made after he finished saying it almost made me want to kill him. Suddenly, when I looked around, my eyes met with Farah. She was moving her ears up and down as her face turned bright red. There seemed to be great anticipation and some anxiety in her eyes. Asuna, standing beside her, was smiling at Farah. "Ridd, as long as His Majesty Elias has said it, there is no problem with you speaking out here, right? If your words will help strengthen the connection between our two nations, then you should speak up and declare it." Further looked at me and spoke to me as if gently admonishing me, and I could clearly see in his eyes that he was telling me to give up. Incidentally, I had already told my father what I had said to Elias. He was convinced that there would be no problem with my declaration. I looked down and resigned myself to the situation, and then I stood up with determination. I felt the attention of everyone in the room on me, and I looked at Farah and said in a high voice, "I fell in love with her the moment I met her. Please become my wife and I will make you happy." Hearing my words, Farah looked as if smoke was about to come out of her face. After that, the first one to open her mouth was Elshia. She looked at me with a clearing of her throat and said, "I have only received the words of Lord Rid. Lady Farah, do not be a fool and take this opportunity to declare what you said to me the other day. Or was that a lie?" At Elshia's words, Farah looked at her with a look. What did she mean by the other day? While I was looking at her with a dubious expression, Farah took a deep breath and stood up, looking at me as she stepped forward a little. "I also love you, Master Rid. If we could get married, I would be more than happy to do so." At Farah's words, this time I said, "Wow," and my face turned red and I felt like I was about to smoke. At this time I was feeling that I would never forget this day with my face bright red. Chapter 100. I'm going to take care of you from now on. Yes, I'm looking forward to working with you. For some reason, Farah and I had to confess our feelings for each other in front of my father, Elias and others. The atmosphere between the two of us is very embarrassing. Farah's face is bright red as she turns her head and her ears go up and down. Her appearance was very cute. I thought to myself, as I blushed, I guess that's what ear movement is all about. Now I feel glad that Diana stopped me when I was about to ask her why Farah's ears were moving. Elshia, who was watching us in a sweet mood, gave a light cough and then let out a voice that sounded dignified. "I am glad to hear that you both had a good relationship with each other. I believe that this will make the relationship between our two nations even better if the marriage can be achieved." "Master Raina, Master Lid, I am very sorry for my impertinence. Please forgive me." When Elshia finished, she was about to bow to us with a clean gesture, but father stopped her and replied, "Your feelings alone are enough, Lady Elshia. Even if the marriage is intended to strengthen the bonds between our two nations, there is no better match for them if they both feel the same way about each other." He looked at me and Farah in turn and said in a gentle voice to Elshia and Elias, "This marriage between my daughter and the Bardia family will be a good match for both of us, Lord Rid. Once again, take care of Farah." "Yes, sir," Elias said the last words as he looked at me with his sharp eyes as if he was going to fire a shot at me. I noticed his gaze and returned the words with my chest outstretched and my eyes fixed on his. Elias, who seemed satisfied with my words, grinned. Elshia, who was watching the exchange between Elias and me, let out a small sigh and said in a slightly pained voice, "Phew. I'm sorry, Your Majesty." "Elias, Master Raina, I'm sorry. I am feeling a little sick and would like to leave." Both Elias and Raina nodded at her words and expressed their concern. Elshia lightly thanked them for their words and was about to walk past Farah to leave the room. "Mother, I don't understand how you feel about me. Why did you say those things earlier that pushed me back?" Farah spoke in a voice that only Elshia could hear. Farah did not understand the intention of her words and actions. Following her actions the other day, she also did not understand the intention of today's actions. What is she thinking? Farah looked at her with a questioning expression. Seeing Farah's expression, Elshia, as usual, coldly shushed her and said in a way that only Farah could hear, "Princess Farah, I have cut all ties with you. You have no right to call me mother. But never be frustrated by the flow of fate, and follow the path you wish to take!" Elshia said that much and left. As Farah watched her Shia's back as she left, she felt a different kind of compassion in her earlier words. It seemed that Elshia was talking about something when she was about to walk past Farah, but I could not hear the conversation from my position. After their conversation, Farah turned her head down and seemed to be lost in thought. At that moment, Elias looked at me and said, "Mr. Rid, you mentioned at one point that you would like the backing of the Christie Trading Company. Can you call a representative right away?" "What?" "Yes, sir. I have contacted Chris before I came here, so I think she will come as soon as I call her. I had sent a messenger to Chris before I came here." Through the messenger, I told Chris, "His Majesty Elias may call on you. If it is all right with you, I would like you to stay at the guest house." I was also busy preparing from this morning, so I didn't tell the details. "But I think Chris is waiting for me. I'm glad to hear you're so quick to respond. I will send a messenger immediately." "May I go directly to her?" "I have not yet told Chris, the representative, that His Majesty Elias is going to back it up. If I can talk to in conjunction with going to pick her up, it will save me the trouble of explaining it to her. In fact, I have not been able to talk to Chris about the backing yet. I wish I could have done it yesterday, but I was so busy that I didn't have time to discuss it at leisure. It would be better to have a little time to talk with Chris than to have to do it all on the spot. Good. Then, I will ask Rid to pick her up for me. Yes. Then, I will leave you for now. I bowed to Elias and stood up. At that moment, my eyes suddenly met Farah's. With that, Farah's face turned red and her ears were moving up and down. I think I was also blushing at the sight of her, smiling shyly. I coughed and then smiled back at Farah and left the room. Then I went to the guest house to pick up Chris. When I left the palace, Diana came with me as an escort. The guest house was close by, but it would take me some time to get there and back. On the way there, Diana let out a sigh and muttered, "Ha. Even so, I envy the mood of Rid and Princess Farah that you just described." "What are you suddenly talking about? Diana, you have Rubens, too, don't you?" I didn't expect Diana to say what she had just said, and I unintentionally mentioned Rubens' name. Then, Diana's face turned dark with a rare thud. I felt as if I had asked something I shouldn't have. "Rubens is too profound. He still gets all giggly just by holding hands, you know." "I think he's cute, don't you think? Besides, I feel like you had a good feeling the other day." By the other day, I mean that they had created a world of their own at the entrance of the hot springs. The moment I pointed this out, Diana responded with a red face and a bit of anger. "Yes, that's right. Since that one incident, Rubens has become even more giggly towards me, because of the whole thing, because Rid-sama told me to put on my yukata and meet Rubens." I think that was just Diana being too attractive, you know? That figure could charm any man. Diana's blood-colored skin after bath, her wet hair and her yukata were all mixed together and very fascinating. Moreover, hot springs and baths are not common in this world. I think Rubens saw Diana in her yukata after her bath for the first time in her life, and the bewitching sight of her in her yukata blew his reason out of the water. So he did what he did. I think that after that incident, things started to get even more awkward, which means that every time Rubens sees Diana, he is reminded of the sight of her in that yukata. With this thought in mind, I asked Diana a question. "Speaking of which, has Diana talked to Rubens since she came to Reincarnated?" "Eh? I am Rid's escort, so I haven't talked to him much since I came here." "Well, even if I did see him, Rubens would turn his face away from me, so I don't feel like talking to him." Diana darkened a little as she finished. "I'm not sure if awkwardness also refers to turning your face away, but still, feckless Rubens is back. I hope there's a better way." While we were talking about such things, the guest house came into view. Then, a person in front of the guest house noticed us and ran up to us, waving her hand. "That's Chris. I'm sorry I'm late. I got a call that His Majesty Elias might call me, so I came here as soon as I could. But did I make it in time?" "I didn't give you the details. I'm going to introduce you to His Majesty Elias now, and I wonder if you could come with me to the palace." "What?" Chris had a dumbfounded look on her face because she didn't know what was going on. Chapter 101. "What? I didn't hear about that." "That's because I just told you. It's terrible." Chris, who had joined us at the guest house, turned pale and held her head in her hands after hearing my explanation. In her mind, there was going to be a meeting with Elias in the future dealings. However, it seems that the story of the royal family's backing within Reincarnated was beyond her imagination. Come to think of it, Chris is the only trading company that has the backing of the Empress of Magnolia, the King of Reincarnated, and the Bardia family, isn't it? It seems to me that when the Empire is at the center, Chris's family's Saffron Trading Company would be in charge of the west side, and the Christie Trading Company would be in charge of the east side. What is it that makes Chris so anxious? I spoke to Chris in an appealing and encouraging manner. It's not like we're going to discuss anything in particular. It's just a meeting for the future, so there's no need to get too anxious. The Empire, the Bardia family, and Reincarnated, if we establish a business relationship, The east side centered on the Empire will become Chris's trade area, right? That is true, though. I will not say who, but there is someone who has given me experience in business meetings with the nobility before. Chris was walking with us toward the palace with a drooped head and slumped shoulders. Chris looked at me reproachfully and began to explain to me what had happened in the past. The man asked me to go and sell his invention to the nobility on his behalf, because he would sell it through me. I had heard that story somewhere before. I was moving forward on my feet, paying no heed to what Chris was saying. Chris was still giving me a resentful look as she continued her explanation. It's my fault for giving you an answer right away, you know? It's not every day that I get to have a business meeting with such high-ranking people, so I was eager to give it a try. Well, that's good, isn't it? Yes, I am grateful to have had such a good experience. However, I was made to dance on the palms of the people related to that person, so I was afraid to deal with noble people without being prepared in advance. I see. I wonder if Chris is a little traumatized by what happened last time in the Empire. Chris even wrote a resentful note in the letter I got from her at that time, saying that she was cheated out of the deal. I stopped and looked back at Chris and said emphatically with a smile on my face, "Don't worry, that won't happen this time. Besides, I'm here today. If anything happens to Chris, I'll protect you. Don't worry, okay? I'll be prepared for that. I'm sure you'll be able to protect me when the time comes, though. I'm counting on you." Chris seemed to have changed her mind after hearing my words, and returned to her usual dignified expression. I smiled and said, "I am glad to hear that. Then, let's hurry. His Majesty Elias is waiting for us." "Are you the head of the Christie Trading Company?" "Yes, I am. I am Christie Saffron, the head of the Christie Trading Company. I would greatly appreciate it if you could make our acquaintance." When we returned to the palace, we quickly moved to the front drawing room where Elias was waiting for us. Chris was amazed at the various decorations in the palace. Now in the front room are my father, myself, Chris, and Deanna. Elias, Farah, and Asuna. While we went to pick up Chris, the people who remained in the room seemed to be having a good time talking with each other. When I came back to the front room, Farah looked at me and turned her head and her ears went up and down. Father and Elias lost their smile at that, and Asuna was smiling. What were they talking about? I introduced Chris to Elias, who was curious about the matter. Elias immediately returned to his solemn face and his eyes turned sharp to regard Chris. "I have heard from Rid and Raina that you are very good at your job. Since both of you have requested it, I will give preferential treatment to the Christie Trading Company in future business transactions within Renoot. I ask you to make every possible effort for the development of the Bardia family and Renoot. Thank you for your kind words, and I will do my best. But what kind of preferential treatment do you mean?" "I have never heard of preferential treatment." "I don't remember talking about it," Chris asked with trepidation. Chris was afraid to ask what it was about, but further cleared his throat and then answered. "Renoot and the Bardia family will receive various preferential tax treatments based on traffic tax in all distribution channels." Is that true? Chris was astonished at my father's words about the tax benefits. The most difficult thing to deal with in transactions between other countries is taxes. If you do business only within one country, taxes are only imposed in that country. If the transaction is between two countries, the amount of tax to be paid will naturally increase. In this world, traffic taxes and fees are still charged at customs. However, in the tariffs that I remember from my previous life, depending on the country and the goods you were trading with, you would have been taxed 10 to 50% of the sales price, and in some cases even more than that. This is a boost for me as well. If there are signs of recovery from mother's illness with this loot grass, I can get involved in internal affairs, which I have been thinking a lot about. If we can develop the commercial and distribution channels between the Renoot and Bardia families, there should be a great deal we can do. While I was lost in thought, further continued to explain to Chris. This is due to the fact that the amount of trade between Renoot and the Empire has been low up until now. Among those, the preferential treatment that the Christie Trading Company is entitled to is particularly large. If you need anything, consult with me. At that time, I will contact His Majesty Elias. Isn't that what you told me, His Majesty Elias? That is correct. I can't give all of the preferential treatment to the Christie Trading Company, but I intend to do everything I can to help them. Therefore, I ask you to contribute to the development of both countries. Father gave Elias a sharp look at the end as he explained to Chris. Elias noticed the look and nodded his head in reply with a disappointed look on his face. I will make every effort to contribute to the development of both our countries. Chris seemed pleased that the Christie Trading Company would receive preferential treatment under the taxation system, even though she was concerned about the two men's condition. Elias said, looking a little grim. Well, I guess that's it for the Christie Trading Company. If you need anything else, please send a letter to me. So that concludes our meeting for today. Is that clear? Father and I looked at each other and nodded. After Elias confirmed that we had nodded, he spoke. Yes. Well then, this concludes today's meeting. Thank you all for your hard work. We bowed at his words. After the meeting was over, we were escorted from the front room to our guest room. I asked my father about the tax benefits. The matter you just discussed with His Majesty Elias, was it put together by you, Father? Yes, instead of making Norris's case a non-issue, he's doing a lot of other things. Father was laughing with a wicked smile on his face. Chris was scowling at the sight of him. Master Rainer, Master Id, is it safe to ask about that matter of Norris? Here, it's not a good place for it, so I'll explain it to you when we get back to Bardia. That would be good, she asked me, and my father looked at one another and then responded with a wry smile. Yes, now, I am going to go to the castle town now, so I will leave you now. Is that all right? Yes. Thank you for taking care of me on such short notice. Chris shook her head at my words and replied with a happy expression on her face. I am very happy to receive preferential treatment from the government as a person who runs the business association. I will go and check Renote's products again in light of what we will be doing in the future. After she finished, she bowed to us and left the room in a good mood. After seeing her off, I looked at my father and said, Father, I am going to ask Princess Farah if I can meet with her now. When I am able to meet with her, I will ask Diana to go and see what is going on in the castle town. Is that all right? Diana did not understand my words and was dumbfounded. Father wrinkled his brow and said in a low voice, Rid, it was yesterday, right? What are you thinking about? I am thinking of nothing. I've come to Renote for a reason. I want to tell Mother and Mel what is going on in the town. I can't go to the castle town. Father is also too busy to go. If that is the case, why don't ask Diana to go to the town and look for souvenirs and such? Father's eyebrows twitched at the words Mother and Mel. One more push? I said, folding my arms. If Princess Farah will allow it, I will stay with the princess as long as I can today in order to deepen our bond. Then, I would like to ask Diana to send a substitute escort from the Order of Knights to her place. Further meditated on my words. I muttered a few words to him as if I was trying to make him understand something. I'm sure Mel and Mother are looking forward to seeing the souvenirs, but only if you get the princess's permission. Is that okay? Yes. Thank you. Further stunned. Thus, Diana now had an excuse to go to the castle town on business. I immediately contacted Farah. She was in the same house as me, so she immediately replied, Father, I'll spend the day at Princess Farah's. Okay? I understood. But, not twice. Okay? I understand. Further gave me a sharp look and said coldly, as if he was nailing me to the wall. It was so intimidating that I flinched. Diana asked me a question with a dubious expression on her face. What are you trying to do, Rid-sama? Do you have any dissatisfaction with me? No, I don't. I thought it was an unnecessary bother. I'm sure you'll be very pleased with what you see. You should also pick out some souvenirs that Mother and Mel might like. You will be responsible for selecting the souvenirs that my father and I will give to them, okay? This is an order. What? Hearing my words, Diana's face turned bright red and she was unusually upset. Father, who understood my intention, also chuckled and looked at Diana with kind eyes. Chapter 102. Hey, Rubens, are you sure you want to go through this? What the hell? I'm going to go to the bushes, Rubens was now in front of the palace of Reincarnated. He's waiting with a few other knights until his masters come out. In the midst of all this, the knight next to Rubens spoke to him in a languid manner. His name is Nils, a childhood friend of Rubens and Diana. He is a slender knight with the same brown hair and narrow blue eyes as them. Nils continued talking to Rubens. Of course it's about Diana, isn't it? I thought you guys finally started dating after Master Rid's push, but I don't think you guys have made any progress at all. What do you think? What do you think? His words made Rubens turn red in the face and protest in a small voice. I don't know what you're talking about. Huh. That's the kind of place I'm going to be about. Think about how we feel, who have decided to support you and Diana. Every knight looking at you, including me, is going to get sick. The knights around him seemed to be listening to Nils' words and nodded quietly. He continued as if to fold up his words. You know, she's the only girl who belongs to the order. I don't think Diana will abandon you, but there are a lot of knights who are after Diana. The reason these knights looked after you is because Diana was devoted to you. Do you understand? The surrounding knights nodded silently at Nils' words. Rubens, seeing this, said with an expression of displeasure on his face. That's something I had a feeling about, but I knew it was so. Their man was a very good swordsman, but when it came to Diana, he was so dull and insensitive. You dull knight. Nils' words were harsh, but he did not mean them seriously. Rubens understands that he is saying this because he is worried about them. However, he was a bit indignant at the term insensitive slack-jawed knight. Sure, I'm not very good with colorful love affairs, but that doesn't mean you can't talk to me that way. I'm a little angry, aren't I? But I'm angrier than that, Rubens. But I'm even angrier, Rubens. Me and Diana go way back. You're not the only one who has a thing for Diana. What? Rubens was upset when he realized what he meant. Rubens had always talked to Nils about Diana. He had no idea he had feelings for her. He was not even aware of it. Nils said to Rubens, as if he could see right through him. When I heard that you two had started dating, I thought, now I can give it up, but you two haven't made any progress. If this keeps up, I won't be the only one. The other knights who are after Diana are going to start making moves on her, too, you know? Are you okay with that? Not good. I will never give Diana to them, Rubens said forcefully, glaring at Nils. He is too heated to realize that he is shouting in a ridiculously loud voice. Nils further provoked Rubens, who was getting hotter and hotter. Then, can you tell us, who are here? How much you like her? You're an insensitive knight. Rubens would not normally go along with his cheap provocation. Rubens took a deep breath, as he looked around at Nils standing in front of him and the few knights who were silently watching this scene. I'm a clumsy man with nothing but swordsmanship. That's why I can only say it like this. I love Diana. I love her more than anyone else in the world. And I want her. After Rubens said this, there was silence. But let me correct one thing. He did not say anything. He shouted with all his might in a loud, stupid, angry voice that could be heard even in the middle of a battle, as if he was a knight-errant. Those who know nothing about it would wonder what was going on. Nils and a few other knights who heard what he said felt their ears perk up. At that moment, Nils and the other knights rolled their eyes at the figure that appeared behind Rubens. Do you like that Diana that much? Oh, I love Diana more than anyone else in the world. Rubens turned around as he said it, trying to answer the question from behind with all his might. But he lost his words in the process. There she was, Diana. She coughed and then asked the question again. Please clarify again. I love Diana more than anyone else in the world. Rubens turned bright red as he told Diana how he felt. When Diana finished listening, she jumped into Rubens' arms. Thank you, Rubens. I love you too. This was the moment when their world was completely formed. Nils, who had provoked them, and the knights who had been watching, all turned to white sand in the light of their world and were about to crumble. A presence appeared there to pull them back from such a world. Fools, what are you doing here in broad daylight? Rubens, Diana, and the other knights in the sand were startled by the figure that appeared along with the voice. They instantly stood erect and immobile. What appeared there was a bloodthirsty Raina. He glared at Rubens and Diana and shouted in a voice that sounded like a mixture of dismay and disgust. "What are you yelling in front of the main palace, the heart of Reincarnated?" And your exchange echoed throughout the place. "I'll be right there, sir." Both Diana and Rubens were surprised by Raina's words, but they ran happily toward the castle town. What awaited the remaining knights was Raina's anger. "Well, what about you? The man who provoked that Rubens fool?" The silent knights all pointed at Nils. Everyone was having fun while listening to him, weren't they? The exchange between Nils and the knights around him brought Raina's anger to its peak. "I'm not going to let you get away with this." Section. After that day, two rumors began to circulate in Reincarnated. 1. It became a topic of conversation among the women of the country that the Knights of Bardia have a knight who cries out for love in the heart of another country. Second, Count Rainer Bardia is a love preacher who follows the knight who cries out for love in the heart of another country. As an aside, this rumor never went away. Within Reincarnated, it became a famous legend and was spared down among the people. As a result, it is said in later years that the number of women in Reincarnated who wanted to marry a knight of the Knights of Bardia increased year by year because of this rumor. Based on this anecdote, a stage play was later produced in Reincarnated titled The Preacher of Love and the Knight Who Cries Out for Love in the Heart of Another Country, which was very popular. The play became so popular that it was even performed in the imperial capital of Magnolia. But that is another story. End of Volume 2.